2 minutes!
The amount of prep work that it takes is absolutely insane. So we get
Oh my God.
pizza to relax and chill a little bit. It's nice.
Yeah. What's your favorite type of pizza topping, Jack?
If I can have only one, or gonna have like
Just like if you order pizza, what do you get on it?
if I would get like chicken, onions,
Chicken and onions. Okay.
pepperoni as well.
Oh, all together?
Lots of meat. Oh, yeah.
Meat. Okay.
Yeah.
Meat lovers. Pizza.
I can do like a little bit of black olives, but it needs to be like light.
Lightly.
They're kind of like a strong taste.
Lightly olives.
You know.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. I
What
like
about you?
I like just plain cheese. I'm very boring, but I like it. I don't know.
I feel like you have like a pretty well-established, palate.
I do. Yeah, but I
But
just
then when it comes to pizza,
I think if you can't make a cheese pizza taste good, then you're not a very good pizza establishment. So.
interesting. Well, we're gonna go to the taste test Araya a little bit later today.
Yeah,
Stay tuned
I'll
for our
let
dinner, our dinner taste testing.
I will let everybody know. All right, well, it is time for the Honda MVP of the day. Every single morning, we are presenting a Raider, presented by Honda, of course. And today's MVP of the day, Jack, is...
Maybe Nick? Yay!
Wow, the man himself. He had the shorts on yesterday. He's got the fancy necklace on in his little picture here. Look at that guy. Look at that guy go.
Looking great, playing great. Notably, a little surprise for some people seeing him play Druid going into this, but he's played Druid for a number of years.
Yes.
And we're really getting to be seeing the healer composition, which we'll talk about a little bit later in our session. But Nick had some absolute gamer plays, including here on Rick Reverb, where he needs to drain the energy from one of these pylons, but they also start emitting the waves, and he has to do this massive dodge, then get back into position with the rest of the group after dodging all of those waves, and make sure he's soaking the sound cannon. Very difficult job, but he has been playing absolutely lights out, especially on this encounter where they had a 3-heal.
Sheesh, Nick, bit of a live lord there. All right, well, that
Yeah.
Honda MVP of the day, of course, presented by Honda, and we couldn't make this morning show happen without them. Honda has a challenging spirit and believes that determination and self-belief, even in the face of adversity, can lead to ultimate success. So thank you, Honda, we all say in unison.
Thank you, Honda.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. I was
1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Honda. That was so bad. We're going to have to work on it. All right. Well, we not only have some progression ourselves, we have some progression from the other guilds that we're seeing jump into the mix now. One of them being our very own Dratnos.
Yeah.
Last night, Pop-Tart Corn Dog, home to Tichondrius, and we can take a look at some of their progression that we saw last night.
Yeah, notably, Pop-Tart Corn Dog has been absolutely slamming tier after tier. Here we're able to see them taking down Vexy and the Gear Grinders right now. And they are going to be one of the rare teams running with that Holy Paladin as well. So it'll be pretty interesting to see how that's going to shape up for the rest of this tier. Notably, Vexy's over 7-minute boss fight. There's this very large vulnerability phase that they have going on right here.
I can hear Dratnos.
Oh my gosh, let's go!
Was it last year we wiped?
Any good
Yeah,
loot?
last year we wiped like 3 times.
Not so much.
Not really. That was a bit of a womp womp moment, Jack.
There's like a machete. I think it's like a one-handed sword or something like that drops. So it's like,
Yeah.
first boss loot, basically.
Yeah, well, maybe they'll have luck in some of their later boss kills. But that's not the only thing that we can check out from some of the other guilds. We've also got Instant Dollars, also friend of the guild. We saw them early on getting 2 out of 8, I think, for the first, right?
Initially, and then they were working on Rick Reverb.
Yeah.
They had hit Enrage, swapped to a 3-heal. I'm not sure if they got the kill. I would imagine that they did, but it was bedtime. I had to get ready for Rise and Race.
Yeah, we were kind of watching their Rick Reverb progress yesterday on the desk. And then we do have a clip of their best pull from Vexy last night.
Oh, love to be able to see it. Oh, they have Sprocket Monger.
Sprocket, yeah.
Right. So they did get Rick Reverb down.
Yeah.
Now we get to see them going into Sprocket Monger lock and stock. So around 78%. As you can see, everyone is quite dead. But we are able to get a nice little look at the encounter itself. And notably, you can see in the middle of Millie's screen there, you can see he has the negative buff on him. On the encounter, players are either buffed or debuffed with positive or negative. And if they touch somebody else from the opposing polarity, then they're knocked back. Yeah. And so you need to have 2 different groups basically running around the platform constantly and making sure you're clearing mines and not running into each other in the process.
Yeah, it's a cool boss. I think it's one of my favorites. Second favorite to me next to One Arm Bandit. I don't know about you.
Ooh. I think those are probably the top 2 for now, but things might change a little bit with Mythic coming around.
Okay, so with Gallywix, you think that opinion will change? Is that what we're saying? Or
I think there's a good chance. From what we've read in the Dungeon Journal, you're basically skipping some of the initial phases of the fight and jumping straight into, I believe, the Giga Coil phase.
Okay.
So I'd be very interested to see how that's going to how that's going to go on Mythic.
Okay.
Lots to learn.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard, maybe get some insight on just the entire race as a whole, kind of where we're at. Of course, like we said this morning, we're finally getting into some Mythic progression ourselves. And here it is, the Coinbase leaderboard. We've got Instant Dollars and Liquid, 3 out of 8, and then quite a lot of guilds following closely behind Jack.
That's right. Notably, Echo, 2 of 8. I'm sure they're slamming right now as we speak onto Rick Reverb. And then it'll be interesting to see if Styx Bunk Junker or Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock is going to be the next boss that will end up falling. A lot of our initial impressions for bosses that would die next was, or be a lower pull count at least, was going to be initially with Styx. So there might be a little bit of variety going on.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's fun. I feel like now is kind of when the race finally starts, right? Maybe yesterday evening, but today is a good day.
Right.
Yeah.
It was kind of going in slow motion, and we basically truncated an entire heroic week of splits and prep work into just a couple days. And now is really where things start getting a lot hotter, a lot more fun.
Did you get to cast any of the Mythic stuff, or did you dodge it like I did with all the splits instead?
Just a little dodge. I got to enjoy a lot of Gallywix heroic splits.
So fun.
Which is a really fun fight. Don't get me wrong. But it also means that today I got first session, and we're going to be going in nice and early.
You're going to have a good morning.
Unless they decide to do Morning Mythic Plus.
Don't put that into existence, Jack.
You never know. Well, they like doing a little bit of like a warm-up at times.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. Either way, it's going to be a fun day.
Certainly will. But we can take a look at a recap of some of the kills that we did see yesterday from Liquid ourselves. The first one, of course, being Vexy. Let's check it out.
Yeah, even the first boss, they've min-maxed a lot of everything.
Like when they put it in.
I know.
Little troll.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
You see the last percentage of Vexy going down as they're at a 6-minute fight. There's just a good sign of like how much gear that they have access to. We're seeing a lot of guilds. I mean, notably the world first kill out of, I believe, Melee Mechanics was like an 8 or 9 minute encounter. It just goes to show how much gear, how much output that they've been gaining by doing all of the splits. I believe they have like 12 or 14 Eye of Kazan trinkets. That absolutely insane trinket that drops off of Gallywix that's stacking up all that primary stat for you over the course of the encounter. Really ridiculous, and all the splits paid off, and they have almost the entire raid with them.
Yeah, that's nice. Ixan. Yeah, I heard one of the bosses that they killed, one of the Gallywix. Yeah. They had 2 drop, and we heard a little woo. So good. It's a valuable trinket. There's a lot of those this tier, it seems like, that are kind of fun.
They're fun and insanely powerful.
Yeah.
The Jaster Diamond ring is just far and like miles better than any other ring as well. And so for a lot of DPS specs, and there's a ton of big advantages, of course, by having 14 alts and like 15 characters that you can actually choose from and optimize those split runs. And that's important because the heroic difficulty was actually quite a lot higher than people were expecting.
Yeah, something my dad always says, which always made me cringe and also a little bit angry. It was like, if you fail to prepare, prepare to fail. And
that is a dadism.
I know, right? So
yeah.
Shout out, Dad. Who knew that would come in handy one day at the Race World First?
My dad would do the like proper planning prevents poor performance.
Yeah,
yeah,
one too. Yeah,
yep.
Yeah. Let us know any dadisms you've got in the chat. In the meantime, we're gonna take a look at Cauldron yesterday.
Oh, this one's very fun. So the big thing on this one is you have these little like adorable mini versions of the Colossal Florendo and Torque, and then you got to kick them into the middle of the room. And then that triggers additional damage. And if you fail to do it, then when they do this clash, they automatically combine and then launch even more damage out onto the raid. And so it's a very cool setup where you have to have players on each side kicking in these miniatures towards each other, get them close enough together. But at the same time, you also have to make sure that you don't jump from, let's say, Florendo side to Torque side in the process, because then you're going to start gaining a lot of stacks of damage, and that's why they have them swapping sides every time the Colossal Clash goes out.
Yeah, a couple of those bosses. They kind of denote the side.
They do, and there's a lot of alliteration, too. Tough words.
That's true. Yes, absolutely.
Very tough words.
All right, well, we can take a look at the next kill that we've got, of course, which is Rick Reverb from Liquid's kill yesterday. Here it is now. We're a fan of Nick today.
Well, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Nick every day.
Yeah.
Here, notably, they ended up 3 healing the encounter since there's just not as much of a heal check. You can see the you can see, I guess, it's the sound waves coming out of the emitters, the towers, pylons that you see around the room, and they'll radiate a little bit of raid damage, but not so much that you need to have, 4 or 5 healers to properly deal with it. You're usually just able to stack a lot of cooldowns for those intermission phases to get around it, and notably, the pyrotechnics need to be killed before their grand finale cast completes. Otherwise, they are going to detonate and basically just wipe out the raid. One of the big Mythic mechanics here is players are getting some of the circles on themselves that they are using right there. You can see on a couple of the characters, those blue circles. You need to stack those circles onto the pylons to break the shields, and then you can use the pylons and actually drain them of energy so they're not going to emit more raid damage or emit any more sound waves. So it's very important to kind of stay on top of the spot healing on the encounter. And a lot of it is just more of like a mechanical check. Yeah. And since the tuning is very high, it also gets to be a DPS check, forcing the 3 heal.
While you were watching that, I was reading some of these dadisms. Do you want to hear some of them?
I would love to.
One of them is, "Let's go golfing again," says the worst person to ever go golfing in the world. That one's a good one. And the other one that I liked was, "Hold the frickin' light still."
Yes.
Which
oh my gosh.
We can all relate to. Oh my gosh.
Core memories unlocked.
I'm so sorry.
It's also like, go find this tool, and then the worst directions you've ever received on how to find them. Yeah.
It's next to the Phillips head. Which one?
Yeah.
You have like 20, Dad. Man, good times. I'm glad we could all relate to that. All right, well, now it is time for the Honda Grand Prix. If you guys have been watching the morning show, of course, we are challenging a different raider every single day from the guild to race in a racing simulator, courtesy of Honda. It's right here in the building. I have yet to do it. Have you tried it yet?
Not yet, but I'm ready to race when you are.
I know. I gotta find some time to do it because I'm like convinced I would crush this. Absolutely.
Especially after watching the Raiders do it?
Yeah. Well, we can.
Well, it's easy. I could do that.
You're right. They do. Okay. My toxic trait is thinking I could beat.
I could beat those pro gamers. Are you like every Twitch chatter?
I might be. Jack. We'll
I could do
out.
exactly what they do.
I might definitely be putting my foot in my mouth as soon as I try it. We'll see. But today's racer is Shaq, and I'm definitely curious to see how he does, because he, I think, is one of the more like mechanically inclined players.
Right.
Just because of the class he plays and how quickly he picks new things up. Yeah. So we'll see. Let's check it out.
See what we got.
Shaq on the Honda Grand Prix.
Woo! There it is.
Oh.
Dang.
Hey, listen, he didn't have to use his extra, he didn't have to like use the THD strat of like using the foot to like get
right.
off, you know?
Yeah, he started off rough, but Shaq's starting off strong right now.
Make sure
He is.
Massive
Or if
turn
it's on
right
purpose
here.
that he's kind of shaking the wheel pretty
Yeah.
heavily. A little over
This is
Perfect. There it
Is this
is.
how Quebecois drive?
Exactly what I planned.
Is that where he's from?
It
One of
is.
the easy ones.
Today?
He is
And
French
here we
Canadian.
go.
Yes.
Straight home from here.
Here it goes. Straight home. He's going up.
Maybe
oh my
now?
God, watch out, watch out, watch out.
I think you're turning the
Recoverable?
steering wheel in the wrong direction, Shaq.
Is that how they
There it is.
drive?
Oh no.
Turn it up. There we go.
I love how positive
All
he is
according to
about
plan
this.
up to now.
Okay.
There we go. Oh, no, 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 no.
Hit the wall a little bit to get a boost off the edge.
Oh,
Slam that one and go straight ahead from
I
here.
had such
There it
high
is.
hopes for him.
Oh.
Follow
The
the
worst
track
one
until
we've
the
seen so far.
checkpoint.
Oh man. Oh.
Oh,
Perfect turn.
the smoke. We're going to need a new set of tires after this.
Oh man.
I mean, that's got to be amazing.
It
122?
really was, Shaq.
Sure, we'll
It really
go with
was.
125. They
Wait a
added
minute.
3 seconds for the cutscene.
No, that's.
We can probably adjust that in post. Probably at least top. Like,
I think he might be like 3 or 4
Sounds good.
seconds
All right.
slower.
I think.
Not that
yeah.
much. All included.
Ooh. 1
He
second slower than Max.
Yeah.
That's not good, Jack.
I mean, for how much he crashed and had to go into reverse, correct.
Man. I think it was doomed as soon as we started seeing the back and forth.
Right,
with
right.
The steering wheel. I haven't seen that yet. It was an interesting tactic, though.
He had places to go. He was ready to slam
Yeah.
the gas from the beginning.
Doesn't look like a world first raider to me.
Not at that point. But now I feel like this further emboldens you and your theory that you're going to do better than the
Yeah,
Raiders.
I'm going to go back there. I don't think I'm on the next segment, so I might just go back there this morning.
All right.
You know how it goes.
Well, you have to do it in one take. You can't go and do a bunch of test drives.
You're right.
Okay. You need
I
like a
will.
witness.
I have never used it before.
Okay.
I've never had time or set aside the time, so we're going to do it now. But thank you so much to Honda for sponsoring that segment, of course. The exciting 2025 Honda Civic features an enhanced exterior design and has a sporty, youthful spirit. The new 2025 Civic Hybrid is next level awesome.
Love it.
But you know what is not next level awesome? Shaq's driving skills,
Very true.
unfortunately.
Better luck next time.
Better
with that
luck
one.
next time, Shaq. Very
what?
unfortunate.
You know what also is next level awesome?
What's that? Shaq?
Our new round of
Called you Shaq.
I know.
Jack?
Do all the tall people look the same to you?
Yeah, because I can only see up your nose.
Is everything look fine
Next
already?
level awesome. Tell us.
I was going to say our liquid apparel at
Oh,
the
so true.
TL.gg/RWF. I think this is my favorite round yet, actually.
I think so as well. It looks like we got a lot of very cool apparel this year. TL.gg/RWF. We've got a jersey, we've got a t-shirt, we've got a sweatshirt, we've got mouse pads, we've got shorts. Have you received yours yet, Jack?
I have not, and I'll bring it up every day until I get my Murloc bathing shorts, because I got a pool party to go to next month.
Oh.
Got to show them off.
Yeah. Wait. Okay. That sounds fun. Yeah. Well, let's make sure he gets some of those.
That's right. Got to rock it.
Yeah, gotta get it going. All right, well, if you'd like a piece of the race world first yourself and to sport some new apparel, you can go to TL.gg/RWF, and well, neither of us have it on today. Some of the race world first apparel.
I have like the classic.
Yeah, you got
Classic liquid appearance.
The winter collection. Yeah, my
well,
dad
it's
had
pretty-
going on.
It's pretty cold, you know.
It
so.
is. It's chilly in here. Chilly in LA also. I was.
Yeah,
looking
it's
at the
warmer in
weather.
Austin.
It is? Yeah. No, it's surprisingly a little bit chilly this morning. And I'm sure chat's going to make fun of us, but I promise it's a little nippy. All right.
50 degrees.
It's okay. Listen, it's cold. Let's take a look at our charity because, Jack, as we know, we have been raising money for the Pasadena Humane Society. TL.gg/RWF-donate if you'd like to check it out and support our lovely cause. We are currently almost at $7,500. We're at $6,500, Jack.
Woo! And at 7,500, we're going to get the sock puppet casting. I can't wait.
Yes, very excited for that. It sounds like we're going to be making the sock puppets ourselves. Dratnos volunteered his own socks for that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I think we should look for other socks.
I think so too. Even if they're clean, I don't know if I trust that. Yeah, might be difficult. But thank you guys so much for helping us reach our incentives so far. We did do Twitch Plays production again. We still owe you guys the WoW NPC stream, and it was Kalamazoo that won the bingo, and I think he was cheating though.
He absolutely cheated.
Yeah.
Known cheater Kalamazoo.
Known cheater Kalamazoo. Those warlocks are sneaky little guys.
They are. You got to watch
Yeah,
out for them.
especially when they're from Florida.
I'm really excited about the live Weekora sounds. I wonder if I could be so good at making a Weekora sound that Liquid could just use it.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, thoughts?
Yeah, you should talk to. I think that Bart might be able to hook you up with that. Could be in Bart's reminders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
That certainly would. Well, definitely go check that out, TL.gg/RWF-donate. You can send in $35 for a transmog rating, or we will feature your pet on stream. We won't rate the pets because everybody knows they're already 10 out of 10.
Yes. Every single one.
Absolutely. And thank you so much to everyone that has submitted their pets so far, because look at them. They
Aww.
are.
But we will rate your transmogs and your UI.
Yeah.
And judge them harshly.
Oh, there's the snake in the top right. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Do we know what kind of snake that is?
A freckled snake.
A freckled snake,
Yeah.
Jack says. All
A
right.
little slithery.
That is facts right there. Do you have a favorite on this board here?
Not the snake.
Mine is this little poodle,
I like the
fried chicken guy.
graduated golden.
Oh,
Top left?
Yeah, so that one, I forget its name, but it had just graduated from like a camp.
Yeah.
And he will now go on to be a guide dog.
Love it.
Yeah, so he's a service animal. Looks very serious,
Well, I mean,
focused,
that's
locked in.
that's kind of how we all look when we get our first job.
Actually though. All right, and of course, every day we're also going to be featuring a pet of the day that is adoptable from the Pasadena Humane Society. You can go to TL.gg/adopt and see all of the adoptable animals. And today is Alma. She is a spayed female gray and white pit bull terrier. She's 7 years old. She's been at the shelter since 1/18/25, and she and the guild authorizes the hunt for world first.
Aw, love it.
Look at that. Oh, she's so cute.
Huge tongue, though.
She got a smooshy face. I just wanted to like smoosh the face.
It's kind of small for 7 years old.
Yeah, I feel like some pit bull mixes are they're like compact.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's definitely very wiggly, I can tell. Very wiggly girl. So if you would like to check out Alma and some of the other animals that do need their forever home, definitely check out teal.gg/adopt. Or if you'd like to support them monetarily, teal.gg/RWF-donate. Thank you so much, everyone that has donated so far. They need our help. They were very heavily affected by the LA wildfires.
Absolutely. And a great cause.
Yeah, great cause indeed.
And a good timing for it, too.
Good time. What, because of the race? Or
Well, for the race, LA wildfires.
yeah, we kind of swooped in
Exactly.
a little bit. Well, Jack,
I think it's time for me to swoop in.
I think it's time for you to swoop in. Are you
Yeah.
excited for your segment here?
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
I think it's my first dedicated segment that I've had on our Rise and Race.
It is. We get to see some of your creativity.
Never forget, this is, I think, my 4th Rise and Race.
Yeah.
You just put your head down, put the work in, they'll get you a segment on the morning show.
Yeah.
So now it's time for a little bit of Jack B recapping, since now we finally get to see what the Race to World First is going to be bringing as far as healer compositions are going. And there was a lot of theory, there was a lot of ideas as to what was actually going to be represented. We saw Instant Dollars running the exact same comp that Team Liquid was bringing into Mythic, and now we're going to be able to talk about why they're bringing it, and also why other specs are not being represented for the healers as well. So we've seen double Mistweaver, we've seen Resto Druid, and we've seen Disc and Holy Priest, in fact, so far in the Race to World First. Now I want to take you through a couple of the boss fights, notably Cauldron of Carnage and Rick Reverb, talk about some of those strengths that we have going on. Notably, Mistweaver was kind of my biggest surprise to see 2 in the Race to World First, but it was theorized as early as like a month or 2 ago, since the output that they bring to the table, while also still dealing full damage while they're in melee, was incredibly, incredibly helpful for World First environments. Keep in mind, every healer is more than capable of getting cutting edge, but the World First needs the best advantages they possibly can get. And so Mistweaver, they are bringing some very steady healing, and the changes that they've had going into the War Within are really encouraging spreading around Renewing Mist, their healing over time effect, extending their duration with the Rushing Wind kick, which also empowers their healing over time effects to provide some pretty steady output for heavy dot damage encounters like Florendo and Torque, the Cauldron of Carnage, since you're constantly stacking up that dot damage by staying on one side or another. But also, you have some incredibly powerful output out of their Celestial Invoke Yu'lon. Now, your Celestial is being used about every 2 minutes, and with some of the other supporting talents, it's also rapidly increasing your haste. And so what you're able to do is activate your Jade Serpent to assist you, cast your more expensive Healing Over Time effect in Enveloping Mist, which also is triggering additional healing effects and increasing healing taken by your allies. And you have a, I guess you would call it a flatter ramp, where you're bursting into healing, but it's going to last for about 30 or so seconds, where you're consistently ratcheting up large amounts of healing onto your allies, which works really well for a lot of the intermission phases that we see here in Cauldron of Carnage, and can be incredibly helpful, really just for your team in general, to be able to deal with some of the consistent damage going out onto your team. The damage that Mistweaver brings, the passive damage by just continuously doing the rotation, is also quite strong. And as a result, you're going to be seeing both of those in the Race to World First for probably the rest of the race. Now, we also have Nick's point of view here on the Resto Druid. Nick's played Resto Druid for a number of years, but notably we've seen him on Discipline Priest and on Preservation Evoker most recently. Now, seeing him on the Resto Druid, they also have some pretty bursty healing, and they play around a lot of 1-minute cooldowns. Convoke the Spirits, their main cooldown, is blasting a flurry of different healing over time effects onto your allies, and you just saw him use it there. And as you're seeing all these hots on Nick's raid frame, as he's setting up all these rejuves for the intermission phase, it's also important to note that he's taking advantage of Flourish as well on the 1-minute cooldown to make sure that he's extending the duration of all these healing over time effects. And the more healing over time effects that are present on those targets, the more healing that he's going to be doing with his regrowth, allowing him to blast some very powerful spot healing onto his allies and make sure that he's consistently providing like a steadier stream of healing. Now, that leaves us with one more healer. Discipline Priest has had a crazy amount of changes from the beginning of the War Within, and this tier in particular was really cool since we were kind of having to see what hero talent was going to be played. there are a lot of buffs to Oracle Priest, for example, which has a really neat ability called Premonition. Premonition is giving you 3 different buffs that you can take advantage of. And notably, we didn't really see it when it was on Rick Reverb because the damage patterns and also just the high movement of the fight was a little bit odd for Discipline and having their consistent sort of setups. And so on Rick Reverb, they actually ended up opting to play Holy Priest instead. And with that, we were seeing Holy Priest take advantage of like their Archon hero talents so that we were able to have Halo being like the major factor of ratcheting up their healing. And they're also insanely cooldown centric with Halo and their empowered form in Apotheosis. So like Rick Reverb was probably the most spot heal heavy fight that we've had so far, since you have so many of the pylons around the room that need to be soaked by players and then need to be sort of like drained of their energy very regularly. Right here, you can see them starting up the fight, and you're going to see pylons spawning pretty frequently onto a couple different player locations, and so that's why they're sort of dragging it off to the sides of the room to make sure that they are positioning the pylons exactly where they have those expectations to. Rick is also going to empower those pylons and then make it so that they're ratcheting up their energy even faster. So it's super insanely important that they're moving the boss consistently so that they're able to avoid too much of the energy being ratcheted up or increased by the boss. You're going to see a couple of the circles coming out right after this sound cannon. And what's going to happen is they need to have 2 of those circles getting dropped onto the pylon, and that's going to cause the pylon's shield to be removed. Right there, you can see 2 of them going out. They dunk both of them in, and there's a quick burst of raid damage. As a result, they have to have a couple cycles of like healing cooldowns going into it. And so what Siri's predominant job is to make sure that he's using Halo and Apotheosis together, so that way he can sort of blast a ton of his holy words all at once. And what the build that they have going on for Holy Priest right now is basically where you sit in your empowered Apotheosis form, which allows you to generate more single target or AoE holy words, and then cast them for free and get more cooldown reduction for them. This is super valuable for this encounter because it really lets them have almost infinite mana, since it's so difficult to really drop a lot of your stacks. Here, of course, you can see the pylons that need to be drained, and Nick is making sure that he is taking advantage of the Abundance talent for Resto Druid. Whenever you have a lot of rejuvenations out, you can just start casting regrowths for very cheap, and this makes it very easy for him to start stacking a lot of healing over time effects onto the same players that are soaking some of these pylons and then providing a ton of spot healing. Now, it might look like this is kind of a super scary area when you are breaking out some of these shields, and it kind of can be, but since you have a lot of control over when the damage is happening on the fight, you don't really need to overuse cooldowns or really stack healers. This is the intermission phase where the boss gets a Sound Cloud shield, and it's really just taking no damage whatsoever. And so all the Raiders really have to do is make sure that they're staying together, stacking up, and most of the healers are really only focusing on their maintenance healing right now, not major cooldowns. They sort of start this phase with Convoke the Spirits and Flourish from Nick's POV, stacking up a whole ton of hots, kind of deal with some of the incoming damage they have going out, and then afterwards, it just turns into them taking care of these pylons. Now that I've got a chance to breathe a little bit, we're able to see the second phase coming out, which is just a repeat of the first phase. They're having the entire raid stay stacked constantly, which also means they need to make sure they're dodging any of the sound waves together, and then that sound cannon that's coming out for the group is going to be soaked by pretty much the entire raid. You can see when the entire raid is taking care of it, then it deals basically no damage whatsoever.
You all right?
Yeah, I mean, I am.
I don't want to interrupt
I am
you.
hard monologuing for like 20 minutes.
You're doing great.
Once again, they got. It's kind of like a repeat of the fight at this point, and so most of the encounters, like difficulty, has really been on like meeting the DPS check and making sure that they have enough damage really to deal with the pyrotechnics.
All right. Well, Do you feel like you kind of got it all out of your system now?
I absolutely did.
Yeah. Did you see the Jack? I like the bottom part. Jack yaps uninterrupted about healing. I didn't know. I didn't want to like no one to step in. I didn't want to like invade your spot here. I think Heidi also wanted to come in and learn how to play healer.
Yeah. Anytime.
She's looking very intently at Nick's POV. Well, thank you for the information.
Anytime.
I mean, it is a role that I think we don't get to like deep dive too much because we're focusing on the raid as a whole. So it's nice that we get to see sort of a little bit of a rabbit hole of kind of all that is going on the healer side of things. Yeah.
Absolutely. Anytime.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, that was the Jack recap in Liquid's Prog. Do we get to see something like that again?
I'm sure that we're going to have some, especially as we get into some of the later encounters as well, where they have to be a little bit more intricate with how they set up some of their healing cooldowns.
Okay.
We saw last tier on like Nexus Princess Kaveza, where you basically had to hand off like all responsibility to like one healer for this phase, one healer to another phase, and I'm really curious if like Sprocket Monger in particular is going to be another fight that's like that, since you have so much movement on the encounter. And you have to deal with some really nasty heal absorbs, which is a huge mechanic that is featured really heavily throughout later Dragonflight raids and almost every raid in the War Within.
All right. Well, where are we going to be able to find more of this healing information, Jack?
Oh, always at, twitch.tv or youtube.com/automaticjack. I got you.
Wow. So if you'd like more deep dives, definitely go over there. But we're going to sign off for the day. We're going to get some more Mythic progression, and hopefully we didn't jinx it and see some M+ or something. I'm sorry. I shouldn't speak.
Yeah, I know. I'm on next.
Those words into the air. I'm so sorry. All right. Well, we're going to sign off. Thank you so much to Honda. This is the Rise and Race Morning Show. My name is Aya.
And I'm Jack.
And thank you guys so much. Give me a handshake. All right. We'll see you later. Have a good one, guys.
Something really cool.
Where else can we go?
This is the Honda Prologue. We can go anywhere. You want to see something really cool?
Where else can we go?
This is the Honda Prologue. We can go anywhere we want.
The Alienware Pro wireless headset, it's become my main headset for anything WoW related. The battery life is actually a huge deal for us. One of the few esports that plays all day, every day. 4 days of gaming on one battery, that's insane.
This headset is everything that you can ever want and dream of. Without a doubt, this is the most comfortable headset that I've ever worn. I hate headsets that kind of like clamp on your ears or feel like they're pinning against the side of your head. This headset feels really, really good around my ears while I play.
Quality of sound from the Alienware Pro headset is perfect for shot calling in intense situations. At the race, there's a lot of distractions, and sometimes I just need to be able to hear what the guys are doing in the middle of a boss fight. So after using this headset, I don't think I can use a different headset again. This headset is what you need.
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.
welcome back to the Team Liquid Race to World First here at the Alienware training facility. I'm Jack, joined on our lovely, lovely couches here with Zyro and Tettles. Welcome in, and huge thank you to our sponsors for making all of this possible. Our presenting sponsor in Coinbase, as well as Honda, Secret Labs, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, DungeonDojo, and our charity partner in the Pasadena Humane Society. We got a big day today since we have the first 3 bosses on Mythic down for Team Liquid. And now we kind of have a choice as to where we're going next, as both Sprocket Monger and Styx Bunk Junker have some opportunities to go down today.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting decision point. We did see Instant Dollars pull both Sprocket Monger and Styx Bunk Junker, and both of those fights looked like they were a major step up after Rick Reverb. Rick Reverb wasn't one-shot. A lot of people ended up coming into this year thinking that Rick was going to end up being one-shot, but, you know, it ended up taking, I think, Liquid about 6 pulls to be able to down that boss, and now it seems like there's going to need to be some crests sent, potentially crafting on the table, because Styx Bunk Junker and Sprocket Monger both have a lot of health.
Yeah, that they do. But it's been interesting, as you mentioned, about the item level, because there has been some pretty big disparities between the eye level of the guilds, as we can see on our Coinbase leaderboard. We do have Team Liquid at 3 of 8 alongside Instant Dollars, but there's a very vast disparity here, Zyro, between the eye level of both guilds.
Yeah, when you look at these 2 guilds and their item level compared to the rest of the world right now, they're a pretty solid 3 or 4 item levels ahead. That's just due to all the splits they've been running. Liquid and Instant Dollars are both around that 651, 652 item level, but Liquid, it's important to mention, when they were running their splits, they put a heavy, heavy focus on making sure they get those super rare items on as many raiders as possible. Things like the Eye of Kazan, things like the Jaster Diamond. So while their item level might be a little on the low side, they have all of those very rare items that are, you know, secretly bringing their strength of character up just a little bit higher than you would expect.
It is, and it's so fascinating to think about today because there's some choice involved in what's going to happen next. As we can see here on our lovely boss web, first 3 have gone down with Cauldron of Carnage and Rick Reverb. Now we got Styx Bunk Junker and Sprocket Monger, and it'll be interesting to see the mechanical difficulty, but also the really high tuning that's involved.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of the issues on both Styx and Sprocket Monger were tuning related. I think Styx is kind of interesting because there's these Scrap Master mobs that if you did that boss during testing, I know not very many people can relate, but if you did that boss during testing, what happens is there's a mob, it's called the Scrap Master, and it's off to the side. It's similar to Heroic, but now the starting cast of that Scrap Master is a 12-second long beam channel that you have to be able to go to a medium-sized trash ball and roll over those Scrap Masters to be able to allow your DPS to, or your raiders in your guild to not get one shot by that ability. It's very difficult, very challenging. I think that you have to set up rules of the road, and it's honestly like Sprocket Monger Lockenstock, when I was watching that fight, it didn't look that much easier either.
Right. The mechanical complexity is actually ridiculous. But you know what's not that complex at all?
What's that?
More. Signing up for Coinbase and getting to take advantage of our amazing Omega Grand Prize that we have going on. If you sign up here at Team Liquid, we're using, Team Liquid 20 at tl.gg/Coinbase. You can fill out the form at tl.gg/Race to World First BTS. That's for behind the scenes. And you'll be entered in to win our Grand Prize giveaway to get flown out to the next Race to World First. We also have a ton of daily giveaways going on for signed jerseys as well, so you can always check those out and participate in those giveaways. And even if you don't win any of these prizes, you also get $20 absolutely free for signing up. So be sure to do so here at tl.gg/Coinbase.
Damn, that's easy. Wait, did you sign up?
I did sign up. It was just that easy.
Okay, that makes sense, because
I don't know if I'm getting hired next race.
Something that I think might be for you.
Whew.
From Coinbase themselves.
Oh, Coinbase themselves.
Wow, look at that.
Thank you.
$20 for Jack.
Let's do it. He's got it. Absolutely.
It got sent to me.
I guess if you just got it like that.
Well, I mean, he signed up, and I guess you did in there, Tettles.
There you go. Should have signed up.
You're gonna get it going.
I'm just a broke boy.
How do I address you when you don't own property, Tettles?
As a rentoid, perhaps.
You know who's not a rentoid? Who's not paying rent?
The people who sign up on Coinbase.
People sign up on Coinbase. But also Rick Reverb. He pays no rent. He is a hard-earning employee of the Dark Fuse.
cronies.
It's Ricka Reverb. This is what he says whenever he wipes you.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Bro is just RP.
I thought you were just making stuff up.
No, that's his voice line. It's ridiculous.
Did you guys get the chance to listen to the hot seat interview with Max last night?
No, what happened?
He was not happy with that boss. Not at all.
Well, that boss, he loves to RP. Mechanically, not necessarily a fun fight. The amplifiers and the RNG of where those ads end up spawning, those bomb ads, it just makes for a fight that high-end raiding guilds don't like. The amount of variance that happens on that boss just feels really unfair sometimes. And they could have two-shot it, and they ended up having like a really low, I think it was like a 0.5% wipe.
Yeah.
It's because of some of the stuff that ended up happening in the intermission. But like, then it took them 4 more pulls after that, and so of course they're not going to feel satisfied whenever they're wiping to kind of RNG.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen that before on deeper boss fights as well in the past that are so tightly tuned, especially since it's an early boss fight as well. I still remember seeing some like Sepulchre boss fights that were simple, still going into Enrage, and just how frustrating those kind of things can be. But if you guys missed out on the Rick Reverb kill, let's go show you what we're talking about a little bit with our replay for Team Liquid's first kill.
Yeah, and it looks like, it's funny. One of the things that Max liked about the fight was the fact that he did say the Ricka Reverb. That was about the only good thing he had to say about
I'm telling you, it's good.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah, no, it's an interesting idea. Like, the basic concept, of course, revolves around these amplifiers at the boss drops, right?
Yeah.
The idea is you need to have pairs of players go out and soak them to make sure they don't reach max energy.
So, in addition to that, whenever you're looking to build a composition for this fight, you're looking for 10 melee and 10 range. That includes healers. Now, they ended up running 11 ranged, but the Devastation Invoker saying Helios that you see in Group 2, he's going to be playing basically in melee. That's because they're going to have 2 groups of players that are going to be walking parallel to one another, dropping those amplifiers spread out. If you end up dropping the amplifier on top of one another, that's basically going to guarantee that somebody's getting mind controlled. It's going to be basically impossible to dodge during the intermission. And so as you see the amplifier timing is happening, those amplifiers are coming down. Also, the Mythic mechanic is coming out at the same time. So you saw those people getting those circles on them. They have to contact with another player that has a circle, and the amplifier is shielded. You see that kind of transparent-ish shield that's
bubble.
on. Exactly, that bubble that's on the mobs. The amplifier, that means that you have to go and contact it with a spark. Then you can soak the juice out of the amplifier, basically, and make it to where it's no longer shooting those mind control circles out of it.
These were the real crux of the fight, though. These pyrotechnics that keep spawning. There's 5 of them that spawn at a time. The second they spawn, there's a 15-second cast called Grand Finale. If you do not kill that pyrotechnician in time, it explodes, puts a huge, heavy dot on your raid. In the RNG of the spawn was really one of the things that was frustrating for them. You can see you get a pretty good clump of them on melee, but you can either get 1 or 2 of them that spawn pretty far away from the group.
Yeah.
And it's kind of tough for range to focus those down. Like, this is a pretty bad spawn here. 1 near the wall, 1 way off to the right side.
Yeah.
Fortunately, the triple Shadow Priest, double Destro Lock comp is pretty good at dealing with those.
Yeah, they were even playing triple Destro Lock for the beginning couple of pulls on this fight and ended up swapping down to 2. But there's this kind of a question of, like, what are we going to have at Chaos bolting on those Destro Warlocks? Which of those pyrotechnics that's not on the pack are the melee supposed to go kill versus the ranged? Like, there's probably some rules that you're going to be assigning. Like, the melee knew that they were going to need to walk the wall to kill that one after killing the 2 that were in melee, and then the ranged knew that they were going to be killing the one that was in the middle of nowhere.
I'm curious, Jack. I know as a healer looking at this fight, they're only running 3 healers on this fight.
Right.
What's going on there?
Well, I think the biggest thing is this is one of those damage makes everything safer sort of encounters, but also it shows how powerful healing cooldowns can be, how powerful defensives can be.
Yeah.
Because most of the raid-wide damage is, as you mentioned, Tettles, clearing out the bubbles on the pylons. And you can kind of just map out when those pylons are coming down, when you're clearing any of those bubbles, and then that's when raid damage is going to happen. Past that, you have players who are just soaking the juice, as you say.
The juice, the battery, yeah.
Out of the pylon. You hit a defensive for it. Everyone has like 2 or 3 active defensive buttons they can cycle between, and you're going to be all right. But it's such a challenge to overcome the pyrotechnics because, as you said, there's just inconsistent spawning to them. And one of the most frustrating mechanics I've seen, and I'm sure you could relate to this one, Zyro, is having high DPS checks for small adds in a very narrow time window like Feta to Devour.
Oh, man.
That's crazy that you said that to him.
This guy's trying to trigger me this early in the morning.
That's
we
right.
Just started, Jack. We're only 15 minutes into the shift. Yeah, it's tough. And we saw they actually swapped around the comp a little bit to try to deal with those ads a little bit more and actually ended up hitting the boss in rage. Now, of course, we just saw the transition phase a little while ago. Of course, the boss starts to overload those amplifiers. You have to hop inside that circle and get knocked into the air over the sound wave from the boss. The third time the boss does that, it's called like the hype phase or something. It's pretty much just you have failed the enrage encounter because the boss takes a lot of reduced damage whenever she's in that phase.
Yeah, in addition to that as well, the boss will still spam out the wave.
Oh, yeah.
Which you no longer have the amplifier to jump over, and so you're just toast.
Yeah, and the finale, you can even see the stacks of the mobs and how much more quickly they end up dying. They dragged the boss just to the solo ad because they knew it was going to take a little bit longer to kill while the melee jumped on top of the pile of 3. The sequencing is just so quick on the fight that it's almost like you have like multiple small DPS checks that you need to meet consistently.
Here's the thing too, is that you need to drop, they were trying to drop these amplifiers in very specific spots, but because you have to drain the energy out of those amplifiers fairly consistently, that's going to of course put people in really weird spots. And it's like, oh, okay, amplifiers in 5 seconds. But if I actually don't soak this other amplifier that's across the room, then we're going to have the amplifier overcharging and kind of, again, shooting out those mind control orbs, which gets a little bit weird. Then somebody drops an amplifier slightly too close to the other amplifier, and then you're wiping. But which we did see that this was the 6th pull that they ended up killing it on. There was a couple of instances where there was 2 amplifiers stacked, and we were just like, well, now what?
Right.
Yeah.
They even had it in that intermission right there. They were like 2 steps away from each other.
Yeah, it's more acceptable if they're 2 steps away from one another because you can still dodge it. But like, it's definitely not preferred.
It's also important to mention the entire fight. You're dealing with this idea of having to dodge these sonic orbs that come out from the amplifiers. If you get hit by 2 of those, you get mind control. So there's a little bit of extra difficulty added on Mythic. That's something the players are constantly worrying about. You saw Fired Up just there. One of the problems on this fight, when you're soaking the amplifiers, you're right next to where those sonic orbs spawn from. So you have to be very, very aware of when those orbs are going to come out. But you can see this is the 3rd and final phase of the fight. They've got the boss pretty low. They just need to make sure at this point they don't let any of the amplifiers overload, and they're able to deal with the pyrotechnicians when they spawn.
This is a really cool part of the fight as well, because they just committed to burning the boss down at this point, and making sure that they were going to finish it off. They had a couple of like the lightning fields left over, and they just let those expire. Then they ended up getting the clear right there, and they had a really big period. Yeah, they had a really big period where they just needed to sit there and commit to burning the boss down before this last pyrotechnic spawn.
This is the pyrotechnic spawn that they actually wiped to on the 2nd pull that they were doing on this boss.
Look at that.
And I mean, look at this. This pyrotechnic is going.
seconds.
They killed the pyrotechnic that was far, but then there was a 2nd pyrotechnic that was against the wall that was supposed to be the melee cleave set. It ends up going off. It ends up taking out half the group, but fortunately enough, the boss was at 0.5, like basically sub 1% whenever it ended up going off. So they're able to limp over the finish line, but you know that wiped them literally on the 2nd pull. That could have wiped them again if they were in a separate situation, and if they were 4 healing it as opposed to 3 healing it, the boss wouldn't have been low enough to where they could have limped over the finish line anyways.
Go ahead.
You can also see on the kill, they were less than 10 seconds away from that 3rd and final hype
the SoundCloud
phase. Yeah, the SoundCloud phase.
Yeah, it's so difficult to even plan healing around a failure for that grand finale because of how much damage it deals, how long it's dealing the damage. Like, you could see everybody ticking down over the course of like 4 or 5 seconds before it kills them off.
Yeah.
But it's just way safer to have another DPS instead of the healer.
It's one of those things that I think, like, if you had the first pyrotechnic of the entire fight go off, it's probably healable. Probably. The problem is, like, once people start to actually get a little bit lower, they're no longer topped. That dot that's actually applied to you when the pyrotechnic explodes is actually pretty dangerous. And if you have stacks of the amplifier on you as well, that's what's going to be kind of taking you out. And, you know, you're lacking healing cooldowns. You don't really want to prepare for a pyrotechnic going off. That's, like, not your job.
Exactly. And you already want to make sure that you're having all the healers even adding a lot of damage when they can also. So there's a few different... I don't know. I think this might go down as people's least favorite fight of the season as a result of just the
inconsistent ad spawns, variance, the difficulty in putting together a consistent strategy. And that's really where world's first guilds excel, is like, I want to do the same thing, be in the same spot, have the same timings constantly.
I think this is a fight that sucks to farm too. Like,
I would agree.
It's a fight that like 9 weeks from now you'll just like randomly wipe on it a couple times during farm too, because like the pyrotechnics like spawn across the room and then you just like weren't able to kill them off. Like, all right, yeah, I guess, man, thanks.
See, that would be the fun, maybe a fun part about farm is if you like 4-heal it and farm and you're like, all right, we're going to plan for the faraway spawn, just go off and heal through it here.
What for who?
I don't know.
For me, I would just plan my ramps around it.
I think there's going to be like this little middle period where that's the problem, but then like 10 weeks down the line when all the Fodham Shadow Priest rerollers are gearing up their characters, then you'll be back to fine because the pyrotechnicians will be dying from all the padding they're doing.
Yep.
Shaking his head at me.
Speaking of padding, I learned a fun fact about Galliwix when I was doing my notes. The canister spawns in that produce healing absorbs when you soak them.
Yeah.
The damage from the explosion is split, but the healing absorbs are not. So you really want to have a limited amount of people soaking them. So I was talking to my guild about that and everything, and they're like, oh, okay, so we only need like 3 or 4 people soaking them. I'm like, no, we could have everyone soak. I'll have my ramp there and everything like that. They're like, oh, okay, we'll do it. Everyone soak so Jack can go sicko mode.
Automatic pad, they call it.
That's right. Hey, you can't pass up a good opportunity when it's a disc preseason.
When was it not a disc preseason?
Is it a disc preseason?
It's always a disc preseason.
Neverbar was kind of half and half. That was a Prez season.
So running double Mistweaver and not double Priest.
Right. And that was an interesting part of like comp in general that we were looking at. And Mistweaver has like a lot flatter of a healing curve than you might see, or a lot smoother, I should say, of a healing curve than Disc does. Disc is very spiky. You just blast everything and then you're chilling for a while. Mistweaver's super high consistency, also super high damage. I don't know why they did this, but they made a new version of Rising Sun Kick for Mistweavers.
Okay.
That makes your healing over time effects just like ramp up. They changed the ability, and they also make it split damage for everything that it hits in like a frontal. And they make it do like 2 million damage a hit.
That's good.
It's its own ability, and they just make it do absurd damage for like no reason.
It's crazy that you say that about Mistweaver Monk, but you wouldn't say it about Holy Paladin whenever they were overpowered, pressing Crusader Strike over and over again for
I think he was saying it about them.
No, I fear he might not have been. Jack B. Hammer was in there like swimwear, getting after the mobs.
I'm talking about raiding, though. It's a raid-only talent that they run. They don't even run it in M+.
Do they run the Count Dooku Lightning in Raid as well?
They don't run Count Dooku Lightning in raids.
Oh, okay.
They run this specific Rising Sun Kick replacement talent in raids.
Gotcha.
They don't run it in M+ at all. And then they just tune that damage ability to do like crazy DPS.
I seem to remember a certain Mistweaver monk that happens to have started with Jack B.
Mistake. Yeah, that's the one.
Jack B. Mistake, that's the one.
You guys love my character names.
He was spinning a lot whenever Way of the Crane was a thing back in the day.
Ooh, that was good times. Hey, I mean, listen, I'll tell you when stuff's OP. I'll tell you the truth. I was saying when Disc was super powerful and they nerfed it twice after I gave it 5 big booms on Max's tier list.
So we're not coping and saying that you don't think Disc is OP.
I think Disc is insane this tier. So is Monk, and I think like Druid is, if we have like a range of insanity and this is like the insane range, this is like the end of the range.
Yeah.
Druid's like barely getting into the insane range.
Druid, I think, is Mark of the Wildbringer.
Yeah, no, I mean, it like does great healing. It does insanely good healing, and with the mastery changes, it actually does good spot healing.
Oh, really?
And keep in mind, at Nerebar Palace, you brought the Holy Priest because it was the spot healer. Everybody else was just kind of doing like fluff healing, AoE healing with Preservation Evoker. They could not single target heal to save their lives or other people's lives. And so Holy Priest was the one doing that. Now in this incoming season, I think a lot of cases, if you're playing double Mistweaver, Disc, Druid, the Druid's the one who's doing a lot more spot healing, since your mastery healing is more effective at lower healing over time effects. Basically, you have a lot of hots as a Druid, a lot of healing over time effects, regrowth, rejuve, etc. And you're doing a lot more direct healing at those lower mastery counts. And so you're not, only spot healing, but when it comes to a fight like Rick Reverb, you need to actually do a lot of spot healing to players who are soaking any of those pylons. They can actually do good spot healing there.
I love the fact that if you have a bunch of rejuves out as Resto Druid too, you get these instant cast regrowths that just like slam on people. That is OP.
Yep. you get those, and you have abundance, which is making you cast faster and cheaper regrowths.
Yeah,
as well.
And I believe he's running Germination, which is the second rejuve that you can put on targets. So we're watching Nick with just on the GCD regrowth spam that he can put into targets for cheap.
You basically just blanket the raid and rejuve, and then you're just like slamming regrowth for healing.
Yep.
Like, yeah, the people that were soaking the amp in the reverb kill, like we were watching some of the prog pulls from Nick's POV, and he is basically the person who, as they tick down from each stack of the amp, he is just like slamming a regrowth. He's like, oh, this person's getting it. All right, regrowth, and then he's like, all right, next person's getting it. All right, regrowth.
Yep.
Like, okay, cool.
Nice and simple.
Now, we've covered what happened yesterday at this point, but do we have any information about the next couple of bosses that they could go to between Styx Bunk Junker and Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock?
I think Sprocket Monger is probably the better play for them to go to. If anything, just because of the consistency. That fight is going to be insanely straightforward, and it has a lot of the same mechanics you have on Heroic with like the added twist of some of the polarities, for example. So that would be a really big area I'd like to see them go to today, because I think that's an area that plays to a lot of the strengths for World First guilds. Styx, on the other hand, has some frustrations. Notably, inconsistency for when players are becoming the big pile of garbage and they have to like roll up all of the other trash piles. The mythic mechanic, as you were pointing out before, was the Scrapmaster, who fires this massive nuke onto a player, and then you either roll it up with the garbage pile or somebody dies.
Or you die, yes.
That's it.
There's no recourse. I don't know. I think that, so in theory, Styx Bunk Junker is probably supposed to be a little bit easier than Sprocket Monger. Styx Bunk Junker drops lower item level loot than Sprocket Monger, and is it's later on in the dungeon journal. Now, while all four of those bosses, Rick Reverb, Cauldron of Carnage, Styx Bunk Junker, and Sprocket Monger, could be done in whatever order you want, it's clear whenever they're identifying like the item level that the gear drops, what you're supposed to be doing or what Blizzard is supposed to have you do. So, like, if you actually did skip Styx Bunk Junker and then go immediately to Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock, I would be a little bit surprised because Styx is supposed to be easier.
Right. A lot of things that are supposed to be.
Now, Styx did have a lot of HP, around 14 billion health. Yeah. But what you need to know about that 14 billion health is that the trash, like orbs that you, like those big balls of trash that you were calling out earlier, whenever you actually run those into the boss, it actually does like 50 million health to the boss.
It does like 1.5% of the bosses.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah, we're talking like a lot of HP to the boss right there by hitting him just with that big ball of trash.
Yep. And if you guys just tuned in, you're wondering what's going on, the Raiders right now are doing lots of Mythic Plus, and so we're kind of just recapping if you had missed out on any of the kills so far and kind of getting an idea of what our game plan is going to be for the rest of the day. They wanted to get a nice little warm-up, which has been good to see since not a lot of gamers are morning people.
Do you guys think that they're going to send crests and like crafted pieces, Zyro?
Not unless they have like a real issue with one of these two bosses. Like if they run into a live check or a DPS check on Sprocket Monger, I could see them doing it. But my guess would be they probably don't send things until One-Armed Bandit.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think this is an area, I mean, I think they'd love it if they could save it for Tuesday and see what their vaults are going to be.
That would be ideal, like for
exactly.
the long
Sending
haul.
their crests until then?
No, they're they're crafts.
Sparks.
Oh, the crafted pieces. Yeah,
They're
sure.
Spark. I think it'd be ideal, but they kind of hit a point of we either kill this boss and move on to the next one, or we just sit around twiddling our thumbs.
I had a chance to catch up with Bubba a little bit last night, and he made it sound like a lot of people were just going to send crafted pieces on like a myth track weapon.
Yeah, I could see it.
That's probably just okay for most people to do.
Yeah, the thing is, like, you would send it on a main hand or an offhand, depending on what you get out of the raid. But you want to kill as many potential bosses as possible, so that way, if like a main hand or an offhand ended up dropping out of the raid, or you had one from Mythic Plus or whatever, then you can make an informed decision as to like the alternate one that you could be crafting.
Right.
So like the other thing as well is they can look forward at the bosses and be like, okay, well, if this item were to drop here, we would be giving it to this person. So if you're not that person, just craft.
You have to make sure that somebody's eligible, like a best in slots drops, right? For example, you need to have somebody that can take it. It is the best item for most people who can wear that item. But you don't want to have crafted like a dagger, like a one-handed dagger, like 12 hours earlier, and then immediately put on like the best in slots, and then just waste your 60 gilded crests that could have gone to either crafting something else or upgrading something different. Because then you would also be taking off your embellishment effect, because like Jack mentioned as well, you only have one spark. Like you had two in Narrowbar, but you only have one now, so you're only going to have one embellishment effect.
There's a lot.
There's a lot that goes into gearing. You know, Bubba had like these huge. Whenever I was talking to him yesterday, he had like these huge spreadsheets, and he was kind of going through and like, explaining exactly how they were even looking whenever they were assigning heroic loot. And he was like, yeah, even things like the fact that Styx Bunk Junker drops 2 less pieces of gear than one-armed bandit's actually a huge deal. So then you should be looking to do the bosses in this order and that order. I was just like,
yep.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense, but like, well, what in the world are we talking about?
Bubba's the big brains behind making sure they get like absolutely every single iota of strength out of the loot that drops in the raid. That dude is in there looking at spreadsheets for the first like week of the raid.
He was like, "Oh, thank goodness, most of my job is done."
Right. That was what I was gonna say. He was. I got a chance to see him as well, and he's after all the splits. He was like, "Okay, sweet. Now all that is taken care of. I don't have to decide all of these compositions and all of this sorting." There's a weird sort of like inversion of responsibility for our analysts, where they have. Some of them have so much work as a tier starts.
Yeah.
And they get into a boss fight, and there might be a ton of work as they're adjusting a weak aura or something. But a lot of times they're working on that kind of stuff well in advance in PTR.
Yeah, I mean, like Telegon and Bubba, like and Siori honestly front load all of their work just looking at all of the splits. And then some of the other analysts are more strat, like Lummel, like Yuri, for example, for example, they are basically just looking at how the strats of the fights are supposed to be looking to develop.
Yeah, speaking of some of those fights, you just want to see how Instant Dollars is doing on Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock, because that fight has a laundry list of mechanics, and so we're going to take you through a little bit of a preview of it, let you guys know what we might be seeing a little bit later today with Team Liquid, and explain how they might be able to kill it.
Here we go, right in. And of course, this is a clip from one of our partners, I believe DungeonDojo, from Millie's POV, one of the healers for Instant Dollars, their Mistweaver for the raid here. And you can see already these circles around the players. It doesn't go on everybody, but it's sort of a polarity version of the fight. You can see it's similar to what we've seen from other encounters. If a red person hits a blue person, bad things happen.
That's right. I believe it's just a full knockback. I don't know if it even like one-shots players or anything along those lines.
Dot that gets applied if you contact somebody else.
Okay, but since, of course, this is not a very big room, it's very possible you can get knocked back into another mechanic or even knocked back off the platform in its entirety. And you can see just how they have tightly stacked players into a couple different locations. You have a pile of red range, you have a pile of red melee, and then, of course, 2 different groups for blue as well.
So Zyronic pointed out the polarity mechanic as the main change from Heroic to Mythic. The polarity mechanic, of course, exists to separate the players out from one another. Like you see, there is that red versus blue melee clump. You actually can't see the colors of the players who are your color, and that kind of helps reduce visual clutter a little bit. But another part of the polarity mechanic that is super important, aside from just being separated from other players, is whenever the mines spawn, they have the polarity on them as well. You see the bosses basically giving new polarities to all different players additionally, so you're gonna have to watch out for that. But now the mines are coming out, and those mines, whenever they spawn, you see that one right there has the blue polarity on it. That means that a blue player has to go and soak that, and that's why this fight is going to be more or less a weak aura fight on top of having some of the checks just of the boss in general. There's going to be assignment weak auras for who's going to be soaking what mine with what polarity, or if it doesn't outright assign you that, it's going to give enough information in a list to where a 21st man in the Race World First environment can call things like that.
Yeah, on Heroic, this was mostly solved by saying, okay, who are our 8 most reliable people in the raid, and we will just hard assign them to soak these mines. You know, 4 people do the first set, 4 people do the second set. You can cycle through the next time around. They're going to have a weak aura assigned at this time around, because what if your first 4 assigns don't have 2 red and 2 blues to soak those mines? So like you said, yeah, weak auras will solve that. I wouldn't be surprised if Instant Dollars already had a weak aura to deal with that, but we're still just trying to figure out how to make the fight work in the early pulls here.
So there's a little bit of variance on this fight as well. It's not like a huge amount of variance, so what zones are covered is completely static. That is something that you're going to see every single pull. All of the zones are going to be predetermined. What isn't static and where there is variance is what polarities the mines have and what polarity your players get. And so that is going to add an extra element of kind of having to YOLO the mechanic, where you know these 2 people are going to be looking to soak the blue polarity mine, where that mine is relative to the boss and how they're going to look to get to it. It does actually throw an extra wrench into things.
Oh, because it's a mechanical boss.
Yeah. I've seen this boss described as a mechanic's vomit in terms of visual clutter.
Who said that?
I was reading social media. Actually, everything app. People were saying it on that fight. I feel like
you were self-quoting.
No, it wasn't me. I actually do tend to agree. There is a lot that's going on. Particularly whenever you have the magnets that are dragging people in the middle of the room. You have the drills that are coming out of the ground, and then you have these bombs that are crossing those. And it's actually just like a lot that's going on at the exact same time while you're trying to look at these mines and deal with this polarity mechanic and not run into somebody else. You're just like, oh my gosh, well, I have to dodge all this other stuff as well.
Right, because you also have to deal with the screw-ups that you can see on the right side of the screen. It's also pushing people into different positions. And I mean, range in the top left is an absolute mess.
And unfortunately, poor Millie here just gets gunned down by a beam turret. That's a heroic mechanic.
It is.
Really?
It's actually kind of interesting how they're doing this fight with the stacking, though. Like, so they have all of the red marked players on this middle area, no matter whether or not you're ranged or melee. And then for the blue players, they're on the outside, and so the ranged blue players are going to be on the far side, where the melee blue players are going to be, of course, on the opposite side of the boss from the red group.
I think Millie, unfortunately, was setting up his Yulan ramp and was getting ready to deal with some of that incoming mine damage and just kind of spreading out all the healing. But that's the other thing is you have every little bit of information on the screen is meaning something, is trying to set you up for something, and having to watch for which of the turrets is coming out, where are the rockets coming out, where you can see the magnets in the middle of the room as well. Then you have to dodge the screw-ups that other players can place, which could be positive or negative as well. And we haven't even seen the intermission phase. We haven't even talked about that yet.
We haven't seen the knockback yet.
So that'll be a big question, is how is that knockback going to impact them on Mythic difficulty? Since when we saw it on PTR, I believe they cleared everyone's polarities, reset everybody to the beginning of the room, and then you just did your run. So are they going to separate people? Are you still having your polarities during that phase? What's going on?
I wouldn't be shocked if it's different than Heroic. Now, the knockback phase did get changed during Heroic to where it doesn't reset you to the beginning of the room. But I think it would make sense in Mythic if it resets you all the way to the beginning just because of what the polarity mechanic is. And it even could persist with the polarity mechanic where you maintain that and you're going to have to, like, you're separated into two different groups of polarity, one on the right and one on the left. And I think that you could do the run like that. But I think that it's unlikely, in my opinion, that it's just going to slam knock you back. I think it's probably likely to do what it did during PTR testing, where it's sending you just to the beginning of the room, and then you have to run all the way up and fight the boss and, like, find a position that is advantageous for you.
Right, and that'll be the challenge because the knockback that we saw in Heroic was consistent. It continuously was knocking you back for like 2 or 3 seconds. So we were seeing people who would get knocked back, instantly hit Transcend or something like that, and then they would continuously get knocked back after the fact. So when they have it, depending on this knockback, they might have to, like, wait and then use, Personal Gauge, Transcend, all these other movement abilities to make sure they don't get knocked into another polarity if that exists.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm excited for that.
Using the knockback on Heroic, you were getting knocked down like the center platform, right? Mm-hmm. And you would get knocked down the center platform largely as a group.
Yep.
But you can't do that if you have the polarity mechanics because you're going to have the groups, like, separated into two. So
you could put, like, the red group on one side of the boss, blue group on the other side of the boss, and both all get knocked back. But if it reverses your polarity randomly right there.
There's the ground effect is covered in lightning there too, right?
I think what might help us is getting to see the Wowhead descriptions as well for some of these Mythic mechanics, just to make sure everybody's going to be on pace with that. We got to give a little bit of love to our partner in Wowhead at that. Yeah, we'll see under that one. The nice thing about it is you have all these dungeon journals which lay things out in advance for the World First Raiders. So even when there are a couple changes to some of the mechanics, they're going to be able to see it. And there you have the polarization generator. At the start of the fight, all players are marked with either positive or negative, and players of opposite colors who collide deal raid damage. I thought it was just personal damage. Okay, there's raid damage, and they bounce off of each other.
That makes sense. And then, of course, like Title's mentioned already, the foot blasters, the mines that you have to detonate, are also of a polarity, so they have to be detonated by somebody of the same color.
This is more... I think this is one of the most impactful Mythic mechanics that we see from this season in this raid. Mythic mechanics The main difference between Heroic and Mythic tends to be they spam mechanics at you just a little bit faster, and some of the overlaps are a little bit more challenging. And very infrequently are the Mythic mechanics going to be something... Dude, what is going on with this music? Very infrequently are the Mythic mechanics actually something that's going to be changing the texture of the fight, but this is a Mythic mechanic that is going to be changing the texture of the boss.
And not only does it mark players with the polarities, but then it remarks them regularly throughout the fight.
Yeah, so you have to be paying attention. But what you can tell as well, whenever you're getting remarked, is there's like a very thin tether to your character. So you have to be able to immediately assess what color that tether is. Because say you were previously red and you're getting remarked with blue. If you don't move, you don't assess what tether color that is, and you're stacked on top of the red polarity stack, and then you just hit all of the red players with that blue polarity, you could just immediately wipe your...
You just kill your raid instantly with multiple stacks of that debuff. There is like a little mark over your head as well, I noticed. If you're the blue marker, you get like a little gear icon over your head, right?
So you can see the icon that you have at all times, and then you can see the icons of other players, but you can't see players with your same color.
Sure.
That's the only difference, is that you cannot see the players of your same color because it doesn't matter to you.
Yeah, I like that a lot as well. So it's a little less visual clutter.
It's a little bit less, right? Like in the past, they would have like Anduin where you saw all the people that were your same color and stuff like that. Whereas this, like you're saying, it does change it, and it makes it a little bit easier to just navigate the fight.
Well, it's important to me.
Slightly.
It's important to mention as well. Now, there's not really anything new to look at, right? Because all of the other mechanics are just, you know, ramped up versions of the heroic mechanic of the fight. But typically speaking, whenever you're talking about the jump from heroic to mythic, there can be a number of other things at play. I'm not sure if they're at play on this encounter, but sometimes they'll just like speed up the cadence of the fight by like 20%. They'll make mechanics come out a little bit faster that you have to deal with.
I think Sprocket Monger probably has enough changes from heroic to mythic with just the polarity.
Yeah.
The polarity itself is like a really tough fight. That's why you see it used not super frequently. You normally probably see it like once an expansion where a very challenging polarity is used. You actually ended up seeing it on Silken Core, so we're seeing it 2 patches in a row. But you know, I think the last time before that we saw it was maybe something like Anduin. But it's just a tough mechanic in general. Whenever you have to coordinate your movement, it's just a movement intense mechanic, and so that's why it's not used super commonly. But whenever it is, there's not really much else they need to add to the boss. Like, that is a hard thing in itself.
Yeah, and unlike Silken, there's also just added debris, really, that you have to be dodging with the beams coming out, the screw-ups that add inconsistency because it's based off of where raiders are dropping it, and of course you have to deal with the rockets and magnets on top of it, which also get empowered later on down the line to make it even harder. So this is more, it's a dance and more.
There's a lot left to see, obviously, from there. And I'm sure we'll see more of it today. But like we were talking about earlier, if you're just now tuning in and wondering what's going on, why we're covering these fights, why we're not seeing the Raiders pull them, taking the opportunity this morning to just run some Mythic Plus, fill out some slots they might be missing out on. We were talking to Max last night in the Secret Lab hot seat about this. He's like, they focused on very rare items, people getting Jaster Diamonds, people getting Eye of Kazans, not necessarily filling out the slots with item levels of gear. So there are a lot of main Raiders right now that have 4-piece, that have Eye of Kazan, that have Jaster Diamond, but they're still wearing like 3 slots of gear from last tier.
Yeah. That
could easily be increased with like a 20 item level upgrade if they just get it in Mythic Plus.
Yeah, so there's 3 levels to doing Mythic Plus. There's the first level of we need crests so we can potentially upgrade gear. That's typically, if they ever need crests to immediately upgrade gear, they'll go do Mythic Plus almost immediately. They'll probably do like 7s, right? Just spam those for that. Then there's the second level of Mythic Plus where you're trying to fish for, you know, a couple of potential items that are going to be upgrades. These items are going to maybe be 0.5% of an upgrade, maybe at the most. Could potentially be a little bit higher, especially if you need like a trinket or something like that. I know Impact got a trinket. That was a pretty big upgrade last night from Operation Floodgate. But that's the second level where we're looking for potential chase items. Then there's the third level, and this is typically reserved for Monday, which you go into to be able to finish and fill out all 3 slots in your vault with 8 of the +10 keys. They might have the 8 of the +10s done before then, depending on how many Mythic Plus they need to run. Like you see THD on screen right here. He's in a +10 Dark Flame Cleft. But that's not always something that you're going to be looking to do before Monday. Like, basically, there's going to be a chore period on Monday where all of the players have to get all 3 of those slots filled in.
Right. And I think that's the quick identification that this race is going to be a marathon and not a sprint. And as a result, they're saying, well, we're already seeing the second and third bosses getting close to Enrage, so especially the third boss. So let's make sure that we're just going in and getting 8 10s done because we have the expectation that the race is going well into the next reset and is going to be particularly brutal. Interestingly enough, I started the morning show with a little ride and race with Honda, and we saw Echo at 2 of 8 at the start of the day. Looks like they're just now pulling Rick Reverb. I'd have to imagine with the 83% wipe they had right there that they must have just got into pulling the boss today, right now.
Race is on then.
Yes.
Field's finally in Mythic at the same time. We'll get to see a little bit of that head-to-head action coming up pretty soon whenever they figure out whether or not they're done with Mythic Plus, whatever Bubba makes the call. All right, we're going into the raid.
Who is John Catfall?
That's Shay.
Shay, yeah.
That's great.
John Catfall. Yeah.
So I love like the John, like John X, like John Blizzard, or
yes, it's good. Do we have a John Liquid?
We should. That's not my druid's name. I gotta rename my druid.
What do you guys think about this fight, by the way, the Darkness fight? I think it's a little weird that you have that whole RP
horrible
plus still where you throw the bomb at it and you can get it to like 80%, but the fight just starts at 90%.
The worst fight in Mythic Plus history. I think this fight is garbage.
You have to replenish the candle juice.
I'm literally
way too much.
Every single time I have to go and replenish the candle on my druid, I'm becoming the Joker. And otherwise, this horrifying darkness goes off, and now I have a 5% haste buff and 10% damage down for the rest of the fight. This fight is awful.
So the annoying thing is there's unavoidable raid damage, which drains all the juice from the candle. The healer has to sit there and heal their characters, but the healer also has to go out and get candle juice all the time, so the DPS can do their really super important job that's so necessary.
Except your stupid healer actually never does it, so your DPS Except your DPS has to run, and then some monkey DPS is actually getting beat by the tank instead of because your healer's not running the candle. This fight sucks. No, the darkness mechanic is garbage, is my opinion of this entire situation.
I think the important thing is whenever you get this Shadow Blast, you should just go and grab a candle buff, even as a DPS.
I agree.
Agreed. The thing is, he went, replenished the candle, it was at 90 energy, the AoE went off, it drained the juice entirely, and so you can see he's even setting up his Transcend, he's going to go back in, and he walks back in to do the replenish, then he runs back out again as the AoE is coming out, and here Yips is going to be the one replenishing the candle, and so that was just enough to keep them safe and healthy.
I think the darkness mechanic is just so bad. The fact that you have no warmth, right? Like the fact that the light doesn't persist at all on you after you take a step out of the candle, I think is a major mistake. If it even stayed for like 5 to 8 seconds after you stepped out of the candle, it is a game changer on how this fight would feel to play. I think that immediately going from doing 100% damage to doing 99% reduced damage is insane.
Yes, plus getting feared.
Okay, the letting the candle die is honestly not even the end of the world. It's an issue of like how often you have to replenish this candle, and the fact that you do 0 damage while you are going to replenish the candle. That's why this fight is obnoxious.
And I feel like that's also why we like some of the raid fights a lot more than others. Okay, hear me out.
I'm listening.
What are some of the favorite fights that we have for this incoming season? One-Armed Bandit.
Yep.
And what was the other one I was going to think of? It just lost me. Anyway, one of the reasons why we like the One-Armed Bandit, though, is you're constantly able to get an extra damage buff. Oh, and Vexy. Thank you.
Oh, Vexy in the
game. Yeah. Vexy has like the vulnerability phase. I feel like one of the biggest things that becomes very enjoyable for encounters is when you have these moments where you feel all-powerful or you feel like you are incentivized for doing more damage, more healing, whatever it might be. And, even Motherload, first and second bosses both have vulnerability phases for the boss or for the ad. There's extra opportunity for your planning to go well, do more damage, have a great time, and then you have these downside fights where you're like, oh, we messed up the mechanic, or we didn't do it perfectly, now we do no damage and get feared.
Dude, I am a monkey. Like, if you give me a damage amp, I'm happy.
See?
Can we get the Nick POV, by the way? It looked like he was about to craft. Oh, he was looking at the crafting vendor.
Oh, wait. THG's up. Oh, wait.
So THG
he got free.
He just got the Remnant of Darkness from this, and I believe they were just using that to upgrade his gear for free.
Nice.
Yeah, he should be able to upgrade both the House of Cards and the Eye of Kazan to 655 for free. He's also upgrading the Florendo's Pilot Light for free, although I don't think he'll ever actually equip that.
Yeah, may as well. Can you do the crafting shuffle this season? Do you guys know?
You're talking about the ring thing?
Well, you could do it with weapons and trinkets as well.
So according to what I've heard from some sources, It's fixed for crafting rings and crafting one.
Okay, so the crafting shuffles. Okay, that's done. But there's still the ring cheese.
The Cersei's Siglet cheese did work 2 nights ago.
Hell, was just talking about exploits on
hypothetically, or
no, I did it at like 10 p.m. on Thursday night.
Ban this man.
Your Honor, he admitted to it.
Please, this man.
No, I mean, is it an exploit? I don't know. So what you would do is
I'll admit to nothing.
You would craft a weapon and then use a new optional reagent and recraft the weapon, and then it would, count for both slots.
Oh, you had 2 one-handers. All right, bet.
And then you could upgrade for free. But like,
same thing with rings. You craft a ring, you change the stats on it. You have a new ring. The game's like, oh yeah, you had 2 different rings. Okay, yeah, you can upgrade those for free now.
The Cersei Circlet one is a little bit funnier because you have to delete the ring.
That's 2 completely different items, man.
Yeah, so you put
I lost my ring, bro.
You put the ring in both slots. You take your gems out, and then you go. You delete it, and then you just go take another one. Oh yeah, go, bro, help me out.
You get a little side eye from the NPCs. They're like, I lost my ring somehow. I lost this valuable artifact which related to the history of your continent.
When do you guys' classes replace the circlet?
Never.
Never. Really?
Like heroic, like a Jaster Diamond or like a Mythic level ring.
I think for Warlock, it's just any Mythic level ring pretty much replace it.
Most specs are 678. There's a couple specializations that never replace it. Moonkin is one of them.
Oh, no.
I think it's going to get nerfed again because of stupid stuff like that, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of intricacies this tier. There's a lot of, like, when's the jumping off point?
Could we actually zoom in on, like, the entire gear screen here for THD so we can, like, see what it is he still needs to upgrade? Because theoretically, right, if you get every single piece of gear from Mythic Plus at 655, you could just start sending rune crests.
We got this Garbanzo Beans helmet.
Yeah, the helmet's pretty bad. You would like to get a cloth helm drop from a +10, so you could just upgrade that to 655 for free.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there's a couple bosses coming up where he could get a helm. Oh, that is beautiful.
Oh, that's
a
good enhance.
Amazing.
Did he catalyze this 645 hat? No, surely he got that off Galley.
Probably a curio.
Sure, he got that off Galley with a curio. Yeah.
He still has a Sareki neck on.
Yeah.
I mean, that thing's over budget, right?
It is over budget.
It is, yeah. I'm just curious as to what it would take for him to replace it.
Probably the Cinderbrew Meadery neck, if I had to guess.
Which that might explain why he's trying to find Cinderbrew Meadery.
If I'm not mistaken, he has no embellishment on right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, embellishments suck.
Yeah, they're stinkers.
He's thinking about sending rune crests.
Well, embellishments are like 0.5% of damage, like maybe.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
I think he just heard that we were looking at his gear, so he's just giving us a little preview.
The crafted gear tends to be more for the item level than it tends to be for the embellishment. Although the embellishments, again, 0.5% can translate a little bit, but again, it's more related to the item level of the craft rather than anything else. Also, if you type @THD lock in chat, maybe he'll spawn in and tell us what he's going to craft.
Just type THD lock in chat. It pings his chatterino that he still has open, even though he's not supposed to have open during the race.
He's still different.
He is build diff. Yeah, so the thing is, right, there is item level to be gained, but Max pointed out last night in a reverse Uno card on the hot seat, he posed a question to us.
Okay.
And I'm going to pose that same question to you guys right now. Maybe you guys can be smarter than we were because we didn't figure it out last night. I'm actually pissed off I didn't think of it. Why would you potentially not run Mythic Plus right now and go into the Mythic raid instead?
Because if there's 2 potential items that you can get, right? Say THD needed a necklace, right?
Sure.
If the next couple of bosses drop a necklace that would be a myth track upgrade, then he would be wasting his time potentially running like Cinderbrew Meadery or something like that. And so then he would be better off running a different dungeon.
That was the first thing we said.
Yeah.
And Max was like, no, that's not why.
I mean,
that is true, though. That
is true.
That is true, but that's not the answer he wanted. Any thoughts, Jack?
Repeat the question one more time.
So why would you potentially, even though you could potentially get, maybe 2-3 item levels on your entire raid if you did Mythic Plus right now, why would you still choose to go into the Mythic raid right now?
Probably because the bosses are killable.
I mean, if you think
I guess it's really the only way I could like wrap it up is that you're eventually going to hit a point Like, let's say they kill, like, Sprocket Monger and Styx. That means they go into One-Armed Bandit, which is going to have twofold things. It's going to be insane DPS healing check, but it's also going to be a bit of, like, a strat check. Might even be one of those, like, tuning checks where you can't really get past the boss, you really can't kill the boss or something like that. And then you really just have to sit there, twiddle your thumbs, and do the Mythic Plus anyway.
Yeah, that's also true, but it's not the answer he gave us, which I thought was pretty interesting. So it's just to make sure you always have something to do. If you get to those bosses in Mythic,
that's why
they're bugged and unkillable for any reason.
Of course.
Okay.
You just always want to make sure you have something to do, so they could still go do Mythic Plus and not feel bad about it.
Oh, as opposed to...
That was kind of the angle I was going for from, like, a tuning.
You were pretty close.
Yeah.
You were pretty close.
It was around the
I think
around
that's an
the horn.
interesting thought process so that they're going through. They're trying to make sure that they're pretty much never wasting time, and I think that's a good insight into how they're approaching this week and how they spend their time this week.
I mean, that's pretty typical. Like, you just have to be able to time max.
And there's always going to be a point where you are going to be stymied. Always. You know, it doesn't matter if it's One-Armed Bandit or it's Muggsy or it's Gallywix. There's always a point where you are not benefited by just smashing face into more pulls into the boss.
Exactly.
And so, yeah, they may, you know, for example, it might be a massive upgrade to get a perfectly statted neck to replace the Sureki or something like that out of Cinder Brew. They could always kind of do that later.
Oh, we're spinning a Curio. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize. Yeah, look at that. He's got a Curio in his bag that we're going to be looking at.
Maybe he's thinking about it.
Well, I mean, I don't know about thinking. I think there's probably Sims that have numbers on it.
You might have a DM from Bubba saying, do this exactly.
Dorvan also, I think, does a lot of the
does it?
Sims.
Oh, yeah, what does Dorvan do? Is that secret?
No, not really. He's data. He does a lot of the data mining, and then he helps with some of the characters.
Okay.
He's also a mage writer for Wowhead.
Right. So I was familiar with him. Yeah, I was familiar with Dorvan before, and I remember when Liquid brought him on, Max said something very cryptic. It was like he's doing things that he's doing a job that we've never had anyone do before. And I was like, that sounds awesome. What is it?
Well, can't tell you that.
Yeah.
He's spell diffing the entire raid to see what the differences are from patch to patch and hotfix to hotfix to see what's, if anything, is changing in the raid. So basically, he'll just like run a differential on the previous patch to the current patch.
Okay.
The Raiders were informing us a lot of the Dorvan diff last year.
Dorvan is,
they were so excited about it.
That guy's a crazy talented guide writer for Wowhead as well. I mean, he's just so in the know with like how the technical side of simulations and you know, just like spell data on a lot of the classes and just basically the game itself and how that functions. And I mean, I think that's a huge deal. I mean, there's a reason that they swooped him up as whenever BDG died. Like, there's a reason that guy got picked up immediately.
Right. The talent.
I mean, he's great at his job.
So we're looking at Operation Floodgate here from Atlas's POV. Typically when we see people on Floodgate, there's usually one particular item they're looking for that I can think of, and it's that volatile bomb, the Agi crit trinket that's quite powerful.
Yeah, I mean, so all the casters love the trinkets from the raid. Every single trinket from the raid is sick. And then the melee DPS are like, man, I really want this Operation Floodgate trinket.
Okay. He was like queuing it up, and of course from like Zyro's background playing casters, I was just like racking my brain trying to think of like, what caster thing do you want?
No. I know more than just caster stuff.
I know. I apologize. I typecasted you.
There's also the Priory of the Sacred Flame trinket, which I've seen a lot of the melee DPS also want.
What, Signet?
Yes, the on-use Signet. I think that some melee DPS, like a Windwalker Monk, love House of Cards.
Yep.
It kind of depends on whether or not you like Mastery or not, as opposed to something like an Enhancement Shaman. I've seen that they like the Priory Signet from Priory of the Sacred Flame. So it's kind of the question as to like what you're supposed to be looking to get. I think if you probably have a House of Cards even as a melee DPS that doesn't like love Mastery, assuming that it's not completely garbage for you, you probably just wear it anyways.
There's also this really weird trinket. I don't know if you guys have seen this trinket. I have to remember what it's called. But it's simming as BIS for a lot of classes.
Is it the Brutalizer?
Yeah, the synergistic Brutalizer.
Yeah, I don't know. That seemed terrible for Moonkin, so I didn't look too much into it. Then somebody, like a Shadow Priest friend of mine, was like, yeah, this thing sims as BIS. And I was like, what are you talking about?
So here's the interesting thing that I found out about it in Raid last night. You can, if you have it, you can see every other person's barrel that spawns. That also has.
Oh, really?
Well, that's definitely downgrade.
They can also hit your barrels for you.
Never mind, that's an upgrade.
It's insanely good. So imagine if like a fire mage has it, and their ignite just auto spreads and bursts all your barrels for you. So you don't have to spend any time swapping to them.
You just push button and win.
That's kind of optimal now.
Sounds pretty good if a lot of people have it.
It works for sure.
I was so confused though because my barrels were spawning and then despawning, and I'm like, what's going on?
It's done.
My trinket.
Yeah, that trinket is very strange. You read it and you think that thing is gonna be complete garbage. So it just reads like a trinket that sucks.
It is a pure single target trinket is the thing, right? Because the way the barrels work is when they explode, they do split damage to everything they hit. So it's terrible in AoE. You just ignore those barrels in AoE. But on single target, they crit for like 2 mil. It's a lot of damage. What about healers, Jack? What are the chase items in Mythic Plus for
What about
healers?
healers?
Yeah, that's tough. Most of the Mythic Plus trinkets are like mid compared to like the raid options that you have access to. So Priory trinket's pretty good. Blazicon Wax out of Darkflame Cleft is pretty good.
Oh yeah.
There's a Buren trinket. There's like a ward trinket for Mythic Plusers.
Oh.
Which puts out like a 4 or 5 mil absorb. A lot of people.
Oh, dude, yeah, I started looking at that thing. That thing is garbage. I was looking at it potentially wearing his AUG, and I was like, dude, this thing is garbage.
Well, you're not playing AUG anyway, so you don't have to worry about that. But
I don't think about it anymore.
it's not bad if you're only doing it for M+ alone.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of healers are going after, Eye Kazan. Ramp healers are going after House of Cards, things like that. I would actually be super curious to find out what the Mistweavers are running when it comes to trinkets. So
I just realized
check that out.
We kind of know what the good healer trinkets are because day one, Proc 1, you were recording a video about good healer trinkets from, from this patch.
I had a little bit of help with that video as well. I appreciate it, guys.
It's so basically it sounds like it's all the gas for trinkets.
Yeah.
Lots of trinkets.
It sounds like it's raid trinkets, but also there were a lot of delve trinkets that were pretty good, right?
So there were a couple pretty good delve trinkets to kind of like get you started. There's this like fun house lens that drops from like delves and like world activities, which is pretty good. So the Mistweavers for Liquid are running with Mr. Pick Me Up, which is a raid trinket from Sprocket Monger.
Gotcha.
Which just is like a good heal trinket that you have access to. You get the Aikazan, no surprise, anything like that. I'm going to see if I can find the Cauldron of Carnage one. Smacked is also running Mr. Pick Me Up and Aikazan. So, yeah, I would say it's pretty straightforward. It's nice that a dedicated healer trinket like Pick Me Up was able to drop enough for them. I think every single healer has a heroic. Oh, okay, 2 of them have normal ones.
The Rick Reverb trinket dropped for Liquid last night as well, and that got sent to Trill for just upgrading.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Because that's always like 4th best or something like that, 3rd best for a bunch of people. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, Bubba was basically saying that nobody like needed it. They had better options, and so it got shipped off to Trill.
It's still so crazy to me that Windwalker actually likes haste again.
Well, no.
For the first time ever.
Oh, no. It got shipped off to Trill so he could upgrade for free.
Oh, those were free upgrades.
Not the
Valorstone fodder.
Yeah, not the upgrade of the item. The upgrade of the Lamau didn't have to use crests for this.
Oh, that's good.
Which kind of implies that Trill's going to be on everything.
Interesting. I just realized you were asking me earlier about whether monks are running with Sith Lightning in raids, and it looks like they are.
Lightning, yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Oh my gosh,
that's fascinating.
It's Big Damn.
So I think Smacked is running it, but Sevi was not. So they were running 2 different builds, at least from what I see right now in Cauldron of Carnage, which is really, really interesting.
Well, Smacked is a man after my own heart, a Mythic Pluser.
Absolutely.
So Sevi also a Mythic Pluser, actually. I don't really think about it.
Yeah. Huh. They had a couple talent differences we're already able to see thanks to our partner in RaiderIO.
Thank you, RaiderIO.
Woo. Okay, there's some crazy stuff. Sevi was running he had to be running like an M+ build or something. He had Dance of Chi-Ji on for Vexy.
So how much do you guys know about Smacked as a raider and his history? Because he came into Liquid as a DPS player, right?
Yeah.
He's class swapped over to healer for this tier.
Yeah.
Does he have a history of playing healer before, or is this just something?
No, so this is the first time he's played healer. He's pretty much he's very talented at everything I've ever seen him play. I've seen him play Blood DK, Prot Warrior, Feral Druid, Survival Hunter, Destruction Warlock, Arms Warrior, Moonkin. He's basically played every single. I've seen him basically play every single thing that's not a healer. I'm a little bit surprised that he was healing to the point where Dryny mentioned that he was going to be healing this tier to me, and I was just like kind of giving him a weird like, hey, he's healing, and Dryny's like, yeah, he's going to be playing Mistweaver, and I was like, how is he doing? And Dryny's like, yeah, he's great. He's great at everything. Like, it's one of those things that he said that there was a little bit of growing pains, but he said that he's actually very talented at Mistweaver just in general, and so I mean Dryny had nothing but a very, very good things to say about Smack's performance so far.
That's cool. That's awesome.
I was really shocked to hear that he was healing. I was like, because he was like, yeah, we're going to be playing Double Mystery. I was like, who? I was like, you're not playing Mystery? He goes, no. I was like, who is healing then?
Yeah, right. Right.
We just spawned in this extra Mistweaver from. It's not you.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's smacked. I'm like, what? I'm talking about smacked healing.
Hey, I mean, that goes to show the variety. We've seen Sevi play like 6 different things, 8 different things, played healing and DPS for progress multiple different times.
Nick's on Druid too, which is...
That's a return. That's a return to form.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny because Sari was on... Because now Sari's on disc, but most people think of Nick as the person who's always going to be on disc.
Right.
It's also nice to see people like Trill finally get a time to just dedicate themselves to the PvE portion of the game, because Trill's always in this like half in, half out purgatory. He's like, oh, AWC season's coming up, so I can't really commit, but I'm still kind of prepping characters, and he'll be used in a couple fights. Like he was in on Kaiveza last year, right? And he was doing a ton of damage, but he wasn't like quite fully committed there. It looks like this time around though, he's like 100% on the race though.
So good news is that, yeah, he is going to have enough time to commit himself. The bad news is that the AWC starts in April, apparently. So if the race goes long enough...
The race is not going to
Oh my
I
goodness.
can guarantee you that one right now.
But if it did, you would get exceptional value out of Twitch priming right now, because that would be 1 month of ad-free, uninterrupted content.
True. We do run ads at the beginning of every hour, so if you want to make sure you don't miss any sort of action due to us running our regularly scheduled ads, be sure to use that Twitch Prime.
It's just good value. It's better value than any other subscription that you could ever get. Like if you sub to Automatic Jack, best he could do is probably stream for like 8 hours consecutively. Worst we would ever do is stream for 14 hours a day for the next couple of weeks. So it's just better value. So honestly, you'd be stupid not to.
Technically, we're streaming 24 hours a day. We're streaming reruns whenever we're not live. So if you miss out,
that's right.
Miss out on the live broadcast, you don't want to get ads during the rebroadcast either.
Jack gave me a scathing look whenever I was implying that you should unsubscribe from it.
Oh, man. Yeah, especially after the conversations we had.
Stop.
Yeah, that's right. You don't want me to say anything else.
Let's relax, Dad.
That's right. That's right. Accountability's coming home.
I'm kind of interested in this fight that we see on screen.
Oh yeah, I bet you really are.
So they changed the debuff on this fight. So in the past, you would actually just dispel it off of players as the healer, the casting, the kinetic explosion circle.
True, I heard there was a new video where they covered how there's not going to be a dispel anymore.
But apparently that made up. Maybe Blizzard didn't push that as a hotfix yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, it just got dispelled off. It was supposed to be what, 12 seconds static duration or something?
Yeah. Really, really long.
Yeah, it looks like it's still getting dispelled off of people. Yeah,
oh, yeah, 100% is.
That does look like a dispel to me.
I don't mind the fact that you have to dispel it off people, but at the same time, it's kind of similar to the first boss in Stone Vault, where if your healer's not really clear on what's going on, they just they see their flame blow up, and it's just like, dispel, I gotta dispel, beep boop, beep boop. They just jam it immediately before you even get to the mines. It's a little bit of
it deals a lot of damage, man.
It does deal a lot of damage, but at the same point, if you don't hit any mines with it, then all right, we wasted this.
I mean, in some cases, but if you just do the mechanic better, when you get targeted by the charge, you don't have to worry about it. Don't you think? What if you just do the charge better, Tettles?
So
my job is to reduce the
Okay,
damage.
but what if you got rid of all the bombs so that you could only use one charge to deal with the rest of them, then you could just charge the boss into the wall a couple times?
That's I mean,
true.
I don't know about that, but it's kind of true in the sense of, yeah, you could just use the charge, but at the same point, there's variance as to where the mines spawn, and sometimes you just can't hit them all with the charge.
Yeah, that's true.
Boss does have wide hips though, so you can do a lot of extra mines if you know how to angle it properly. Yeah, he's dummy thick.
Tettles goes back. Let me see the back. What was the soundboard?
Turn that sucker around.
Turn that sucker around. That's what it is.
So, I mean, it was just, listen. It was just a moment of impulse, all right? I can't turn that sucker around. I can't help myself, all right? Let's relax. One thing leads to another, and it's just, there's a male panda on the screen, and you just got to ask them to turn them around.
I'll get you a cold shower, bud. That's also a callback. Once again, we got Swamp Face, which is a very, very fun fight for healers.
Nerfed. Actually,
they slowed it down, yeah.
One of the harder fights for Mistweaver Monk, which is kind of funny because in theory you would kind of expect him to be a little bit better on this fight just in general, but the HPS output that's required on this lines up better for specializations that have big burst healing because this Awaken the Swamp, ability just does so much damage, and so it's like the Mistweaver actually has people, and it can really fall behind if you're not super careful.
It's kind of the challenge is that it happens so frequently. It's like every 25 seconds or 30 seconds.
Yeah.
What are Alice's graphic settings? I can see the waves so much clearer on his screen than on mine.
Well, he's on an Alienware PC.
Oh! I think he turned off the liquid detail. So
that might do it,
it just shows the surface of the water, not so much what's underneath.
But I agree with Tettles. I think it might be the Alienware R16 PC that he's on. The big rig.
The big rig. I need to get the Raiders graphic settings before I leave. A couple of them.
Also, again, another thing about healing this fight, I'm sure as a Mistweaver monk, it doesn't help that if you have a monkey DPS that drags you out of melee range, you're completely toast.
This?
Like,
oh no, that's the tank.
He's a tank. He's
no,
fine.
he's tanking. But like, if you're attached to like a range, they're like, "Oh my god!" and they run out of melee range, they like snap you back. You're no longer able to hit the boss. You're just like, "What? Hold on."
You know who the worst person to be attached to is on this fight? A Devastation Evoker.
True.
They're hovering around and they get their deep breath off and they yank you in one direction, pull you in another.
They're zipping.
I gotta press my deep breath.
Exactly.
It's like the first boss of COT. Where you where you had to get your deep breath off.
Oh,
and then they get like snapped back into the boss. You're like, I gotta press my eons, man. It's gotta go.
Sounds like you know about that from personal experience.
Well, yeah, I mean, I had to. Like
the young ogles.
Gotta press that button, man.
Miss him. Actually, I don't miss him at all.
I was about to say.
And God Og is dead.
Isn't it a good Boomkin tier?
It will be after I get buffed. Did you see Moonkin's doing 20% less single target than other specializations right
I heard about that. Yeah.
Doing less damage on bosses than Protection Warrior.
Prot Warrior is not okay.
So
let's get that out of the way.
That's the crazy thing is certain healers like Holy Paladin are, well, Holy Paladin and a few others are doing like really, really poor healing, in part because if they made him like do too good, they'd be worried about them doing too well in M+. At least that's my theory. But it seems like Boomkin has the reverse of that, where they're like doing well in M+, but they don't want to buff them for raids.
They'll get buffed. I don't think that Blizzard will be okay with them losing to a tank in single target damage.
Yeah,
I would hope not.
It's my cope. I guess
maybe they're in the wrong covenant.
Hold on, wait.
We're pulling things with bubbles?
Wait, they have a healer down. It's not looking good. They have a second, and then they're about to have some backwash.
Got a battle res.
All right. They got a battle res coming in. They got backwash coming in right now.
This
Big
is
damage.
a lot of bit cooked,
Big
I would say.
Big dam. Okay, they do have the cocoon going out onto the druid. Splat's taking a bunch of damage right now. Heal me.
If the electrician actually gets a cast off, I'm pretty sure whoever the cast goes on is dead. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Ah, yes, like that. And more. Now we're spiraling out of control. Now more electrician casts are going on. This looks like an average pug, but they're still going to time it because they have one Gorillion item level.
Tattles calls Liquid Raiders a average pug.
Also, everything got nerfed by 10% yesterday.
This looks like the groups that I've been in Operation Floodgate where somebody's like,
I was about to get stunned.
I can pull.
Oh, we got it off. Nice. You get the dispel in time. Another thing is if you don't dispel these debuffs, you get stunned for 5 seconds when they expire.
Oh.
Yeah. So
I was actually unaware of that.
Yep.
Can Alice just live this forever?
Yes.
Okay, he's chilling.
Tanks are kind of back to living everything forever.
You know what class is also not okay?
1 million tank nerfs coming in.
Prot Paladins do insane damage in keys.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm glad. I'm glad my tank friends are having a good time. I'm happy.
Kind of what you need.
I'm happy for them.
I mean, like, it's not okay, but I don't care. Like, in a good way. They're insane.
Hello, Johnny. Good morning.
Good morning, Johnny.
Point.
Johnny looking energized. A nice day of grinding Mythic Plus awaits him. Holy Paladin in the trenches. Maybe a tweet to be fired off momentarily.
Holy Paladin's in the grave. they put some earth over that trench and left him there.
Elismir is awoken today. The vendetta.
Did you guys see the JB tweet about Holy Paladin today?
Yes, I did.
Oh, yeah.
That was a good one.
JB dunking on Holy Paladin. More news at 6.
Doesn't even have to play WoW to know that it's doing poorly.
HPAL community. Yeah, so our output's terrible and we need emergency buffs. Blizz class designer. I see. Sounds bad. Yo, Tim, how many HPAL mirrors did Driny make this tier? 37.
They still have those mirrors anyway, no matter what.
You have to have it prepped. Like,
Yeah, you got to have it.
Some tiers are just going to sit on the bench. I mean, that's just the reality situation.
Right.
Once you start rating at a high enough level, that is just the truth of the matter. Is like your time is best spent learning one specialization and mastering that one specialization, and occasionally you're just going to be benched, right? That's just the truth of it whenever you care about the level of which you're rating. Now, that's not necessarily true for, you can reroll, right? You can play something that's more optimal. You can Fodem reroll potentially, especially for other things like Mythic Plus or whatever. But, in a raid environment where there are 20 players, assuming that all player skill is equal, which it's not, but, just assuming that it is, some tiers you're just going to be benched.
Yep.
That's just how it is.
Yep, we saw that in particular with certain healer compositions where certain healers are just super, super powerful. There's not a lot of flexibility that you have access to. The double preservation of Okers that we saw in Erebar Palace, now we're seeing double Mistweaver Monk as well.
Healer and tank, it typically benefits you going wide more than it benefits you going tall and learning all of the tanks and all of the healers.
Agreed.
Because you do need that flexibility. But, flexibility for healing this season, Dryny does end up getting benched, but at the same point, he needs to have that Holy Paladin available, assuming that it's potentially going to get buffed, right? They decided that, there's going to be some specializations that are probably going to suck, like Preservation of Ochre, for whatever reason, so nobody necessarily needs to have that prepped, and they need to have that sorted out in advance. But if, Prez was good, for example, and they wanted Dryny to have that instead of the Holy Paladin, he would probably be sitting on the Holy Paladin.
That's an interesting conversation topic that we haven't really talked about too much, is if there is class tuning this week, typically what they don't do is nerf the top-end stuff. They usually bring up the stuff that's underperforming like crazy a little bit. They don't buff to make a class insanely OP, they buff it to make it competitive.
That's kind of true. So what Blizzard tends to do, at least in my opinion, is they take the best specialization and make them still the best, but the top to bottom delta is less of a factor, and kind of the same thing with the bottom, like you were kind of talking about, where they bring up the bottom a lot. And this tier has a pretty high delta. Just from top to bottom damage. Again, I was seeing numbers around 15 to 20% damage difference from top to bottom, particularly on some of the single target fights, where some of these specs suck. Like, I'm not even talking about Augurboker. Right. Like, Af Warlock and Moonkin are doing literally 20% the single target of, like, some of these warrior specializations. Like, it is crazy, the damage difference. So I kind of expect that to change. I wouldn't be shocked if they hit some aura nerfs. I was a bit surprised that we didn't see them yesterday. But on Monday, I wouldn't be surprised to see, plus 3% here, minus 3% there. Again, just trying to get the specs a little bit closer to one another.
Yeah, I specifically think they don't typically do nerfs mid-race, like in the first 2 weeks.
I think that they should. Okay.
I think they should too. They just haven't in the past, really.
Well, they didn't last year because of Heroic Week stuff, but they did in the past whenever we didn't have Heroic Week. They have done it whenever we didn't have Heroic Week, and again, they tend to be like a couple of small percent on a per spec basis, and that's not like really the end of the world. That's not going to change the texture of the race world first. I mean, it can, but it doesn't. But I mean, this is how in-depth World of Warcraft specializations are. Is
right.
Because you have this like skill gap. Like, you could just skill diff the absolute bejesus out of people just by playing your specialization better.
That's probably one of the best parts about the game, too.
I love that. I love that about the game. Like, that's one of the things that makes the class design of the game like super sick, is just being able to skill diff people so hard.
That's why I'm so excited for Mop Classic whenever that comes out this summer.
True.
Like dot snapshotting Warlock again.
Are you pointing at Trill Healing?
No, I'm pointing at Sang.
Yeah, what is Sang up to right now?
Oh.
I don't know if that's public or not, but it don't matter.
Oh, well, we have a V.
Okay, yeah. He was in Raid.
Looks like an LFR.
He's in LFR?
I'm just spitballing. Isn't it?
Who are the people he's raiding?
Undead Andy.
Yeah, these are not limit raiders.
Undead Andrew.
These are not liquid raiders
Snake
at
is
all.
in there.
Yeah, this must have been like a tank queue for him or something.
I mean, wouldn't he already be saved to normal and heroic?
Yeah.
So the only thing that could be left would be LFR, unless he just wants to practice?
Use bonus rolls, maybe?
That yeah. Yeah, like...
Oh, I missed them.
What else could it be?
Back. Dude, is that a good throwback? Like, yeah, use the bonus rolls, maybe?
Right, and I mean, it has...
5, 4,
Is this LFR? How many people?
Well, look at the HP. We're at 15% and we have like 800 million.
I guess we have 25 people. Yeah, I guess.
So we're gonna get like 600 million is 10%. So 600 million times 10, 6 billion? Question mark?
Is this even his main character? How much HP does it have?
This is Flygon. This
No,
like his main character.
His main character is
Firewing?
Is it
Zapdos.
Zapdos?
Zapdos.
Okay.
I think
Yeah,
Zapdos
yeah.
is his main character. Yeah. I just sit there and think about. Oh, I want to say Starcross so bad, but I know that's not his guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sting's one of the people that has the more interesting character names. He's got the
I like the
Pokemon
theme.
names. He's got the lizard names.
Might be farming a mount.
Wait, that's true.
A man after chat's own heart. Mount collector.
He just has like the free time.
Hover over the loot.
Well, he's got like
Where's the loot?
He's got like
Let's see it.
1,100 mounts these days.
That's true.
Well, we've got Yips needing on something, so maybe that's good.
He's needing on it so that way he can sell it to the people of LFR.
Yeah.
Amulet.
Kind of weird.
Did you guys notice that every single one of the items that drops from Rick Reverb is like it's a song reference? It's like Semi-Charmed Amulet, Semi-Charmed Life.
Rick's walking boots.
Yeah, these boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do.
Wonderwall.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Fierce Diva. I don't know what that one is.
Yeah, I don't know that one actually.
You just know someone was giggling to themselves when they wrote those item names down.
Look at this, saying also with the R-Pier Warband
That
collection.
is good. Yeah, I got to figure out how to unlock some of the other warband backgrounds.
Yeah, they're based through achievements.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty neat.
Gotta look at some of the. I don't know what they're all attached to. I know that I don't have.
There's a Bellular video about it. I got to check it out. Been meaning to.
Ah,
It's on my to be watched.
this is too many mages.
That is the perfect amount of mages.
The problem is not all of them can get power infusion.
That is true.
That's true. It just means
There's mass
that, It just
shortages.
means that the healer gets to pick and choose when they get to use their power infusion on cooldown with
So
whoever's getting the bust.
That
we're
is
in,
true.
we're in here in workshop for the hyper thread wrist wraps
Oh yeah.
chase item for Fire Mage.
For the third season in a row.
Yeah, it gives you some nice. Oh, I actually like this.
Well, that's a good animation. Okay, that was added yesterday.
Yeah, that was added yesterday. So the hyper thread wrist wraps, what it does is it reduces the cooldown of your previous ability by, was it 4 seconds or something like that?
It reduces, so it's 2 seconds for each of the last 3 abilities you pressed.
Yeah, so you use it on Fire Blast, and you basically just get extra charges of Fire Blast. It's optimal.
Yeah, for Mage specifically, you Fire Blast, Pyro, Fire Blast. You press the wrist wraps. It'll reduce Fire Blast by twice the amount because you press 2 of them in the past three spells, and you'll get a bunch of charges back. Especially since they're Blanks on Fear and they have the reduced Fire Blast cooldown charge, you get like 1.5 presses.
How big of a damage gain is it?
I don't think it's that big. It's not the hugest increase. It's just like a super min-maxy.
We gotta bring back the memory of Lucid Dreams fire.
Yeah.
Miss it.
We're getting a little bit of BFA back in 11.1.5. We're getting Horrific Visions back. We're getting
Ooh.
The corruption weapon enchants are crazy. Okay, so chat, if you guys didn't see, there was a post on Wowhead probably 2 or 3 days ago that was like corruption is now attached to weapon enchants, and there are things like Twilight Dev, Echoing Void, Gushing Wound. Like what?
Infinite Stars. Void
Infinite Stars.
Tendrils. Yeah, those are the 5. Those are
Oh
the
my
5. Those 3 you mentioned: Infinite Stars and the Void Tendrils.
What in the hell is
Those
going
are just
on?
going to be weapon enchants in the 0.5 patch. I'm super hyped for
That's
it.
a way cooler weapon enchant than Authority of the Depths.
Yeah.
Radiant power. I'm gonna
Storm Rider Siri.
I'm gonna high roll my Twilight Dev.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Haste build again.
Can't wait. I'm down.
I doubt it's gonna be hasted RPPM, but if it is,
I remember doing that as Mistweaver, and I was like, I'm going to stack Twilight Dev. And I would just like insta-proc it on the pull, rip threat, and just die. It's fun when you can do it on Priest, because then you just fade.
Yep, average Twilight Dev moment for sure.
I remember one of the funniest things that I ever saw was back when we were at Complexity headquarters. Gradnos had like literally full Echoing Void on. Had like 300 corruption on day 1. I'm like, yeah, just send it. Do a fight with it. The second they pulled the boss, the first little circle spawned from the first tier of corruption.
Oh, yeah.
Spawned another one, instantly went to 20 stacks, instantly died on a blade.
That was so crazy.
That was really fun to see, because it was also a check of whether or not people were properly able to manage their corruptions.
I loved corruption. Corruption acquisition was garbage.
Do you remember the Dr. J Shrine of the Storm clip?
Which one?
They were fighting I think it was like the second boss. It was like the council boss.
Yeah.
And he gets the eye on him, and it starts taking damage. and he's like, "Heal me, bro, heal me," and it's Mach healing him. And he's like, "Heal me, bro, heal me," and then he successfully heals him through it. He's like, "That's why you're on the team, bro. Yeah."
The funny thing about that tier, if you guys remember what the Mythic Plus meta ended up being, it was your fire mages running like a ridiculous amount of mastery. And then everyone else in the group just ran pure verse stats because they needed to dedicate all of their attention to keeping the fire mage.
Yeah.
Yep.
And your fire mage was literally playing another mini game inside the key because of the corruption they were running. They were trying to run from things from beyond and be outside of circles.
Yep. That was dumb stop outlaw rogue. That was that was one of the dumbest metas I've ever seen. You would literally you would iron bark your mage on CD2 with their 79 masterful corruption. Or 79 corruption, masterful, full stack, memory of lucid dreams mage.
It was funny. It was funny because you would just be sitting there chilling, fighting a boss, and then your mage would randomly cauterize, and it's like, bro, what
are you doing?
What are you doing? It's like, you don't understand, man. I've got 3 things from beyond fixating me right now.
Just cleanse it with the
fight for my life out here.
Just slam cloak insta. What are we talking about? We caught it to air. Not even a mechanic, the literal air.
Yep. Life of a healer.
That was so stupid.
Just life of a healer, man.
Corruption was so sick, but also, again, the acquisition sucks, so.
Well, now we have a time to revisit it with better corruption.
Yeah, no resistance, no corruption resistance, and the acquisition process is way better, huh?
Also, Horrific Visions were just fun.
They were.
They were a good form of side content.
They were very fun to solo.
With that, yeah. I remember the first time doing 5 masks. 5 masks was banging.
Oh, yeah.
And then I got, then I ran into the wall, the images, and that was cursed. Bugs were OP because bugs were easy, you just jump. But then the mirror image wall was terrible.
Oh yeah, the one where there was like 6 of them around you in one open spot.
Oh right, yeah. You had to fight your way out.
That was, yep.
Okay, Leaden Foot was by far the worst one though.
What was Hot Feet?
Hot Feet was the one where you just had puddles spawn under you randomly sometimes.
I thought it would just like randomly jolt you forward.
Oh, you're right. That's what it was. Leaden Foot was the one where it was like if you're in combat, you got slowed.
You're just slowed?
Yeah.
I forgot about that. And then again, the bugs. Those are OP because you just jump one time. They go away. But if you didn't, then you got horrified, which is really weird.
Oh, yeah. Probably the most hyped I've been for a 0.5 patch in a long time.
Yeah, and I like how early that they've announced it too. To kind of like just get the stage set.
You know what's crazy? I was super stoked for the 20th anniversary patch, and then it just fell flat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you miss though, right?
I think that they should have added cooler rewards to Blackrock Depths. I think that if they added like actually good gear and like a dinar to Blackrock Depths or something like that, that would have been sick.
Yeah, I feel like part of it for me was like the incentive to go and try it from the very beginning because I was like, is there any gear? No, not really. Okay, I won't do it. You know.
It was harder than doing the normal heroic raid, but it rewarded the exact same gear as heroic.
Yeah.
I felt like it should have maybe been a little bit easier.
I'm too reward brained, so I like needed to have like a specific purpose.
Everybody is.
You know.
It's one of those things that like you say that you are, but literally everybody in this game plays. Like it or not, they'll tell you that just honestly.
If it's fun, I'll do it. You know.
Don't drop rewards and just make it pure replayability content. But no.
Well, some people also have
I know you're
expectations
talking
for
about
what the rewards are, right? For us, usually it's in the form of tangible gear upgrades, things that we want to use to make our characters better at the game. For some people, it's just.
I mean, I have brain damage, and I need gear rewards to continue to progress my character. Otherwise, I don't get dopamine.
I need number to go
soundboard.
Do not add that to the soundboard.
Soundboard.
There's no way. Please do not add that to the soundboard.
I like that we're seeing Trill flexing the healing muscles here a little bit, though.
Yeah.
One of the first introductions I ever had to Trill, the first time he raided with us back in Tumisar Garrus, during raid testing, he played all 3 roles. During raid testing, he tanked, he healed, he DPS'd, he just filled whatever role we needed to.
He's just good at everything.
He's just good at everything.
He can also.
That's why he's Mr. Warcraft.
He can also play nasty rogue and paladin. I've seen him play both.
And Demon Hunter.
And Demon. Oh yeah, you're right. And Demon Hunter.
Yeah, it's gonna make me pretty scared when we have to do the charity reward and we PvP against him.
I'm not doing it.
Listen, I'll save you guys the suspense. It's already been done. You're safe.
Oh, good.
Oh, really?
You're safe.
Dude, so the PvP charity reward is, I think it's $10,000. It's PvP against Trill, and how it was pitched was you take off all of your gear, and you go 1v1 him naked in front of Duratar, or in Duratar, and I just saw that, and I was like, There is no world where my Moonkin is beating this guy's Windwalker.
There is
man.
no world where any of the caster's characters
Right,
are winning this guy.
It wouldn't even be close. Like that guy's gonna be 100% HP, and I'm gonna be dead.
See, I likened it to like one of those martial arts movies where like the master comes in and he fights like 20 black belts at once.
1v20.
And they have like katanas and they have like the sticks and everything like that. He has like bare hands and he just like beats everybody up.
Bro, he's literally gonna open up first global on me. He's gonna leg sweep me, pop SEF, pop Serenity, and then Fist of Fury me to the point where then he can Todd me and I just die.
Yeah.
I'm dying inside the sweep.
Have you already seen the video or something?
No. That's just what it is, though. Like I
had a bad dream last night.
No, it literally what was gonna happen. Whenever I looked at that, I was like, dude, I would just lose that insta. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I think he pretty much just described almost exactly what happened.
Yeah, all right. Like, I would win the Gurabashi Arena versus all of OnlyFangs, I think.
So once again, if you're just now tuning in, people asking in chat, why are they doing Mythic Plus right now?
Yeah.
It's still because there's a lot of item level and gear upgrades that they can obtain from Mythic Plus, things that'll help them out in the Mythic rate. And as we've seen, the next two encounters are at least a decent step up in difficulty from the 3 that they've already done. Both Styx, Bunk Junker, and Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock are looking to be pretty difficult encounters numbers-wise. So go ahead and take that time, go into Mythic Plus, get those item level upgrades, because as we covered before, most of the Raiders, even though they're done with splits, are still wearing some of last year's gear, so there's very, very easy Ws they can get in the form of these 655 item level items that'll drop from plus 10s.
Yeah, and even if it's not the specific item they want or the itemization, just being able to upgrade gear with the Crest system, Valor Stone system is really super beneficial. Also, Echo, by the way, they've had a bit of progress onto Rick Reverb. They're on a 35% right now.
Okay.
So it's been... that is a wonderful
You can probably
question.
pull it up on Warcraft Logs in the competition mode. I think it's probably the best way.
True. I love Warcraft Logs in one of our partners.
Yeah, I also love parsing, too.
Yeah, you do.
Yes, sir.
That's why I quit raiding. Because I love parsing too much.
You loved it too much.
I love parsing too much.
Let's see what we got so far.
I love parsing, but parsing just didn't love me back.
So, we're in the Cinder Brew meadery.
Yeah, this boss got nerfed.
Oh, they have one pull.
What did they do to IPA?
So they nerfed the IPA boss does a spinning AoE effect. That got nerfed by 33%. The dots that come off the boss didn't get changed at all, but then the brew droplets got their health reduced by 30% and the movement speed by 29%. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay.
Yeah. So 33% on the AoE. No change to the dot, so you're gonna be still reliant on dispels and just healing, basically.
This doesn't work,
healing
guys.
Against that.
Kiting this pull out does not work.
I believe.
The second a keg spawns on the ground, that goes through walls.
This guy's an AWC BlizzCon champion. Shut up. Put some
Yeah. Okay, they gotta go kill those explosive brews though.
That's fine.
Those will explode through the wall.
That's fine. We've won the AWC.
No one shot everyone. Look at that batch. Look at the failed batch. Boom.
We're alive.
Somehow they're alive. Okay.
We're not
for long.
Oh my goodness.
We're the Thundering Hero as well. A truly jack of all trades, master of none. Master of all, actually.
Atlas live.
All right, so Methods killed first two.
Okay.
They killed Cauldron of Carnage, and it looks like they're doing Mythic Plus. Echo has gotten a pull in onto Richard Reverberation.
The vibes
and
guy.
That was their second pull. They got to 36%. So it seemed like they pulled kind of at the beginning of our shift, and then had a standard Echo hour sesh.
Hour-long break.
Well, to talk and prep and whatnot.
And see another break?
Yeah. And now they're pulling once again, so we're gonna keep an eye on how they're gonna be doing on to Richard Reverb.
It's so funny because Liquid almost two-shot that boss. Like, again, they wiped it 5% because one of the pyrotechnic barrels went off. If that pyrotechnic barrel doesn't go off, then they two-shot the boss, and I remember Cam's Kalamazoo and I were sitting on the couch, and we were having a conversation about just like progressing the boss in general. I was like, dude, I don't even think we'd have this conversation if they two-shot the boss. Like, this is like ridiculous.
Oh, really interesting thing is that Echo has the highest eye level I've seen out of anybody.
What they got?
653 right now.
Just flat?
Interesting.
So Liquid was 651.6.
653.2. And on the kill for Liquid, they were 651.7.
Okay.
So an eye level and a half ahead is where Echo's at right now.
It's going to be mostly the fact that here's the thing. They had perfect information coming into their day. They saw exactly what Liquid were able to do. And so then their analysts are able to strategize and make perfectly informed decisions as to like when we're spending crests, what we're spending crests on, what we're doing with our crafting as well. And so it's one of those things that you know, playing from ahead does have its advantages. Of course, you are literally starting ahead, but you give the guilds that are behind you perfect information for whenever they start their day. So of course, you know, Echo's going to go in there and have spent some of their crests. It sounds like it's not
well,
it's impossible to tell what the item level difference is going to be until we see both guilds or all three guilds spend all of their crests.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. I think the important thing to look at as well is you'd have to go to RaiderIO, another one of our affiliates for this.
Love that.
And actually check the gear for all the players as well, because like we've been talking about, yes, Liquid's item level and Instant Dollar's item levels are lower than you would expect, but they put a huge focus on getting the very rare items, even if they have them on normal. Like, for instance, a normal Eye of Kazan is better than most heroic trinkets.
Right.
Not all heroic trinkets. And that will bring your item level down, but your characters will be stronger. So the only way I would actually be concerned about Echo having a 1.5 item level advantage is if they didn't send crests in that item level while also having all of those very rare items.
I think the only way of like really assessing that is you look at how many 639, if any, pieces, like if any 639 or lower pieces are still being worn, that means that those items are not going to be able to be upgraded. Because even if you're still wearing a normal track piece of gear, you can upgrade that piece to 662 maybe?
Yeah.
658 perhaps, something like that. So you like basically you can upgrade all of that gear pretty high. There's going to be obviously a 6 item level difference between the heroic and the normal gear, but the normal gear is still fairly solid.
Yeah, and notably, they did have a couple pulls on the side of Echo on Sprocket Monger, and then went back to Rick. So looks like they kind of just got like their weak aura timings, you know, got some more information, and now they're going to be going back into Rick and going in for that kill as well. But they do have a insane amount of Ayakazans. I see Jinji and Soda with Moxie Jugs.
Okay.
Gotcha.
And not Ayakazans.
There's a lot of Ayakazans that I can see from
there. Yeah, there is plenty.
It's almost everyone.
Yep.
Okay.
See, Hopeful still has a Spy Master. Zero still has a Spy Master.
Are they playing Arcane?
No.
Fire.
Gotcha. I think that Arcane with the Evocate int amp, I think they still play Spy Masters for a while, but I don't know about Fire.
Okay.
So what I'll bet happened for Echo there with the Sprocket Monger pulls is they were doing the same thing Liquid did last night, where they went around and killed all the lieutenants for BOE drops.
Oh, yeah.
And when they killed it, they're like, okay, we may as well pull it just to see if weak auras work.
Yep. And that's, again, kind of goes back to Max's, like, there's always something to do kind of thing.
Yeah.
That applies not only to the Raiders themselves, but also to the analysts. If they know at some point they need to make sure that all the work that they put in on PTR for timings and everything along those lines still is, you know, relevant for them. They don't want to have to worry about that while they're trying to pull the next boss.
A gift of power.
Well, we got through that. We were watching that big trash pull earlier that they were kiting out. I was kind of surprised they were able to make that work. They kind of just slowly death ran it. And with the nerfs to the raid yesterday, plus Mythic Plus yesterday, rather, I should say, plus all the gear they have, timing this isn't going to be an issue, even though they had that kind of weird death run where they had like 15 deaths thrown at it.
They have plenty of gear. Like,
yeah.
This should be easy, assuming they're not just like running it.
What do you think we're looking for in this dungeon?
It was the neck piece, right?
Probably the neck is what I was thinking.
Largely the neck. I mean, it's like it's like heavy haste low master or something, right?
Yeah, it's just a good haste mastery neck.
Synergistic brutalizer, but that's more of a caster trinket, so I don't think the splat's looking to get that.
Yeah, I doubt it. He's probably also running House of Cards.
The synergistic brutalizer is a trinket that is required with the boomerang from Stone Vault to be able to unlock a mount from the quest. So it could be.
Well, why isn't Seng in here?
Well, Seng's already got it.
Oh.
Yeah. Seng went and did Cinder Rumetery last patch.
Oh. Yeah, no, you're right.
Seng's back in Rick Reverb.
On a different guy?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it must be.
What is he doing?
Is he trying to
He wants the mount, maybe?
Is he okay, number one, he's either mount farming, or number two, he might be trying to hit a wooey tier piece.
What? No, man.
What?
There's no way he's got woo tier. He's got Curia. You can feed people Curias. There's no way he needs tier.
So it's probably the mount then.
He might unironically be mount farming right now. Which No, there's no way. Dude, there's no way he's mount farming. I refuse to believe that. He's got to be doing something, but like I just don't know what it's going to be.
Is his gear good enough that he just doesn't need to be doing Mythic Plus right now?
No, man, his gear is not good. Nobody's gear is good enough.
I don't think anybody's. Yeah, he's 651
I don't know.
there.
Scott War is definitely geared enough. He's like 656.
No, where he's going to stop and start mount farming. Like, what are we talking about?
There's a strat that is beyond our understanding.
He's not an ARP here from Twitch chat. Like, what are we talking about, Zyro?
This is beyond our understanding.
I mean, saying's about as close as you can get to that while also being a world first raider.
Doesn't Rick drop a mount? I thought there was like a Rick specific mount.
Oh no, that drops from Gallywix.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's like the secret raid mount.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah, no, there's not even a mount that drops from this boss.
Hey, and so we just got another kill onto Rick Reverb with Echo getting that world third.
What comp did they run?
They have a lot of players. I mean, they Holy Priest, Resto Druid, Mistweaver Monked, everything like that.
Okay. Well, I'm more curious about the DPS combo.
Double Shadow Priest.
Double Shadow.
Mears was gearing a Bear Druid for a while. Is he not playing that? What's he playing?
I can pull it up real quick for you guys.
The raid comp.
Yeah, maybe we can pull it up on the big screen on Warcraft Logs.
Scuff that real quick. Yeah. We can always go to my feed and everything like that. I'll grab it right here. Let's see. They just updated it. They're running Prop Alley, Prop Warrior.
Okay.
Mirrors is playing the Prop Warrior. Resto Druid, Mistweaver, and Holy Priest, just like Liquid was running. Double Windwalker with double Warrior DPS, double Shadow Priest, double Destro Lock, double Fire Mage, one Hunter, one Devastation Evoker.
Very similar, almost exactly.
I think that's almost the exact same cop. Yeah. Yep. It sounds like there's almost
triple Shadow was in for one of the two warriors.
Okay.
I think that was the only difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of Moxie Jugs instead of like House of Cards type stuff for a lot of the casters.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they're like equivalent or they didn't drop or what.
Depends on your spec.
Okay.
Yeah, so
one is crit, one is mastery. They made the Moxie Jug a lot better whenever they changed. They made an ICD change. I want to say like last Friday before the patch came out on that trinket. So it made it a lot more valuable compared to what it was previously. So dot specializations that like crit, like that trinket.
So there's actually some interesting things for Warlock specifically on that trinket choice. Mugsy Jug is actually, I think, overall BIS for Destrolock now. Like, it's just your best trinket, along with Eye of Kazan, obviously, so you just run double passive trinkets. House of Cards, although you would think it would be strong for Destrolock in particular, it's a mastery on use, which, unfortunately, it doesn't work very well with the way the tier bonus works. Since you already want a lot of mastery, you end up overcapping and, what's the word I'm thinking of? I can't think of the word right now. I'm drawing a blank. You get less value out of the extra mastery.
Oh, like DR?
DR. Yeah, you DR
you hit the
your
DR cap on mastery? Yeah, sure.
Also, there's a bug with there's a bug with the tier bonus with mastery right now that makes it even less valuable.
Oh, well, yeah.
Really?
I mean, mastery's less good because of their engine mastery bonus with how it is with the tiers. I guess that makes sense.
So, yeah, Warlock actually wants to run double passive right now. House of Cards is still okay.
Gotcha.
But there's some sim stuff that isn't being properly tracked in.
Would they not run like a priority signet?
No, double passive is just better.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
It's curious. They have a very similar eye level on that kill.
Yeah?
As, oh no, okay. Gosh, that's so strange. So they're at 653.6 item level on the Rick Reverb kill.
Sure.
Okay. And then I'm going to go back and check what Liquid's was as well.
I think 651.6 from memory, but again,
Liquid was 652.2.
Oh, wow, okay.
So about an eye level and a half difference still between both guilds on the Rick Reverb kill.
Yeah, but a lot of that's going to come down to crests and crafting and stuff like that.
Right.
And we're not going to be able to appropriately assess the item level distinctions between the race world first contenders until you see a boss where you're full sending all of your crests and crafts. And then you're like, okay, this is going to be the item level difference. And I kind of expect it to, I think they're going to be like potentially even the 660s.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is still very, very early on to it, but we can always go and see.
There's so many crests to spend right now, right?
Yeah. We can always go and see what the raiders themselves are kind of thinking, feeling as they're wrapping up this dungeon. Let's go and take it on over into a Monster Energy. Listen in.
Reverb. Callie's the best.
Dude, they missed an opportunity with the Rick Burb radio, where like when it's like fucking fully ramps up and procs, they should just like do the Ricka thing. I'd be so happy to hear that randomly. Maybe I should make that a custom weak aura.
Yeah, 5 stacks, boom. Ricka. This patch is like so sick. Outside of like all the tuning and balance and class balance and all the design, the noises are funny.
Yes! Nice, man. There it is.
I think Boomy hit something.
Something crazy happened.
Thing in the corner kind of hits.
I like corner.
Tough angle, tough angle. Oh, shit.
Hit one, right?
I'll get the last one.
Oh, shit.
Wow, that was a big hit.
Oh.
Oh, kaboom.
Oh, shit.
Ah!
Bang!
Oh shit,
Flying
that looked
horse.
crazy. That looked crazy.
Sending lust.
The fuck is this wave come from?
Yeah, what?
Wait, is he gonna chain it? Okay. That'd be fucking
Do waves
wild.
break barrels?
Yeah, chain reaction some.
Oh shit.
Bang. Oh, that's a tight squeeze.
Thank you.
What?
Oh shit, Liv.
Oh shit.
A gift of power.
I'll get him. Where the fuck I am.
Surely.
Please, Bell. The towel.
Please.
No, man. Well, apparently I want this towel too, so fuck it. No, I forgot to lower my key. Shit.
Oh, where?
I have had a...
Do I reroll my floodgate?
I could use that if you want to keep it. But that's just me.
I could also use it.
I got a floodgate. Okay, you roll yours. Hey, we get another center, bro.
Nope, got a fucking priory.
Fuck me, bro. Does anyone want this ring? I don't think I need it at all. High mastery, low crit. Nope.
I'll take it for fun.
Yeah.
Alright, see you guys at the floody.
I guess so. If it can't be different.
You don't want to do Sunderbro again?
Oh, we did. I guess we could level his key.
Good hit.
Only 7, which kind of sucks, but that's fine, I guess.
I mean, we can do floodgate if you want.
That's fine. It still has the items, right? And then you can,
run
worst
back.
case, get like if it's
back.
the neck, for an example, you
Yeah,
can
we
just
gotta
get a
get him,
BOE to like
10.
level it.
My soul
We're
core
back,
10.
we're back.
Atlas can finally pull like a maniac.
Scott's fucking 659.
That happens every race, man.
It's the Scott Brexit
What the
diff.
fuck?
Suffers through splits, but then he comes out on top.
Bro, look at my gear. I'm 656.44 with 2 pieces of old crafted gear still.
Fuck.
You
I'm about
guys
to
are pretty
fucking
strong as
ascend.
well.
Yeah, too bad my trinkets are complete dog shit.
Oh.
No Av Kazan, no House of Cards.
Yeah,
I've
that's
got a
it.
Rick Reeb.
That's
got a fucking Rick
insane that
radio.
you didn't hit that at all, actually. That's crazy. Did we sub?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might have reset twice, so good luck.
I guess you needed to hit a weapon and like a house and iron.
I mean, Weapons pretty easy, I think. There's like 3 weapons in the raid. Yeah. Whoa. Oh, hold on. Let me change something.
Wait, oh god, please let me buy fucking water.
Oh, please God.
If you you can, it's called if you search for stone soup, that's like good water.
Oh, my sim is done. Okay, why is the sim just fucking lying into my face? It's telling me the fucking hotline trinket isn't that bad. It's complete dog shit.
No, that's good.
It's a complete fucking 4K strength only, no proc, anything.
Guys, it's good.
Dog shit.
Dog shit. Oh my god. Jesus. What could possibly have happened?
Trinouts ready?
Yeah, I'm good.
5, 4, 3.
Oi, 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 oi.
One.
Oi, 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 oi. 7, right? Uh-oh. JCF? Uh-oh.
JCF.
Dude, he's in fucking chicken mode right now.
Oh, shit. Oh shit!
Oh, he's tired of getting meleeed.
Went full chicken.
Look at him, he's gonna go absolutely chicken mode. Chicken mode.
Lost.
Gone chicken form.
That's a chill 7.
I just cocooned Mr. President.
Look at him go.
Oh,
Huey. Does the boss pull everything in the room that you didn't kill?
Yeah, he does, yeah. It's a prick.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Okay. So you got beat.
Yep, big secret deck, boom.
Boom.
Oh. Oh, that
Fucking love. Oh shit.
I am blowing up. No, I thought she was dead already. What the fuck?
Oh. It makes so much. I didn't know this. When Chewie is alive, you cannot kick anything.
Oh.
Ah.
Wow, wow.
Oh.
Bar fight.
Chewie's a prick.
Wait, those patrons are leaving.
Patron.
Oh, no heroic week just sucks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Balls. Making sure.
Time for happy hour.
No, I clicked the game instead of the mug. Fuck.
Wow.
Yoink.
Another one.
Another one. Limb fucking stop a single one of these challenge impossible mode.
Break it up.
I'm going all the way.
Oh yeah, bro. Jesus Christ.
It's chill.
Trying to get out to front, but there's like 50 tornadoes in the way.
Oh my god.
Yep. Hello.
Nice. The whole bar's fucked.
Nice.
Yo,
That's
there's some
real
shit
good.
on the bar.
If anybody cares, the whole bar is completely fucked.
Don't worry, just fucking pop through it, man. It's all chill.
Dude, the whole bar is fucked.
Can we like get
Bro, I
them on me?
literally can't click on it. Don't worry, guys. I'll
We'll
just
wait
run.
for a little-
I'll run
I
them
think-
all.
Oh, they're all on me, I think. Yeah, I'll cat them out.
No.
That's just so chill.
Get bubbling. Alright, 2 down.
So
God,
bad.
it's just so fucking chill, man.
This boss is great.
Some brew.
Okay, I'll farm up.
I got half of them.
Nice. Do this, bang.
Okay, so cutting
that's
him up
heavy
here
shot.
is banned.
Yeah.
Break it up. Get us.
The splits performance pings go so fucking hard. I think I'm muting that channel in the next like hour.
You're muting it?
Yeah, every day, just fucking at hear anything. It's taken bad, even though it's done nice.
What channel are you on about?
Splits performance.
What category is that in? Is that in?
Splits one.
Undermine splits.
Every day they ping 5 times to ask if you need anything.
Bro, I don't see shit.
Yeah.
I'm chilling.
You aren't added to that channel.
Thank fucking God.
Get my meadery back, Outlander.
Alright, where the fuck is the hobgoblin?
He's chilling
charged all the way down. He's hopping.
On a vacation.
Where is my hop? Hoppa hoppa. I go. And I go.
I'm running. The drops are after me.
And I go.
What are they after?
Lucky Charms!
Sure.
Yep. Correct answer.
Gone.
Yo.
What's good, man?
Yo.
That's good from a Starfall.
Let's have a good
yo.
talk about the angles on
How
these.
about we go back cat?
It's good from a Starfall.
Back.
Okay.
Back. Oh, I'm going fucking stupid in here. Moron mode coming in.
Alright.
Let's go.
Holy shit, moron mode.
Let's get done.
Alright, take your tires, let's get crazy with it.
Cock me. This was such a fucking mistake, it's crazy.
But it's like chill.
But it's actually chill, it's actually chill. Oh shit, wait, it's not chill.
Need a ring?
I'm fucking trying, boys.
Keep it up, you're doing great.
No, I'm getting stunned.
Actual chill, actual chill.
Moron mode kinda fucking hit. Alright.
Actually,
Charge limit to the next pack.
They're fucking
Oh my
running.
god, I got yupped. Am I supposed to moonfire
doing
every single
close.
mob? No, not really. But yeah, it's kind of cringe. It's kind of you kind of want to do it like on the way into the pool, but when you go more on mode, it's a bit hard. it's more for high key spec.
We're good.
I think evasion might work. Okay, I'm stunned, but I think that
Eepa! Eepa.
Bye, Hobo.
He's just gone.
A gift of power.
Letting this go off the front.
Eepa!
Maybe you need to cut the off.
When's lunch over?
It's not even start. Start yet?
No, I'm
Doesn't say
saying.
it, surely it doesn't.
That's what I meant.
I think it's
I think it's at 1, right?
Full sending, full sending.
Let me see the pins.
Or 1.
It starts at 2.
Oh, 2.
130.
Aries
Oh, do we change it?
Sarah's gonna kill everybody.
That's the last time it was mentioned in announcements.
Alright, maybe yeah. It's
That was 2 days ago. Bubba posted the schedule. Saturday breakfast or yeah, lunch 1:30.
I got paid. No wait, you got.
Oh yeah, I forgot we changed it because of the same stuff.
We're back. We're back. This one.
Back.
My power is transcendent. Share
Hey, ring. Thank you.
Guys, I forget. I tried to, guys.
Nope, I bugged those.
Wait, it's okay. Now
They're
you
slow
can get
forever.
three.
Oh, the G&D slow?
Yep.
Well, that can still happen.
Bagger.
Look at the.
I'll get the three.
Whoa, that guy's mad.
Oh my god, in left on purpose.
Send me in there.
Yeet.
Moron mode. Moron mode. Moron mode. Moron mode.
Kick the Wranglers. The volley. Give me that Wrangle.
By the targets, I don't see anything.
Dang.
I kicked that.
Take that.
Thank you, you're dead. Boom! Oh, they're all dead. What the hell happened to them?
Warlock.
Oh,
Well, I went
three went off.
demon
What the-
mode.
Something.
Yeah, what the fuck, Splat?
Feeling
back
a
there.
little bit dead.
Oh, what the? Oh, the volley. I got
Taking
it.
that.
What the
Oh shit,
fuck
took my kick.
Oh no. That.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Only
That was
the
one goal on the title.
strongest survive.
You will never res me.
I'm too fast for you. You'll never get me, bitch. I hope that doesn't pull the extra pack. It didn't. Amazing.
I love this.
And thank you so much to Monster Energy for that listen in. If you just tuned in, the Raiders are doing lots of Mythic Plus, grabbing their 8 vault slots and seeing if they can farm up a few more pieces of gear before they jump into either Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock or Styx Bunk Junker. Welcome in, I'm Jack, joined by Zyronic and Tettles. Now when we left for the Monster Energy listen in, we had this group in a Cinnabrew meadery, and now when we come back, they're back in another one.
A different one, perhaps. 3 levels lower than the previous one.
That is true.
Was it 3 depletes, or was it doing dungeon? The world may never know.
No idea. There's no way of knowing, ever.
But just another trinket. Just another key they had.
Yeah, they're just continuing to try to farm for those pieces that they're looking for this key. We think it's maybe like the necklace. I think it's unlikely to. There's potentially a ring as well.
Yep.
I think it's unlikely to be any of the trinkets. The synergistic brutalizer, I think, is the only thing that's good from here.
Yeah, I think it's a good trinket, but I think it's unlikely they need it specifically because I'm sure they all have plenty of Eye of Kazans, Jugs, House of Cards, and I think for the brutalizer to be good, you need like a lot of them in the raid.
All right, Jack, give it to me straight. When are we going into Mythic, man?
Probably right as our session is over. Probably right after our shift is over.
So
if I had to guess.
After?
I think we have like, I mean, actually, they might just straight up do it until lunchtime. Now that I think about it. We do have, I think it's like a roasted chicken Peruvian type of dish for lunch, which sounds delicious. And so it's
like pollo a la something, and I don't remember.
Prasa,
okay.
Yeah, something like that. Sounds delicious. So they might be like heavily anticipating that.
A roasted chicken dish with some sauces on it.
Yeah, salsa.
What do you think the purpose is of like slamming this many Mythic Plus for like 5 hours here?
I think it's just a recognition that this race is going to be going on for a long time. It's very heavily tuned. And as a result, they're just going to be recognizing that they need to do a lot of M+ regardless. So they might as well start getting some of it out of the way.
Yeah. Also, usually when they're not in the raid is because Bubba and the analysts are cooking up some stuff for the next bosses, so I'm sure they've got a lot of strat planning going on based off of that. You know, they also could have, you know, a dedicated secret squad maybe doing some pulls just to see how things work in the raid as well. We'll never know, because we're not going to show that if they are doing it. Just, you know, potentially throwing it out there.
That's crazy. Show that.
It's not unheard of.
Let's show that. Wait a second.
Yep. That's the thing. Not unheard of. And with the idea that, you know, One Arm Bandit, Muggsy, Gallywix are all going to be really, really tough. And also just how the gear, I guess, treadmill, the gear progression curve goes out, you know, effectively we're having people around 650, which is, you know, mid-level heroic at best. It's nowhere even close to like full mythic gear, and a lot of these boss fights are going to need like full mythic gear or close to it in order to kill.
It's one of those things that 6 Bunk Chunker and Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock actually look like they're a pretty considerable step up from the first 3 bosses, to the point where your best bet isn't to actually throw 60, 70, 80 pulls at them. It's actually to make sure that you have that gear. That way you can cut 20 or 30 pulls off of those bosses.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, if you know you have to do these things anyway for Gallywix or for some reason, or for an example, you might as well just get those things done now.
Exactly.
Which version of these mini-bosses do you guys like the best? Do you like the S-Men, the Ascent Bloke, the Agree Gentleman, or the...
Concursor?
Concursor.
That's my favorite. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I run a Plater script that just has last names on it. I didn't realize that they were puns.
Oh my!
The entire dungeon is puns, so I don't really know what my thought process was. I never realized that their names were puns, though.
Oh yeah, so good.
Now we're gonna have the best voice line of this dungeon coming up momentarily.
The BEO.
Now you're getting ready to mess with the BEO.
That was pretty good. You gonna be in our Goblin music video?
Yeah, they'll call me the Mind.
I don't know if they hear that or not.
I hope they don't hear that.
There's some crazy machinery going on in the kitchen.
Jack's starting a car, I think, in the background, perhaps.
No, that's way too loud to be my car, because my car is a Honda and it runs so quiet and smoothly.
Yes, same.
That is a... Oh, is that real?
Yeah.
That's a great plug.
That's a good alley-oop. Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Him and I both Honda owners.
Yeah, we bought it together.
CRV.
Yep.
Me carless, but if I had a car, it'd be a Honda for sure.
Can we do that again? We need a little... I'm bad at left-handed high fives. Hang on. You deliver it. Okay. You deliver the blow. There we go.
That was a little...
There. Yeah. Been a big fan of the high fives lately. And now it's gone.
Yeah.
There it is.
Did they hear that?
I don't know. Chat. Did you guys hear that? It doesn't sound like...
man.
It did not look like they could. It was like the sound of like a chainsaw.
That's good. That's good. I'm glad they can, because that thing is like that was ridiculously loud in here.
Did you guys see the new dog drop we got today? We procced a new dog.
Yeah.
A little 3-month-old puppy back there.
We need more cats.
We do need more cats.
Tough to bring the cats into the office, though.
You could. Have you ever heard of Cat Cafe, Jack?
Is that a new thing that you're pitching to me?
It's not a new thing. It's a established thing. It's just not an American thing.
Yeah. Okay. Doesn't exist into my eyes then.
All right. Loot here
This is my world.
Oh, weird comment, anyway.
Show us the loot. Show us the loot. Show us the loot.
This is the world. This is the universe.
Hey, John Catform's
my bubble.
Foray into Moonkin, perhaps. Very rare.
It's a ring?
Oh, a ring. What's
Hey.
what's the stats on that thing?
I think it's crit
It's
something.
mastery crit, isn't it? Yeah.
I do think it's funny. You see what the ring's called?
The 85.
85-year, 10-year ring.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Well, it's just funny because Blizzard employees get a ring after like 3 years or 5 years or something like that.
Yeah, it's one of their rewards.
Yeah, that's one of their things. Then they get like a sword as well.
This sword, they get a mug after 1 year, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
A big stein.
I do like the idea of getting the swords.
There's a shield, there's a sword. They get a lot of cool stuff.
What happened? Isn't there a couple people who have like 30 years? Like, what do they get after that? Do they just make a suit of armor?
Helmet of Arthas.
They probably get to make up something of their own.
Yeah, well, that's probably the funniest part is like...
They get retirement.
They get to the... yeah. They get to a point, they're like, what do we do now?
Keep making good games.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, they really... I don't think somebody's staying at Blizzard for 30 years for the hope of a cool little prize.
You get equity.
At that point.
you get equity in 30 years.
Another look at the worst
Helmet?
boss in the history of the game.
I remember seeing somebody who was there for 30 years. You just have to be one of those people who has to like, how do we dream up that idea? Oh yeah, tell us favorite boss fight. The Darkness.
Oh, this guy sucks.
My power.
These guys
The Darkness.
This is... I hate this guy. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole again.
They really need to like reduce the penalty for not being in the light.
Yeah.
It's to 0.
It's brutal.
There should be a penalty.
90% reduced damage.
Also, if they had a longer duration on the candle, that would be huge.
Okay, so the candle on the boss fight is actually like pretty short. So the candle during the micro section is like 25 seconds, but on the boss fight it's like 8.
No, I also mean like grabbing the side wax.
Yeah. That's what.
Like holding those.
Yeah, that one is 8 seconds long. Like that's,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. And the one during the micro section is like 25.
Yeah, it's super weird because you have to...
Oh, wow, the boss spammed fear twice because we didn't perfectly drop the candle during the AoE.
Yeah, you have to have... I guess it has to be the tank running out, grabbing the candle during that AoE.
I'm going to pose a question.
Yeah.
Outside of RP purposes, would this fight not just be straight up better if the darkness mechanic did not exist?
Yes.
Like, you're still doing the exact same fight, except then I don't do 99% reduced damage whenever I walk out of this candle.
Okay, so here's my thought on this. They should make it so that the ads have more HP. Hear me out.
Okay.
And are annoying. And, you know, like, you're just incentivized to kill them.
Oh, a wep.
But...
A polearm for...
They have, like, a min...
That has to be wooey, right?
They basically make it like a min radius for the light field, so even if it hits 0, it'll still, like, keep a light field. There's no fear or anything like that.
Okay.
And then just replenishing candle juice just makes it easier to kill the ads.
Yeah, I'm with you. The darkness mechanic just is like really not fun. Like that's my biggest issue with that fight. That is by far my biggest complaint. This is just so unfun, and it's always unfun for me because I have to do the candle.
It's important to mention, it's just not fun. It's not
Yeah.
necessarily hard. It's just not fun to play.
I agree. Yes.
Yep.
Anyways.
How geared is Scott Warren? Is that 659?
Huh?
Is that what that number is?
I gotta start being a tank.
What the? I thought that tanks weren't supposed to get loot outside of Classic. What is going on here? Hold on, back over to character pane.
Yeah, get character sheet us again, Scott. Yeah. Get a little zoom in on that.
Computer.
659. Hold on, yeah. Show us your crests. Okay, so he actually hasn't. He's spent some of his rune. He spent all of his rune, and he hasn't spent all of his guild. He still has 30 gilded remaining. So he's actually slammed upgrades. Does that mean that most of the players are going to be starting to look to slam upgrades, I think?
I think it turns out if you have all of your gear 655 or above, you can just start sending crests because it doesn't matter.
You can just do things.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
You're not saving them for anything at that point. 659.
I think
that is crazy.
He's going to have to craft, right? He hasn't.
Oh, he got the mythic weapon, so we could just send upgrades straight into that.
Gotcha.
He craft a...
Crafted would be 675, right?
Right.
So...
He's
got war.
I don't know what he's going to craft. A cloak probably is what it looked like here.
Well, if he does craft, he would just be using the free heroic one, right?
Yeah, I don't think you craft a shield. I mean, you could craft a shield.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's not a terrible pick, but the thing is, he has a 660. He has a 665 shield, so I think it's.
That's max upgrade heroic.
Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
It is the front man's wondrous wall.
It's unlikely to be looking to.
The flavor text is, it's going to be the one that saves you. Oh
You're such an RP. Okay, stop RPing.
What? You were the one who brought up it's all puns.
That was Zyro.
That was me.
I didn't notice. I'm not very observant.
Silly me. Apparently I'm not either.
A lot of the loot names are so good this rate. Things like the best in slots.
Yep.
A great pun plus awesome name for an item.
Okay, so I'm interested in see if he starts looking to craft pieces. He might just get back in Mythic Plus to help other people continue to get gear, though. Yeah. No time to be wasting.
Well, it's important to mention, right? With the amount of gilded crests he has left, he literally can't craft.
No, he's got the free heroic from Galley.
Yeah, exactly. But like, yeah, again, what would he craft? He's got the main hand and the offhand.
So, something for an embell. So you know, he could craft a cloak with some embellishment on it. Maybe something with like focusing lens. I was thinking maybe a shield, but he's got it at 665, so it wouldn't even be an upgrade.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's kind of in an interesting spot. I think that there's a couple of options, but none of them are going to be like super high value. It's just going to be a couple of item levels. But then he's going to be 660 item level ish.
I think we are just trying to get THG in neck here. By the way, I think that's the play.
It kind of seems like they're at a point where they might as well try to find the best possible upgrades that they can for this week.
I agree.
From every single option, and like it almost like BIS for week 1 kind of deal before they progress any further.
It is kind of interesting though, because he's so close to like spending all of his crests and whenever he crafts something, I think he's probably going to end up around the 661 item level. So that's kind of what we can be looking to expect from most people, is around that 660, 661-ish range. Maybe the average rate item level is going to be like 658, 659.
Yeah.
But yeah, people are going to be able to have that like 651. Maybe if somebody high rolls super hard and gets a bunch of mythic pieces, like 652. Or 662, sorry, 662 rather than 652.
It sounds like it's going to be pretty difficult for them to get through that. Because, I mean, at that point, you're kind of just chasing unique items, right? So even though you're spamming the same dungeon over and over trying to find that item, you might not necessarily... it helps that everyone in the dungeon technically looted, though.
What in the... They're wiping.
Nah, they're fine. They're over geared. Double Destro plus a Windwalker. Oh, actually he's playing Demo, but still. Demo does also blast on AoE.
Are you sure? Are you sure they're not gonna? They pulled Chewy with this pack.
No, they're good. Trust.
How many? Oh, they do have casters full channeling onto people.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Smacked is gonna have his work cut out for him with the healing.
All right. Well, apparently, Destro Warlock is a little bit OP.
Yeah, but if you just kill everything.
Huh. Okay. Well. Yeah.
Yep. If you just kill everything.
That was quite scary.
It was kind of funny.
Only the strong.
Sorry, at the beginning you brought up the Max's argument for why you wouldn't do M+ and go right into Mythic, and then like 3 hours later we're still doing M+.
Oh, crazy!
I think
they wiped.
I think it goes to show though, like you're going to be putting a lot more time into Mythic Plus if you do need to get those upgrades eventually, regardless. So I think there's always going to be something to gain. I don't think you're ever going to be at a point where there's not a single person that can't find an upgrade from Mythic Plus. So I don't think they're going to be too necessarily worried about that. There might be some people sitting around not able to really go for upgrades, but you know, if your analysts are trying to figure things out and are working on things right now, there's really nothing else that you can do other than Mythic Plus.
Exactly.
Oh wow, look at that.
Wow, that's a lot of yeah. That's insane. That's gonna resupply all the raiders.
Oh yeah.
I'm surprised there were that many cinnamon rolls left. Mila just came by with.
Oh yeah, Will's from breakfast.
Yeah, she just came by with a massive plate of cinnamon rolls.
Yeah, I love cinnamon rolls, but they love me back.
Exactly. I had one at the beginning, and you know what? But I made sure to get a lot of fruit, get a lot of veggies. Good to go.
Yeah, I gotta work on my food discipline.
I can teach you that. I'm pretty good at teaching discipline.
We did see during the break that Echo started doing their initial pulls on Sprocket Monger, by the way.
I saw that, yeah.
So,
but
not getting very far.
They went into M+ soon after.
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I double checked on that, and then they went right back to M+. So they're also in the same boat.
Wasn't necessary. My
Is it okay to have 2 healers in the same group? It's kind of messed up, no?
Well, they're not 2 healing the instance.
Well, they're stealing healers from other groups.
They have plenty of healers. They had Trill healing. They had Trill healing, and then they have, Dryny who's healing.
Yeah, but now they have Smacked and Siri on.
Well, I think they had to pretty much get whoever they could in that had the dungeon for them to run. Right?
Probably had a necklace that can be traded. Like
that as well.
You can use
that
to
too.
trade.
That
yeah,
too.
That's kind of what you're looking at, right? Is like, oh, does somebody have a 6? I guess in this case, 55 necklace already. That then will allow them to trade, or a 650. The ring doesn't matter, but 655 necklace, because you could do the hot swap on the ring and have it count for both slots. That doesn't really matter.
Ring is like one of the slots that's like, if you're one of these raiders that is like likely going to have a Jaster Diamond, your ring slots for Mythic Progress are almost completely figured out, right? You have Cersei's Signet, plus probably the Jaster Diamond, and then you really don't need any other rings other than that until you get like maybe a Mythic one to replace the Serpent with.
Does Warlock want Brutalizer? I know that I saw Shadow Priest wanted it. I don't know anything about Warlock trinkets.
It sims the highest for Destro, but again, I think it's a trinket that you really need to have multiple people on the raid that can proc it for you.
I would literally rather trust Kalamazoo to sell me a used card than tell me about Warlock subs. Like, Warlock subs are literally the most made up thing ever.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I see that it's simming high, but I'm like, I don't really want to be targeting these barrels the entire fight. Now you can macro it. You can do like a macro / target barrel.
What if you get a nice Havoc target on pure single target too?
I haven't actually seen Mayhem proc on the barrel yet.
Hard cast the Havoc then.
You run Mayhem on most things.
Oh, then get a flag.
Yeah.
Oh, we're wiping again. Oh no. Yeah, this fight, this dungeon, in conjunction with Priory of the Sacred Flame and Operation Floodgate, are probably some of the hardest, at least this week, but probably are going to be for this season. Like, they are just much more challenging than other dungeons. I think what I will say is I do think they get better the more reps you have. So there is light at the end of the tunnel, but they are much harder than anything else.
In some cases, they're kind of making it a little bit harder on themselves too with some of these pulls.
That first pull of the dungeon, the moment that I see them do the first pull and I go, oh, they're wiping, like, it's over.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not a pull that you can do.
Oh, you can see the rift from the Disc Priest?
Did you not think that we could see that?
Oh.
I think it's, yes.
Oh.
Yeah, it's one of the things you can see.
No idea. I'm always the caster, not the...
I personally love it whenever they got that purple meatball in melee and you can't see the mobs.
Yeah, it's up a lot because it scales with haste.
I know.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's always there.
Yeah.
It's following the mob around.
That's why I was so surprised. I was like, this thing is up all the time. But I would like call for people, like when we were doing City of Threads last season. I was like, hey, I got my rift down. Like, don't worry, they're all slowed. And I thought I was like helping, but
anything,
not so much.
Anything below a 50% slow is fake in Mythic Plus, in my opinion.
That was a pretty good slow.
Isn't it only 20 or 30%?
I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. I'm gonna go check in my Wowhead guides. Yep.
And if there isn't an Earthbind down, I don't know what slows anymore.
You can spec into it so that it either slows or that it gives you movement speed.
Yeah.
So
Death and Decay is the realest slow of all time.
Yeah, it's up to 70% slow if they're in the dead center, but they can also like run out of it.
Oh, that's why it's
yeah. So if it's on the edge, then it's like 20% slow or nothing. But if it's on the dead center of it, yeah, it's locked down.
This is they nerfed this fight. So what they did was the rowdy patrons, the longer that you're in this phase, like of course if you do the mug run perfectly, this phase is super easy. You basically your disc priest just radiance ramps straight through this. The moment that the barrel run or the mug run gets messed up one time and you're in this phase for like 30 seconds, you're wiping.
Yeah.
But that's why they nerfed it by 33%.
I got a ton of questions about it, but you can get full atonement healing by attacking the boss when they're quote-unquote invulnerable because they take 99% less damage.
Oh, yeah.
And so you could just hit Radiance on everybody, hit Evangelism, extend your atonements. You can heal people from like a million yards away if they have atonement on them. Totally fine.
It's, I can't think of a fight that they made purely immune in a hot minute because of how discipline works.
Right. Last time was Agrimar, and they had the intermission phase on Agrimar where the boss went immune.
It was elite.
Before that was Gul'dan, and they never changed it. But about halfway through that season for Antorus, then they changed Agrimar to be 99% less damage. But it took a long time for us to like yell at the devs because we were like, well, when it goes immune, you can't do any atonement healing. The only other one would be the ad on the Council of Blood in Castle Nathria. The ad itself went immune. So what you could do, like ideally you would help kill the ad as a Disc Priest and stuff like that, but
Schism.
Yeah. If the immunity shield went out, then, bad things would happen. So often you would hit like off targets for the bosses because there were 3 main bosses and it would immune one of the bosses. So ideally, you would hit the right target to help everybody kill it, because the other ones would heal. But sometimes you had no choice.
I miss back in my day, we had Schism Cyclotronic Blast.
That was pretty fun.
Yeah.
At Eternal Palace race.
An era. And now it's gone.
And then you could also buff your Crucible of Flame damage as well with Schism. Yep.
It's actually so mean that we only have one of the Mechagon dungeons, so we can't get our ring combos this time around.
Yeah, they removed all the rings too.
Yeah.
That would have been a little bit awkward if they're like, oh, I have all these activators, because Workshop dropped the it procs this.
Yeah.
It was the if and then
that,
yeah. So if was Junkyard, so if you cast 3 different spells, and then Workshop was then you do damage, then you proc stats, then you do whatever.
Now Schism only works on priest abilities, right?
That's right. Only priest abilities.
Sad day. Bring it back.
Bring it back, baby.
I honestly, that's kind of one of those things that I miss, was the gimmicky nature of class aura buffs as well. So like Shadow Form and like Moonkin Form both had auras where it was like your nature and arcane damage is increased by 10%, Shadow was like your shadow damage is increased, and that also ended up affecting trinkets, and it's kind of similar to Disc Priest Schism, where Schism was all damage taken, which then would make like random, of course, it made the game less balanced, but in a way that I honestly thought was kind of fun, because there was like situations where the Desolate Host trinket, that Thimble was complete garbage for literally everybody except for Shadow Priest, which it was BIS for.
Oh,
then
yeah.
There was that Owl trinket. That Owl trinket was really good for some people, like a Discipline Priest. But then that thing was just Omega BIS for Moonkin because, again, Arcane Aura on it.
You know who's the real problem for that, and somebody we can all thank for nerfing those interactions?
Fire Mage.
Fire Mage.
Yep.
Hitting Combust and then auto-critting their branch back in Emerald Nightmare. Oh, man.
I think
ruin everything.
I liked that. It did leave the game less balanced, but then there's so many trinkets that have these secondary procs that suck, And I think if you had like a class aura that was able to buff it in some capacity, it could potentially make them suck less, right? Like it would make them more usable, or you again, that thimble from Desolate Host is the one that I just was it Spectral Thurible maybe was that?
Spectral Thurible, yeah.
That was the actual name of it. Is like
it threw like needles into your target that you would explode. I remember.
You literally wouldn't use it on anybody else except for Shadow Priest, which for them was Biss, and like that, I think that something like that is cool. And it wasn't even like insane. It was just, you know, it was okay. It was
neat.
It's like if the Rick Reverb trinket was Biss just for this one class because of some other reason, right? Because instead of it giving haste, if it did shadow damage and then it had shadow form, and then it was just Biss for Shadow Priests, but it was like okay for everybody else. That's fine.
I understand that those things are hard to balance, but having those little niche interactions for certain classes was always something that really appealed to me. Even so far as say things like dot snapshotting were cool. Like things like that classes could do to gain a little bit of an extra advantage was really cool back in the day.
I think dot snapshotting is a little bit different because dot snapshotting is so complicated and complex that I think that it goes over players' heads a lot. I think something as simple as like, yeah, you're in shadow form, you do bonus shadow damage. Oh yeah, you're a fire mage. You have this aura that increases your fire damage done. Yeah, you have Schism on the mob. If you press Schism, all damage that they take is increased by 20%, including things like on-use trinkets. I think that's cool.
Yep. Problem was just the knowledge gap, I think, for players. And also, I remember early days of weak auras. They would tell you when you had all of your buffs coming together to help you snapshot your dots.
I don't like dot snapshotting. I think that's way too much.
Yeah, there was some severe knowledge gaps.
So Arcane Mage has something similar to that right now, where they only Arcane Barrage, I believe, under very specific circumstances.
Yeah, it's extremely specific.
And it requires like specific stacks of a buff while you're also in your evocation int gain, but you don't have too many stacks of this buff, otherwise then it's not actually worth. And so having to have a weak aura that tracks something like that and telling you when you do your rotation, in my mind feels very similar to dot snapshotting, where it's just not intuitive.
Yeah, if you tune into a mage playing Arcane right now, there's almost a certainty that they have like the Mage Discord Barrage Now weak aura that tells you when to barrage in single target or AoE. And yeah, having a rotation that relies on something like that to get those very specific situations out there does not feel
and it's the same thing. It's the same thing, at least for me, for dot snapshotting, where it's just like I don't like the concept of players not really knowing what's going on with the rotation like in that way.
That makes sense.
But, I mean, trinkets, I think, trinkets scaling with spec auras, I think, are a little bit different. Not spec auras like in the plus or minus 5% damage, but spec auras in the sense of, like, you do bonus shadow damage because you're a Shadow Priest kind of thing.
I'm sure that would help out Boomkin's single target woes, wouldn't it? Is that where we're coming from?
No, that's not what it is. That's completely unrelated. I just...
Sure. Whatever you say.
You know.
Just give Boomkin like a 20% Star Surge buff. That's pretty much what they did to the Warlocks. They gave him a 20% Chaos Bolt buff.
I'm sure that'll be
fine.
Oh
no.
My 2% my 2% single target damage game will surely be enough to carry me into the future.
That's what it was for Warlock.
That's what it would be for Moonkin if you give me 20% Star Surge. Like, 2% single target, not bad. Hey.
I saw that, I was like, yeah, we'll take it, I guess.
Hey.
Why not?
Oh, you got ridiculous.
Surely I don't lose to the tech now. That's right. Oh, the pro word's coming for me. Help.
Yo, make that guy tank. Stop letting him execute. Stop
I know, yeah.
Hey, belt the boss, hey. I'll taunt the boss instead. I'll tank for him. More effective anyways.
That was something they were doing in the TGP, man. They were taunting out the ads on...
Okay, well, they weren't tanking.
No, they weren't tanking, but they were taunting things away from the boss to make sure that spears went into the right spot. Stitch Flesh, yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I'm checking in on all the guilds. Pretty much everyone right now is doing Mythic Plus.
Oh.
Not surprising.
Yep.
Echo and Method are both in Mythic Plus right
now.
now.
What's Method up to? Have they gone into Mythic yet?
They have. They've gotten 2 bosses down. They got down Cauldron of Carnage. And notably, they were running a little double Disc Priest comp as well.
Okay.
You got Thaner and FTM, which sounds to me like in Texas brain, like farm to market, playing Mistweaver, as well as the notable Criminal Crystallize playing Disc Priest, as well as Kane.
That guy's not a criminal. That guy's an ex-path.
He got banned with the method bans. And
oh.
His profile picture on Discord is like the banned image, like a stamp of being banned. Yeah.
Lock on your account. Yep. That's a good bit.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
How big were those lenience nerfs coming into reset. Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't that big of a deal. So Lenience is a passive from Disc Priest that gives you damage reduction. It's kind of like Diva Aura. If you have Atonement on you, then you take 3% less damage. And so it actually stacked. And if 2 Disc Priest had Atonement on you, you would get 3% damage reduction from both of those Atonements. There weren't too many areas where you would cover the raid in Atonement at the same exact time. Yeah. You know, you might have like some mini ramps or something along those lines, but it was still a stupid thing to have stacked, so it's good that they removed it. Personally, I think they should just remove Lenience in general. I am not a fan at all of these, like, you bring this class, and they just bring 3% DR all the time, passively, and not activating like a cooldown. If you want to give damage reduction, there should be like, oh, okay, when you fulfill this requirement or do this thing or use this cooldown, give it to them.
I'm right there with you. I think that there's just like too many. I think that this was the thing with the Dragonflight talent tree rework. While I think it was good for a lot of reasons, I actually think it was super sick for a lot of reasons. I think that a reason that I don't think it was super cool is exactly kind of what you were describing, whereas there's this weird bloat on just random proc effects that are completely useless and don't do anything, and would honestly just be better off if they weren't in the game. Like there's no need to have Lenience in the game. In addition to that, I also think that the Dragonflight talent tree rework did this thing where every single specialization now has 4 defensives and 4 AoE stops, and I'm just like, we could probably cut this down to like 1 and 1, and then just reduce the mechanical complexity in both Mythic Plus and Raid. Because it feels like there's an arms race that's kind of coming to a head here, where Blizzard developers are having to develop boss fights in Raid and dungeons with the thought process in mind that you have 4 defensives and you're willing to press them, and you have 4 AoE stops per player, and you're, again, also willing to use them, and all of your players have interrupt, and it's just like, you just look at the pack and you're just like, wait, this pack is 2 kick rotation mobs, and like a mob that requires a stop every 10 seconds. Like, what is going on here?
The real war within is between the class designers, power creeping specs and everything, and the encounter designers trying to keep up. I find stuff that's actually deadly.
I love the fact. Okay, I think that the pace of the game actually feels like okay most of the time. Yeah. I don't think that it, like, we don't need to cut it back down to classic. I don't even think it's like that whenever you talk about power creeping the game. But I think it could afford to come down just a hair and be a little bit slower.
Yeah, I could agree with that.
Maybe it's just a boomer. Maybe it's just like, oh, yeah,
there's certain areas that they could trim that I think people would not miss. I think if you made it so that more of those active defensive buttons were passives and everyone had a choice node between 2 different active buttons that you have to press for your defensives.
Sure.
You would choose between, obviously, Diffuse Magic and Fort Brew are not the same power level.
Dampen Harm.
But if they made them similar power levels for different situations, and you had to choose that situation, I think that would be a good play, rather than having all these active defensive buttons. You know, I mean, like, Priest has 4 different defensives they could actively press that are all really weak. You know, Flash Heal, the DR, Fade DR, Desperate Prayer, which is health, and then you have a shield. I don't really like the idea of stacking all these mini things to get a decent defensive, you know?
I actually don't like the way that damage intake happens these days either, because whenever Blizzard has to design like raid bosses or dungeon fights with the thought process that you have 4 defensives that are active that you have at your disposal, that means that more often than not they're actually going to have to be looking to one-shot you. And I just kind of, and again, maybe it's just that I'm a boomer, but I kind of miss the days where you would actually press a defensive to be looking to like mitigate damage, as opposed to having to press a defensive to preemptively avoid a one-shot. Now, of course, you know, whenever you're pressing a defensive to avoid a one-shot, that is damage mitigation, but it's a very different type of damage mitigation where it's like, I'm pressing it so that way the healer can catch up and then be able to top my group off, as opposed to the healer's job being make sure that your entire group is 100% topped and they have to press a defensive before this one-shot happens.
Yeah, I don't like coaching people through how to use defensives.
It's such an important part of the game, unfortunately. Though,
it
so
is.
It has to be something that's taught. What do we think we're looking for here? Just leather off pieces?
There's not the rings, so it won't be that.
No rings. They don't need the wrist straps because these are all leather.
The web kind of sucks.
Oh, shoulders. I think that's really good for Boomy. I think Boomy needs shoulders bad.
Oh, yeah, the Boomy shoulders are actually, I'm surprised that you knew that. Yeah, the Moonkin shoulders are kind of garbage stats.
Well, I meant the Moonkin, but I also meant the guy in the group named Boomy, too.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure he had 639 shoulders on still.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Yeah, great work, everybody.
I was crushing it today.
It's like, wow,
it's like the happy accident, though.
Yeah.
That's crazy that he knew that.
Yeah, I think Mythic Plus is always really interesting because when you run into the higher end like push key scenarios, there's always either one of two things that you run into, right? It's either there's too much HP in the dungeon for you to chew through, like the DPS check is too hard, or the one-shots in the dungeon are too difficult to live through. And I think we've been sort of gravitating more towards the one-shot side of things as of late. I don't like that too much.
Yeah, I thought they did an okay job whenever they were designing War Within Season 1 dungeons of making sure that instead of it being like 100 to 0, it was like 170% of your HP over 6 seconds, which is, again, it's a different experience. I prefer that, but you know, even still, War Within Season 1 had a lot of one-shots where I'm just like, dude, come on now.
Yep.
I just wish it was slower. I wish that healers actually couldn't heal me as fast. I wish that healer power was reduced and cut in half, maybe, but then damage intake was also changed to match that.
Really, the only way they could do that is to have like an aura effect applied to healers where they do more healing in dungeons, and then it would allow them to basically severely nerf everything and like nerf raid damage intake, nerf healer output, and then they would be able to tune it up a little bit so you're better able to heal individuals when you're the solo healer in a 5-man.
Yeah.
And that would kind of have to be like a great reset. I think it'd be a great thing to do. It's just they have to have like the willpower, you know?
I think very specifically with Mythic Plus, it's a little bit weird. This does happen in Raid. Actually, you get one-shot in Raid pretty frequently. You know, Echo, Maltheria, and Razageth, both of those have one-shot effects. I was just like, this is ridiculous. But it also happens in Mythic Plus as well, and part of that is due to the fact that it's an infinitely scaling system. But I think a lot of the infinitely scaling nature of it is the fact that damage and health actually scale 1-to-1, and if you change that ratio up, and if it wasn't like a 1-to-1 scaler, if it was, you know, health scales 50% faster than damage does, I think that you would probably reach the point of which you can no longer time a key a lot faster than you reach the point at which you get one shot.
It's happened a lot in the past as well, where we've reached this point where the one-shots sort of scale up faster than the health scales up. I remember this was a big deal back in DFA, and I remember Ben wrote this like 5-page long essay that he sent in a Google Doc to Blizzard, and I think that actually had an effect because they like nerfed the damage scaling on keys by like 20%, but kept the health scaling the same. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like that happening at some point.
I think some people are kind of confused as well in chat. We're not saying that, I'm not sure where the healer DPS kind of stuff's coming into it, but basically there's less for the healer to do when the game is so focused around surviving a one-shot, because then it's, do you survive the one-shot, yes or no? And not so much about the healer's ability to consistently heal you through
it's actually not about
content.
A healer in a high-end raid or a high-end Mythic Plus dungeon actually doesn't do much healing. As weird as it sounds, your job is to top players up right before this big, large hit comes in, and you're the rest of your group either press defensive or die.
Right, and if they were actually slowing down the incoming damage and also making it take a little bit longer for the healer to top you off, that would actually make it so you're actively spending more time healing the entire dungeon.
It seems too often in Mythic Plus nowadays, it seems like the healer's job is really only to be there if something goes wrong, rather than be there to prevent something that you need to actually heal through. Like, there's very few bosses where the healer's job is actually just to keep people alive.
I disagree. I disagree. So I think that you're correct when it comes to trash. I think that the healer agency of making sure you can heal through mistakes is super low on trash, but I think that they've actually designed a number of good heal checks throughout most of the dungeons.
For the record as well, we're also talking purely about unavoidable damage. It starts to get a little bit weird whenever your players are taking avoidable damage. And I think that that's actually, the healer role is very different in a weekly 10 versus like a high key scenario. The point of which your healer has to heal through avoidable and unavoidable damage, the healer agency is probably one of, if not the hardest role. I think it's still a little bit less, it still has a little bit less agency than tank, but in a weekly key, the healer's impact is much more profound than it is in a high key where your players stop taking unavoidable damage.
You kind of hit at a point where you have to kind of dance perfectly when you're in like some of the higher level keys. You have to like plan out your output, make sure you're able to blast for these specific really difficult moments. But definitely the ability to like heal through the mistakes has diminished quite a lot over the years.
You just get one shot by most avoidable mechanics anyway, so it's just like,
but that's the thing. If they had some kind of regressive scaling where like damage increases at a decreasing rate instead of a flat rate the way we have it right now,
100%,
that would help in a huge way, especially since with all these nerfs they have going on that we just had the other day, people are getting 10s done really quickly. Like, not world first raiders, but I'm seeing plenty of people who've been posting on XD Everything app about their 2K achievements, 2500 achievements, and they're getting there fast, which is great. But also, as you mentioned, the higher you go, the quicker you can start getting into one-shot territory. And I don't think that's fun for healers, and I don't think that's fun for any DPS getting one-shot.
And not at all.
It's kind of one of those situations that it depends on what you care about. If you purely just care about doing a static level, right? If your main goal, your only goal is to actually do a 10 or do a 12 or whatever, just that static level, then a 10% health and 10% damage nerf is actually a great thing. If your goal is to push the highest level you can, a 10% health and damage nerf is totally fine. But, you know, there's going to be a point of, again, once you're going to start feeling the effects of that, because you're going to be able to push like a full key level higher. So
that's all it does, right?
Then you could potentially get one shot earlier.
It just means your key cap is one level higher because that's the 10%.
Exactly. But I think the correct interpretation, because I would say 99.5% of people who interact with the key system only care about the specific key levels of which they're able to get gear, they're able to get the vault, they're able to get the 3K mount reward at doing all 12. So they only care about like the static levels, which in that case, you know, the 10% health and damage is great. This is great. Like no complaints.
Yeah. So I'm curious about though is if they're making 10s much easier than season 1.
I think they are way easier.
They should have been.
Well, so what's going to happen when players get those achievements, you know? For the players who usually have like the seasonal goal, I hear it all the time of this. They say, "Oh, hey, here's my goal. I want to get all my 12s done." What happens when they hit that a little bit faster? You know, what's kind of keeping them?
Depends on the person, right?
You know, yeah. And so that's why I'm hopeful for like the 0.5 patch, and you know, having the new enchants, having some of the other gameplay coming around with horrific visions. Like, what else are they doing to kind of keep people around? You know.
One of the things too, though, is I think that adding the 3K IO achievement is a huge deal. And so while they did make 10s a little bit easier, I think that they added another chase point.
True.
I was looking at 3K IO from last season, and around, I think it was a little bit less than 1% of players were 3K. Now, admittedly, the Guile was like ridiculous last season. And
right. And it's good that they're nerfing those things.
So I think it's probably going to be somewhere in the 3 to 4% of the player base range. But those players are going to be potentially converted into like lifelong key pushers as well, which continues to feed into the system more, right? It's no longer just going to be like I play for a couple weeks of the season thing. It's going to be like I play for the entirety of the season, which is great.
Yeah, hopefully they transition that goal from, oh, okay, I hit my 3K goal too. Okay, well, what's next? How high can my score go?
Exactly.
And then they become part of the number go up machine.
The number go up machine is elite. But yeah, I think that, you know, I think the 0.5 patch is probably, for a lot of people, the major source of rewards is like doing all 10s, getting the portals or something like that, or just doing the first 10 of the season, or number go up in item level. That's also a big attraction for a lot of people. And whenever they're no longer gaining like gear rewards, they stop caring as much. But just in general, I think that the season rocks. I'm way more excited for this season than I ever was for season 1.
I'm just laughing because Atlas found out that there are beams in the ceiling and might have accidentally placed a Death and Decay up there.
D&D,
oh no!
And then like looked up there like, man, what?
D&D gets placed in the most cursed spots.
Whenever I place a barrier in a wall, I immediately turn my camera. I know what happened to it.
Don't look.
Yep. I immediately turn it away.
I start spam pinging.
Yeah. Yeah.
I start spam pinging whenever I see a barrier or D&D like on the roof. I'm just like, what are we doing up there?
My guild was doing a one-armed bandit last night, and a few of my barrels procced on one of the little ads that spawns away from the boss.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey guys, can we move the boss over to the left a little bit? And people instantly started pinging my barrels.
No.
Apparently everybody can just see them.
Wasn't necessary.
Uh-oh. Atlas going down. That's the tank. Oh. I'm the kite.
Gibber?
I think they killed off the hobgoblins, so I think they're actually okay to kite this out.
It's just the drops, but dude, these drops hurt.
Right. There's so many of them.
Oh yeah.
What hurt? The auto attack damage?
Yes. The autos from these brew drops are like really nasty.
Oh, I didn't know that actually.
You cannot tank these if you're not a tank. You cannot tank them if you're a tank also too. if you try to chain those into another pole and like actually tank them, it could kill you like instantly.
Listen, I just follow the tank.
That's usually what I do too.
I'm just there for the vibes. It's one of those things that's like whenever you're doing a dungeon, it's pretty rare that you like know exactly how much damage white swings of mobs are going to be doing to your tank unless they are like, yeah, this mob, we're not doing this with anything else. And you're like, oh, okay, that thing apparently, huh? Weird. Anyways. like the soul cleavers from Mists.
Oh
yeah.
gosh, I'm not gonna miss those at all.
I miss all the mind controls that we had from last season. That was so poggers.
That was so sick.
Yeah, God, I love carrying mobs around in half the dungeons.
That was the most mind controls we've ever had in this.
I wish if the number was 0, I would not be sad.
Yep.
And I do like the thing that we've been doing for the past expansion and a half or so now, where we've been bringing back old dungeons and revamping them for Mythic Plus.
I'm a big advocate. I know some people will sometimes be like, "Oh man, I don't like that they rotate. I wish they would bring back seasonal affixes instead." I'm gonna stand up for Blizzard here. I think that rotating dungeons every single season is way cooler than anything else, and I'm so glad that they're doing it.
Right.
I will just defend them every single time. I think that rotating dungeons every single season keeps the content fresh.
I think that's I think you're right. I also still would like to see seasonal affixes.
But here's
like, why not both?
Oh yeah, I mean you could have both in theory, but like if it's one or the other, then I'm picking the dungeons every single time, because the rotating dungeon pool. The thing that Mythic Plus players love about Mythic Plus is the replayability of it, and having this new dungeon to play every single season. Of course, it's going to increase the long-term replayability, because it's weird, because if you do it 2 seasons, or if you do the same dungeon 2 seasons in a row, it just inherently is your replayability. You already had it, right? You had it last season, so it's going to be less fun the second time you did it.
Yeah, you know.
Plus, there's the weird part when somebody comes into Season 2 and they didn't play Season 1. They get into a group and they might do like a 4, and then there's like, what, you don't know the mechanics to this dungeon? What's going on? It's awful for somebody who's like, oh, I'm just coming back to the game. I want to see what's going on.
I do think it's a little bit weird that you're getting dungeons like Theater of Pain and like Workshop and stuff like that.
Right.
Like old staples that return, but I think that's the cost of the system, because they couldn't develop new assets. They can't develop 8 new dungeons on a per season basis, otherwise it wouldn't be sustainable.
Yeah. The difference between like principle, good, execution, not as good. I don't like Theater of Pain at all.
To their credit, though, they also make enough changes to them to where they're somewhat new compared to what they used to
I feel like Theater of Pain is the exact same.
Yes,
Theater of Pain
exactly.
is mostly the same. There are some changes on the boss that make it a little bit different. But for instance, like in Workshop, removing the mind control on the squirrel thing, that was
awful change.
It's less about the changes.
They should have kept that.
I'm interested in how Jack feels about it, because to me it's less about the actual changes that they're making to the dungeon, like the very small micro level changes. It's more about the feel of the dungeon, and they always, at least to me, feel the exact same. And that's I think the thing that kind of is the reason that I don't like them as much. But of course, I would rather have them rotate still.
Well, Mists felt quite a lot different since they added a lot more damage in the maze. And they added a lot more damage just kind of in general with a number of the mobs. Theater, in my opinion, does not feel any different except for Kultharok, and they just kind of changed that boss entirely.
Workshop feels the same to me too.
Feels the same for sure.
Yeah, Workshop feels the same.
Motherlode, they changed a lot of the mobs, but again, it's
another thing is recency.
Feels the same.
It's just been. It has not been a long time since we saw Workshop. It's not been a long time since we've seen Theater of Pain. For those of us who've been, playing consistently for years and years now.
Yeah.
Versus, some of these Legion dungeons would feel insanely different if we got Seat of the Triumvirate back, Cathedral of Eternal Night back. A number of these dungeons that we have not experienced for quite a long time.
Yeah, we got fan favorites as well, such as Grim Batol and Vortex Pinnacle.
Yeah. Listen, I get the Grim Batol because Cata Classic. And that was really fun at the beginning of the season, because everyone's like, isn't this the Cata dungeon? And then, I just did this. And it's
Think
like,
about it this way. They've done it already, so now they will never do it again. Those dungeons are... They've done those. They'll have to go back there.
I actually didn't even think Grim Batol was that bad, aside from the
Gun
fact
Workshop says, what?
I didn't think Grim Batol was that bad, aside from the fact that your tank took 1 gorillion damage and just auto attacks on every single pack.
Yeah. Which they've reduced a lot of this season.
Yeah. Woohoo! Dude, tanks are back to being invulnerable if you're pressing your buttons.
Yeah, I was watching tanks get destroyed, and I'm like, well, what's going on here? Why are you dying? And Greg is 2-chesting a 10 at 620 item level. What's going on here?
PTR gap is what we call that.
That is a PTR gap, for sure.
That is a sweat lord versus non-sweat kind of moment, for sure.
Also a bit of a Greg gap, too. That guy's kind of a demon.
That guy's kind of good, yeah. I'm glad that, I hope that guy's back tanking. That guy's very good.
Well, looking for more necks here in the meadery. Yep. Hopefully we can get them. A lot of groups running the meadery right now just for those necks. Also, we have some priories going on the other screen. We have a Motherlode. Oh, Sang stopped farming.
Yeah.
Okay. We're back
Sang's
in
on his own
dungeons
adventures.
now.
Is he in a liquid group?
I have no idea.
Let's see.
It looks like they're.
We got Yips. We got Sevi. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I was gonna say it looks like they're at least all in the same realm immediately. Just first glance.
Interesting.
And we got Rivens. Okay, yeah, so it's a full group.
We're basically getting ourselves ready for a larger marathon. Now that we've seen what heroic difficulty looks like, now that we've seen what mythic difficulty looks like, all the raiders, the whole team, all the world first guilds recognize that it's going to be a challenging raid. You can't just walk in and start slamming pulls into bosses and expect for them to fall over rapidly. So rather than doing that, especially when we're headed at a point where we know what's going in, there is a lot of M+ to get done. So that's what we're focusing on right now. Also, a big thank you to all the gifted subs in the chat you guys have been dropping recently for helping other viewers not get any ads during the rest of the race. If you'd like to make sure you don't get any ads interrupting you when we do get into Mythic, make sure you check and see if you have one of those Twitch Prime subs as well, since you will make sure, even though this race will go long, that it will not have any ads for you the rest of the race.
Here's the thing, too. This is just a great value proposition. We have so much content for you guys for the next at least week, in my opinion. And like, if you don't want any ads, you're going to be able to watch this effectively for 16 hours a day. So yeah, just slam the sub, be able to get ad-free viewing for the remainder of the race, and then yeah, you don't have to resub again later.
You can do it on somebody else's channel, right?
Exactly.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, guys.
Or the overall value proposition as well is if your Prime is already used somewhere, get Turbo. It supports all of the Liquid streamers if you turn into their streams. You don't see any ads on any of the Liquid streams.
That's true.
That's true. Turbo, of course, a little bit more costly.
A little bit more costly, but if you want to bring up Atlas on one monitor, Sang on the other monitor, Fired Up on the other monitor. I don't know how many monitors you guys have.
I got 3.
There you go. That's 3 monitors, 3 streams at the same time. No ads on 3 streams.
That's pretty good.
Turbo's less than 3 subs.
It's crazy that you could fit 3 Alienware monitors on your desk.
I would love to have one. The ones we have in the cast room are nice.
They are nice. Oh my god.
I made sure to turn on the the enhanced hertz and whatnot, and then it was already set to 360 hertz. That's so many hertz.
Guys, I can't see.
I can perfectly.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Because our monitors are such high quality, thanks to Alienware, that I can see all the information.
It's like we're in the TGP again, Tuttles.
Dude. Listen, you could sub to all these players individually. However, you could just sub to us, and then you get all of these players at the same time. Woo! In this nice 16-box view.
Can we get a zoom in on that 1 pixel in the top left? No, the other top left?
Ah, perfect.
Thank you.
There we go.
We go back to Priory. I want to see what's going on there.
Yeah, I'm down for Priory. We've been watching a lot of Cinderbrew.
They're in the hardest part of Priory right here.
Yeah.
You have to pull this. You have to pull this area like it's a Cataclysm dungeon, where you're ceasing mobs and then pulling back. And alternatively, you have these paladins with their sacred toll going off over and over again, and dropping people lower and lower. And this dungeon sucks.
Guys,
I actually don't think this dungeon's that bad. I think it's just too hard.
I think that there's a lot of hard trash mobs that prevent you from pulling big and doing big numbers like people want to. But I also really like these mini bosses. I like how the consistent, unavoidable damage exists on trash, and they made it like a regular thing.
What do you think of this mini boss right here?
I love it. I'm a big fan.
Kajin the Unwielding too.
Demon.
Sir Braunpike?
Absolute demon.
Love him. I don't love the amount of volley casts. Yeah, that dude, you pull him, he just pulls his AoE damage until you kill him. It's great. Goated. Make more of that, Blizzard. Please. Love Jack.
I actually like this dungeon, but it feels very War Within-ish. Kind of like this area in particular has a ton of casters in a very similar fashion to a bunch of the War Within Season 1 dungeons.
Yeah.
And it's kind of interesting because, and you'll notice this once you guys do more dungeons as the season goes on, they actually curbed a lot of the casters. There's not a bunch of caster mobs in a lot of these dungeons, but they took them all and threw them at the very end of Priory the Sacred.
Right.
So
it would be nice if we had more just elites that do unavoidable damage, and then some silly little trash mobs that just hit the tank and then allow DPS players to pad. Everybody wants to do big numbers, and do lots of healing, do lots of damage. Just make that stuff happen constantly, no matter what. Less crowd control.
My biggest grievance is just how hard this dungeon is, just in general. But I mean, they took a hammer to this place yesterday. They nerfed literally every single mini boss, and we're almost certainly 2-chesting this. We almost 3-chest this on a 10.
Yeah, that's a mix of the gear they have plus the nerfs yesterday, just to overall hell. This is a massive pull, by the way.
So I think that we're gonna wipe here in a moment.
No. They'll be fine.
This is just too
You don't think these footmen are about to kill us?
So the footmen will detonate when they die, but as long as they're killing off 1 or 2 of them at a time and not just killing every single one off at once, they'll be fine. They also killed off Brawn Pike, which stops all the AoE damage.
Yeah.
So they could have like 4 of these go off at once. You'll see like a big burst of damage, but then that's it.
Yeah, you're right. I thought that they were gonna have Brawn Pike alive while the footmen died, but they are actually able to get him killed off a bit earlier.
So here's the pulses. No cloak going off.
Just 1 death.
Unfortunately.
All good.
Shakib back to his roots, tanking Mythic Plus again. Miss him so much.
The OG, yes sir.
Miss him.
Miss Legion Shakib resetting his his sheet death every single fall.
Yeah.
God,
I mean, you had to with some of those pulls.
Dude, he was so good. I miss him. I miss his streams.
He still is good. Come on.
When's the last time Shakib? It's got to be like 5 or 6 years now.
I don't know, man.
Does he not even stream right now?
No, he never streams.
Yeah.
I was asking him when he was going to stream again. He was just like, I don't know.
It's like, yeah, I'm live on Tiki T right now. That's his bit.
Him and I were having a more serious conversation about it. He was just like, I don't want to. I was like, whatever. Sad.
Man, what can you do? The only way to watch it is on the Team Liquid stream.
we missed a good reference, and I'm kind of sad about this because all of us are football lovers. We're kind of like the red zone of the Race to World First.
Absolutely.
16 hours of commercial-free racing.
Only if you sub with Twitch Prime or at Twitch Turbo.
Amen.
Yeah. There's a lot of turbos coming in. Thank you guys. Level 6 hype train.
A lot of
Keep it
turbos.
up. We all love the Race to World First. We would like it to continue happening. Not only do you support the race and the longevity, the sustainability of the race, you get no ads. Love it. And if you're watching ads, thanks. Here's another ad for you. Make sure you sign up for Coinbase as well at tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF. And by doing so, you get $20 for free. And we have giveaways every single day. Not only do we have some signed jerseys, but you can also get flown out to the next Race to World First and get a behind-the-scenes action.
And if you do that, and there's a part for an additional note, write Tettle sent me. That way I get rehired next race.
If you haven't already signed up now, you've missed out on 7 signed jersey giveaways. We've only killed 3 Mythic bosses so far, and we're only on day 5 of the race, though. Every single day giving away one of those jerseys. Every single Mythic boss kill also giving another one of those jerseys. So get signed up now if you haven't already, and don't miss out on any more of those.
The biggest value proposition is, of course, the $20, though, I think.
Yeah.
You allow $20. Just ask Kalamazzi.
You can take those $20 and you can donate to the Pasadena Humane Society.
Oh, that's true.
Or you can buy Taco Bell.
That's what I was thinking. not with what we have planned for lunch, because whatever's coming from the kitchen, we're 10 steps away or so.
Oh, so nice.
Well, like 10 Tettle steps away, like maybe 2 or 3 Zyro steps away from the kitchen. It smells delicious.
It does smell delicious. Very garlicky again. I like the garlic.
It's one of those, what smells good? Starter pack, and it's like olive oil, garlic, onions,
Onion powder, garlic powder.
Yep.
Salt, pepper.
I don't have much of like an aroma, really, but it's like the taste.
But they're good starters for everything.
Absolutely.
I guess not pepper, but salt.
Oh, it's Peruvian is what we're having.
Yes.
Pollo a la brasa.
So we probably want the Signa the Priory. That's
That would
probably
be huge.
That's probably the big.
Got one.
They got one!
Just like that.
You just will it into existence. They talk about the cast or curse. What about the blessing?
That's right. That's right.
Loot blessing right there.
Who is getting the...
Shaq probably want. Oh, never mind. Dirt Lord needs that thing.
Yep. There it is.
I was gonna say.
There it is.
I was gonna say Shakib probably is gonna end up wanting it.
Who is Dirt Lord?
That's a good question. Well, actually, I don't know if you necessarily want this as double. It'd be double on you. It's really a little bit weird. It's definitely better than the Spy Master's Web. But
Was that actually a brick? Was Dirt Lord the one that looted it and he can't trade it?
Yeah, this is a Goop's character. Let's see. Who got it? Was it Goop that got it? I think that Shakib probably needs that trinket more.
Maybe.
That's what I was thinking.
I'm curious if they need it for the trinket itself or they want it for the crest upgrade value.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. 'Cause I think Havoc Demon Hunter actually wants the trinket a lot. But I don't know. That's basically there's also the question of can you trade it?
Yeah.
Yep.
But if it was on Goop, then it's probably better than the Spy Master's Web. Even he's gonna have to think about double on use a lot. It's a little bit weird, but it's certainly possible. Moonkin has this weird thing now where they instead of having the 3-minute Incarn, they have 110 seconds on 2 charges of Incarn.
Oh, can we get the Seng POV really quick? We have this funny thing happening in Motherload that always happens at the very end, where you're just kiting around these crawler mines for like 2 minutes before you can engage the final boss.
They nerfed them a number of times, in
Oh,
fact.
they're skipping these two guys. Oh.
They hit him with the 50%er, and then they reduced their movement speed by 20% as well.
Yeah, that's huge.
I
wonder if the gateway skip still works here.
We did this thing during the PTR where we would clear out the first pack of trash, and then we would send somebody to pull every single mine in the area and then just sack themselves to it.
Yep.
That was always really good.
Do you get the 1 count if you sack yourself to them?
I don't care. You just don't want to pull them. Is the
they're just not.
They literally just like ruin your day. Your ranged DPS end up like running around from them. They can't actually cast on the mobs. They had so much HP they were like literally unkillable.
What do you think about the revamp for Motherload? It's a very different dungeon, in my opinion, from what we used to run. When you go back to the BFA days with the whole pull every single Peacekeeper strategy, you let the mechanics go into them on purpose. It seems like right now it's better to skip most of the first
Oh yeah, no, the first section sucks. I think the dungeon feels the same to me. I don't know how Jack feels about it, but like playing it, I don't feel like it's actually any different than what Motherload used to be, except for the fact that now we're playing a lot more trash in the third area and playing very minimal amounts in the first area.
It's kind of like same principles, different execution. Instead of pulling everything at the beginning and then ignoring trash later on, skipping, it's kind of like you pull what you are forced to pull at the beginning, and then you try to get a lot of trash in the like the science wing, I guess you could call it.
Yeah.
Because the masterminds are actually not that bad. The casters that they have, will put out like a dot of a poison, but the poison doesn't really deal that much damage. You could heal through it if you don't have a dispel, but just bring some dispel as you deal with it. And the big mechs, you often are forced to fight a lot of them unless you have skips coordinated with your team. But they're pretty predictable. The only bad side of it,
war machines,
the ones guarding the last boss, yeah. And it's not that bad to deal with. It's just really the mines more than anything else that they spawn. Those are really the awful part.
Yeah.
But if they reduce the HP, then you're kind of chilling.
Yeah, to me, it feels mostly samey. I do think that they've turned Rixa Flux Flame into like an unkillable demon, and now
it's way better.
Now it's like a lot better.
Yeah, it's miles better. I think they've just upgraded the dungeon. I think this is sort of like the principles I wish applied to like all the legacy dungeons. I think it's quite good. The way they've changed this boss fight, quite good. Still take some geometry lessons for people, but I get it.
I think the boss needs to move more. Like, I don't think the boss should be stationary while it's casting the missile, or I think it should only be stationary when it's casting the Gatling gun, because
there's a kind of cheese you can do too, where there's always safe spots from the fire circles.
The issue is the Gatling gun like one taps you now.
Yeah.
Well, I guess they nerfed it by 50%. Maybe you can actually.
Man, it kind of always did.
Well, no, you could DR it and walk through it in the past, and now you can't do that anymore. But now maybe you can with the 50% nerf to it that hit. So what you should be doing is kind of what Yips is doing here. You should look to recenter the boss immediately, and then
with him doing it though, look at how close this is.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying I wish the boss just moved better, because whenever he's casting the tank hit and whenever he's casting that missile, he just gets stuck. And so Yips's best opportunity is just going to be either he immediately assesses where the Boomba bots are going, which is obviously the best thing that you could do, but he just recenters the boss and then starts moving immediately. And even still, the boss can get stuck in the middle of nowhere.
I like how all of the goblins have this theme of you kill them in their mech and then they hop out afterwards and you have to finish them off. Happens on Vexy and the Gear Grinders too.
I think it's a good bit.
It is a good bit.
It's funny. Because it happens in Workshop, happens in Motherload.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Actually, that was a gnome, Tettles. That's not a goblin.
Oh, I said goblin. My bad.
I don't see height.
Yeah, you see eye to eye.
Exactly. Okay, let's.
Anyways. He set himself up.
Well, it's got to do with him.
Yes. Let's go.
What is this?
Trickshot Simulator. It's the most hyped game on Twitch.
Huh?
Just get the chips in the caps, bud.
Who's playing this?
Who is playing this?
The CHD. He's in the top left. Don't you see?
Well, yeah, I see him, but like.
Wait a minute. He's bald?
We're not very good at the trick shots.
She's got hair. I mean, I see it.
You might be looking at this and thinking, what's so difficult about this? Well, you just got to get the chips in the cap.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, got one. Okay.
Oh, close.
When you hit the first, you have to get all three in a row. So you got to get one, then two.
Or we can't even get one in. There's no way we're getting three.
I was going to say, so once you get the first one in, you have 2 more coins, and then it resets.
Oh, okay, we got one.
Oh,
I'm worried about your 2. I'm worried about your 2.
How do you how do you flick? Like how
Use
does
your
this-
mouse and,
Just
like,
use your mouse?
flick it, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
What is this? Why are
Somebody has an erratic flip. They're doing like crazy stuff.
We should go for a more arced one here. Maybe a little curve to the right.
Yeah, I've been seeing people go like left to right in this and
You have
have
too much power? I
great
feel.
success. Yeah.
We're trying to do the one skip. I'm not really sure if I feel this. We're going straight for the cap. I think you need to go for the arc.
Yeah, you go left and then you arc to the right.
Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, it worked out. Worried about your 2. Ooh. Well, see, you were thinking maybe he could land it in 3, but you have to go 1, then 2, then 3. You can't go 3, then 2, then 1.
Oh, you can't?
That's the rules.
Huh.
Yeah. You don't count backwards, do you?
Depends on the situation.
Maybe when you're pulling.
I do when yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, librarian, pull that up really quick.
I have absolutely no idea what's going on, chat. I'm be straight up with
put
you.
the coin in the
Wait.
cap.
Oh.
Why is this on screen?
Because it's part of another famous
This is a bit.
streamers
We're doing a
game.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, once you
would
get
like us to do
introduced.
Again, chat, I have no idea what's going on.
This should be a charity incentive for us.
I wanted to do a trick shot simulator caster incentive where we would do this.
Yeah. Okay.
One of these bits.
This has been elite.
Yep. Great game. Great game. We'd love to be able to see it. And, of course, Raiders doing lots of Mythic Plus. And for us casters, we're just hanging out, enjoying the show as we've realized Raid's pretty hard. And as a result, there's a lot of prep work that needs to be done.
It sounds like Mythic Plus might only be until prior to lunch. After lunch, it sounds like they might be getting back into Mythic, though.
Sounds like a reasonable idea. You got to get everybody like warmed up and everything like that. Get the day started as well. Hello, everyone. Hope your day is going well. I'm Jack, joined by Zyronic and Tettles. We've had our entire shift doing lots of Mythic Plus, enjoying what the Raiders are kind of cooking up for themselves as we're smelling the amazing aroma from Chef Heidi and everything wafting throughout the building. But of course, we could not be doing this event without our sponsors, so we got to give them a lot of love, and we would appreciate it if you would as well. Our presenting sponsor, of course, in Coinbase, as well as Honda, Secret Labs, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo, as well as our charity partner, the Pasadena Humane Society. We're going to be taking it on over into a Monster Energy listen-in, and when we return, we'll have a new round of casters.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Okay, barely got off. Yeah, I don't know, like, the problem when, like, too far, like, if it's, like, unpredictable where they are, if it...
Yeah, you know where they spawn. Like, it's like, you see the trust piles that are medium that spawn around him, you know it's those that are the 4 closest that are the one that spawn ads on.
I mean, I can try, but I'm just not sure. 10 seconds is really short for Destro.
I mean, it's just, like, because it's versus stat versus SP is the question. Because SP has the same issue. It's not, you know, you have to set up your 2 dots, then you have the DP, then you have the Mind Blast, which starts the link damage. Not like it's fast to set up.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I think the only that is really good is Moon.
But Moon can only hit, and like Starfall only hits, well, it hits every ad, but if you only care about the 2 back ads, then does Starfall out damage Havoc and attacking an ad? I don't think it would. Sounds impossible.
Specifically?
I think it does, yes. Because you do more damage the first, like, 5 seconds. I played a fucking Moonkin in the split.
I netted the build first time with green gear, and I, Starfall fixed for like 2.5 million with CDs.
There are gonna be like maybe like 10 rotations of these, right?
Yeah, and you have income for like 7.
I mean, maybe you're right, but it's not versus a boomkin though, so we don't have that. It's the SP versus Warlock.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
but like there's no good chances for them.
How many geared boomkins do we?
We have 1. There's only, well, there we have more, but we're only running 1 in keys right now.
I mean, I'm sure Warlock is fine. It's just not like it's not.
I like amazing.
Maybe it's the best option, but it's not.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about like the best class. I'm talking about the option between 2 classes.
Yeah, and I don't play Sharpie, so I can't tell you.
But, I mean, I'm only looking at the data from yesterday, and there it looked like a lot bigger. But I mean, maybe they just didn't do it correctly. It was like 5 pulls, right?
I think John was wrong that they probably just weren't really bopping that much as well.
Yeah,
I mean if they were dying,
I just know from my PV, like I have
maybe
what the
something here. So.
But you did the same damage as the Shadow Priest, just Havocing.
Yeah.
And sometimes we had 2 ads spawning far, like, and...
Of power.
Well, I never accounted for 2 ads spawning far. I always Havoc boss.
Yeah, I mean, and you still did. That's my... So that even more argues for the point, right? Like, I don't know. I'm just asking, because, like, we have options of triple, right?
I'll
Like,
take that if you don't need.
Yeah, I can trade.
That's...
Also, what about PI for Warlock? Because when I was looking Destro, like something like Destro 2 target, it started going up quite a lot more.
Yeah, I think it's super good on.
Yeah, I mean on 2 target it's really good, and for F it's really good on multiple.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Because we have multiple of those options as well.
Mental lunch.
The other issue is
Awesome.
that for some classes is that I don't know how much cooldowns matter for Warlock for this scenario. But classes that have like, it's like a 51-second rotation between ads.
I mean that's but not like absolutely massive, it's a haste.
I mean, 1 means that if you really want to kill ads, it's all you care about. You can spec the bullet, and then you can burst on that.
Yeah.
But like Hellcrawl is a lot slower. But I mean, if you save a demon for that, then sure, then you burst like 10 million in a global.
And the thing is like that the boss, depending if it even has an enrage time, if you can do the mechanics, the boss kills itself with the balls, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you go Diabolist and hold the demon, you will for sure burst on that.
Rocking the bottom of the meter. You'd look so fucking funny. Just I exist to kill 1 ad.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
That's kind of what people did on Painsmith sometimes, right? They played like the Chaos Ball.
I mean, I did that. I was on Painsmith. I literally killed 1 ad.
Yes. Yeah,
I was just walking the bottom of the meter, bro.
But you were the one that topped hard on that, right? Like, those are different times.
Fucking Spec's just so limp. If it has to do one thing, it can't do anything else. I can AoE, or I can fucking cleave. I cannot do both. So
I'm just trying to argue for the class. Like, I mean, I'll look at it in the logs when you're doing a few pulls, right? But
I mean, we can
but
see
that's
when
why
we
I'm
get in
trying
there.
to say you should try to play for it to showcase how much you can do, and then tell the negatives of it. I mean, maybe it's too much of a negative what you're doing, as you said. There's a quite big chance that damage won't matter, like overall, if there's no enrage.
Yeah.
Every set of balls, the DPS check on the boss just goes down, down, down,
We'll see whenever the enrage is. I assume they'll throw a fucking enrage in there because that'd be really weird.
They had this weird comment where they said, we don't care, DPS shouldn't affect this boss on farm, it should always be about doing the mechanics in their NCU, but I don't know how much you can take into that.
Yeah, but well, Rick Reverb was a 3 heal, so I don't suspect that.
Yeah. No, on this fight, I meant on.
No, yeah, I know, but I'm just using Rick and using Sprocket doesn't seem to be the case. Yeah.
I agree. Well, I'm just fighting for your class here. You know, I mean, I know you're in, but there are multiple options with the other spots, right?
Yeah, I just don't know about multiple. It's.
I don't know. Yesterday, you also did more damage than the Shadow Priest. I mean, now that doesn't have to again mean anything, but just the overall damage doesn't like. Obviously, you don't have to factor in they bring a PI, but.
All right, well, we'll see how it goes. I'm gonna go eat lunch.
Yeah.
bypass the filters! It's running too hot! The mead will be substandard!
Yeah, there'll be more of it! More mead, more money! That's good business!
It was my personal directive, my passion! She's ruining everything!
strongest survive.
Welcome back from that Monster Energy listen, and I have replaced 2 dweebs on the couch with two fresh faces. Dratnus and Kalamazzi join me, Tettles, here. And how have you guys been doing today? We've been seeing a lot of Mythic Plus, but I heard a rumor that potentially we could be getting Mythic bosses after lunch.
Oh, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Yeah?
Yeah, so the basic idea is we want as many item levels as we can get.
Yes.
This tier in particular, Mythic Plus 10s, they drop those 655s, so any players that don't have 655s in some slot are looking at those plus 10s. Other players have good item levels in some slots, but are looking for, you know, a specific trinket, a specific item from M+ of some kind, and so they'll be farming at lower levels and then upgrading for free with that crest discount if they've been given those pieces. But all of that is a little bit more valuable this tier, again, because of those extra couple item levels you can get from M+, and because of the way splits worked out this tier, the most important thing for determining which character was a main or which character was an alt is Eye of Kazan, Jaster Diamond, you know, these a couple of specific items. And so a character might have gotten a good split for those items, but not a good split for bracers, boots, belts, random pieces, right, on all the other slots, which means there's a lot more item level to be gained from Mythic Plus this time around. All of that's to say, Mythic Plus is very valuable, but I do think we're approaching the end, right? You get diminishing returns, right?
Of course.
First hour of M+, a lot better than the second hour. A lot better than the 10th hour, right, of M+, as people are getting more and more of those items that they need, and they end up moving to farming more and more marginal side-grady things.
Yeah, we saw a lot of M+ last night as well. I believe Max said, like, right after dinner, we're going into the raid. Let's go. And then it became an hour later, and then an hour later, and we got in there. I mean, 3 bosses died pretty quickly, but both Styx and Sprocket Monger seem like they're a decent jump up in difficulty. A lot of health. I mean, Sprocket Monger has 14 billion, which is like... Reaver had 9.
They don't want to send any commitment upgrades yet, right? So getting something like a 655 from M+, being able to upgrade for free, that's great. But they don't want to actually spend Gilded Crest. They don't want to spend those sparks. They don't want to spend those catalyst charges because you might then drop something from raid that makes that a mistake, or potentially even get something in your vault next week, depending on how this goes, that might make it a mistake. So we're seeing them trying to conserve those resources, which means we need some more items from M+ to actually kill Sprocket Monger and Styx if we don't want to send all that stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so I have tremendous news for you guys. I have a great deal. You guys sign up on Coinbase, and you receive $20. That's the deal. You do have to use the code TEAMLIQUID20, and you will be able to receive that. In addition to that, we also have other great sponsors. Let me tell you about them. They also are Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. But I've also negotiated a grand prize of being able to be flown out to the Race to World First on behalf of Coinbase. Again, sign up on tl.gg/Coinbase and using code TEAMLIQUID20. You will get $20 free. You will be entered into giveaways to win signed Team Liquid jerseys. And one grand champion will be flown out here to get a VIP look at the next race. A tremendous offer indeed.
Yeah, the jerseys have been giving away every single Mythic boss kill from Team Liquid, so that means...
There should be some in this next couple hours, hopefully.
Yeah, we're doing 1 a day and then 1 per Mythic boss kill.
Yeah, so hopefully 2 more. I mean, I would assume safely 2 more today. I'm going to hopefully guess that we are on One-Arm Bandit at some point tonight, but I mean, it might be wishful thinking.
If Sprocket Monger and Styx don't die today, we should rebook our flights, probably. It's going to be, we're looking at Sepulchre 2 or
Well, Max said we
3.
can't have 3 hard raids in a row, right? It's a mathematical impossibility.
And yet, you know, these bosses are looking pretty tough. You know, Instant Dollars has been really struggling to not just kill, but like make serious progress on these bosses, and that guild's really, really good.
Well, I mean, a lot of the guilds that we've seen pull Sprocket Monger and 6 Bunk Junker are pulling it at around 651, 652 item level.
Yeah, so there is item level to gain.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Scott, he was sending some of his hero crests. I don't think he ended up crafting, but he was like 659.
I was looking. He's like the most geared person in the guild right now.
I think their kill last night was 651.7.
Exactly,
Lexi.
but everybody can probably get to that 659, 660-ish item level once they commit all their crests, once they commit their crafts. So there's a lot of item levels to be gained. That is
Scott's 659, but he's ahead by like 4 item levels on the rest of the guild.
Exactly.
Got a bunch of people at 655. So yeah, like you said, people can gain item levels. Sending those rune crests as well. Liquid are going to not need rune crests after this week, and if they've gotten a couple of 658s from raid, they can actually get that runed achievement this week, and so I think Scott is at that spot.
It's a lot. It's not about the rune crests themselves. It's more about having the slots to be able to send all of the rune crests into.
Right. They need to have. You need to have 655 in every slot to be able, because sending that rune crest from 655 to 658 is allowed. Sending rune crest on 652 is not allowed. You have to actually get the 655 in that slot in order for it to be efficient this week for them.
Crafting is also an interesting topic as well because. Unlike last year, we had 2 sparks at the start. We only have 1 now, and
we're not going to get a second next week either.
Exactly. Yeah. So you have to really decide: do you want to craft something right now, or do you just want to wait? Liquid's going to wait. I would be very surprised if they don't. But how long do you wait?
Yeah, how long is the question, right? Obviously, they're not going to send sparks to kill the first 2 mythic bosses. They're probably not going to do it to kill Styx or Sprocket Monger. The question is, once we get to say One-Armed Bandit, I think the One-Armed Bandit DPS check is pretty likely to be real this week. So that's where we might see them opt to send that, especially because if you the Spark is one of your best ways to spend your 60 Gilded Crests as well.
Exactly.
So I think especially a lot of the one-handed weapon users will want to just craft full 678 one hand with Ascendance, and that'll be a pretty big upgrade for a lot of people.
I had an opportunity to talk to Bubba Dub last night, and he said something that mirrored kind of your sentiment right there, where they're going to try to wait to craft the one-handed gilded weapons as late as possible to see if they potentially get some offhands or potentially get some mythic weapons from the raid. Because, again, delaying it as late as possible is going to be pretty valuable. And even still, they're probably going to have like 2 or 3 people who won't have crafted.
Yeah.
Because in case they make it to later bosses and they get like a galley tech item, they're going to have something that can be used.
What you want to do is you don't want to think about it individually, right? You don't want to just look at each boss and think, okay, I could use this item, therefore I won't craft. What you want to do is you want to, as a guild, look at it and be like, okay, if this item drops, we'll give it to this person. Everybody else can craft that, because they're not going to get that.
Exactly.
Right? And that, you could save potentially for 2 drops as well if you really want to be safe, but 1 is probably enough to feel reasonably confident that you're not going to, miss out on too much value. And again, there's this trade-off, right, where if you can kill One-Armed Bandit 2 hours earlier by sending a couple of crafts that have like a 3% chance of being made wrong, that's probably worth it, but it's something that you really have to know what all those numbers are. You have to make some good guesses about like what is the % chance that we get a problem here, and what is the amount of time we're expecting to actually save on this boss. Because there are some bosses that crafting ain't going to help you kill much faster.
Exactly.
And there's some bosses you don't need to craft to kill at the same time. So you really don't want to craft in either of those edge cases. Right in the middle where it's like, okay, this will actually save us some pulls.
Right. Sprocket Monger, I was surprised when I watched Instant Dollars last night, and that boss had 14 billion health.
Yeah,
to clarify, Rick Reverb had 9 billion health, which was, I think, like a 6-minute DPS check, roughly. You're going to need a substantial amount of DPS to kill Sprocket Monger. It's a lot of movement on the fight. There's no damage amps in that fight either. Like, it's a very real encounter. Styx has 14 billion as well. That Mythic change with that new mob, well, the Death Ray mob, essentially.
Mob becoming important,
It was exceptionally punishing for even little mistakes made. So
the Scrapmaster looked rough.
Yeah.
And Echo, after they ended up killing Rick Reverb earlier today, they went to Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock and were actually throwing some attempts at that as opposed to going to Styx Bunk Junker. So
yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of guilds find themselves back in the Mythic Keystone dungeons rather than pulling those bosses for a while.
Well, I mean, that's why Liquid started their day in the Mythic Plus dungeons. They knew that throwing attempts while you were 651 item levels, awaiting actually crafting pieces or throwing those crests at gear wasn't really going to be acceptable to try to kill a boss like Sprocket Master Lock and Stock that has that 14 billion health that you were kind of alluding to.
Yeah, and you're also in an odd spot of, okay, like if you're Method or if you're Echo at this point, all right, maybe Liquid goes in first. It's a strategy we can just sort of employ from them, or vice versa.
Yeah.
Any of the three. All 3 guilds have shown they can formulate strategies on their own and be the first person to pull and kill that boss, right? But yeah, if there's some M+ upgrades left, maybe you do something.
Yeah, exactly,
just
right.
wait a little bit and see what happens, right?
If you could spend 3 hours doing M+, or 3 hours doing Sprocket Monger progression. But then if you do Sprocket Monger progression tomorrow and another guild's already done some of that stuff and it only takes you 2 hours then because you get that information benefit, you're just saving time by doing the M+ first. So that being said, Liquid are running out of efficient M+ to do, especially if they want to save the option to M+ later, which is something Max was talking about in the Secret Lab Hot Seat interview we did last night, was we want to stay with the option to do M+ if we run into a boss that's like overtuned or buggy. Look what's happening for Impact here. We got a tank in the water. Oh no!
This is gonna be a wipe.
Oh no, we got those in the water as well. Impact. Oh, he's gonna jump down as well. Oh,
feels bad. He knows his curse.
That's tough. It's over. That's an embarrassing one to get full screened here.
The +6 as well. Ooh.
Yeah, so that's the +6 is where you get the hero track gear.
Right.
So Impact is farming this because it's easier and faster than the +10s, and he already has the 655 plus in those slots. He's just looking for the better items here potentially. I don't know if Rookery has a trinket or anything that's desirable.
It has a average trinket.
I know Enhance has some weird. Enhance likes some items differently than everybody else. They have like, there's one enchant that nobody uses except for Enhance, which is cool.
I think they're Floodgate Trinket and Priory Signet.
Okay, yeah.
Trinket wise.
So maybe he's just looking for like a stats, like a chest piece with stats or something like that, or a weapon with good stats, those kind of things.
I was talking to him about his gear actually on the walk over here this morning, and he got the Priory Trinket, and I think he's using House of Cards as a secondary, which I don't think we're in Rookery looking for a trinket. It might be like a necklace or a ring or some.
Yeah, I'm popping open his armory right now. Let's have a little look here. Yeah, he's still got a 636 crafted weapon in, so potentially I don't know if Rookery's got one of those.
Could be looking for a weapon. Yeah, I could see him looking for like a heroic weapon of some capacity.
Yeah, in which case just getting one on the hero track. And then, I guess maybe he's got that weapon though just because it's got Ascendance on it, so possible that you got to keep that thing.
Would recraft maybe later.
Yeah, and like you said, the House of Cards, and he actually does have a improvised Sephorium Pacemaker on.
Exactly. Yeah, he got that last night. I think Johnny Feral Druid or whatever the guy's character's name is, Jonathan Fortnite.
That's the Floodgate Trinket, right?
Yeah, the Floodgate Trinket.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, did it for him.
What does it actually do?
So it's interesting. It's sort of like a 60-second on use that gives you 15 seconds of crit that ramps up to 30 seconds of crit. But unlike an on-use trinket, it just automatically procs every 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
so. It is weird because if you're on a fight where you delay your CDs by a little bit, you're gonna get your pacemaker desynced from your CDs.
So he was kind of telling me about this a little bit as well. Shaman and Raid mostly doesn't play Ascendance anymore. They're playing Totemic. They're not really playing around the large 2-minute bursts. Instead, they'll be playing around like things like Doom Winds and like 1 minutes. And it's a much different play style from what you were seeing last patch with like Stormbringer, big Ascendance, Magheart, Orc Power Infusion. It's a little bit more of a flat curve of damage.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's an interesting trinket. It's good for a lot of people. If you're a melee DPS and you can put on C4 and Pacemaker and crits like decent for you, that is probably something you'll be enjoying. But yeah, we are also seeing our raiders kind of alternating. Because they're not raiding right now, they're taking lunch basically at their own pace. But a lot of them now have already gotten that lunch. A lot of them coming back in and getting ready. I'm sure there are a couple more people that do need to go to lunch. Usually we've been doing lunch at about 2. Today it looks like it's probably going to be wrapped up a little bit earlier. But I see there are some key groups still going. So if I had to guess when Mythic would start, my guess would be they've scheduled it for maybe 2:30 to have everybody be done eating and be done with their keys. And everybody's just kind of doing as much keys and also getting lunch in sometime before then. But that's just a guess. I don't actually know when their scheduled time would be. But that's usually how you do it once you start splitting up into 5-person groups, right? Is you need an agreed upon time that everybody will be ready for, and then you just don't start a key if it would get you over that time.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true. THC Fired Up and Splat were here till demonic hours last night. They just kept going past the normal bedtime that they have here.
THD was still wearing the Sikran necklace today. I think that he's just been in Cinnabrew Meadery, I think, over and over and over again, trying to get that.
See a necklace prison, yeah.
I think the Haste Mastery neck in there, I believe, right?
I think it's heavy haste, low mass.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it would make sense. Sikran neck is good. It was nerfed a bit, though, I think, with certain healer interactions. I think towards the start of PTR.
it's good. You want the hero track.
Right.
I mean, that's kind of what we were pointing out. You want basically hero track gear in every single slot, even if it's slightly less optimal. If you get a hero track piece that is from a +10, you can still send those heroic crests, and then just like, it would just be Valor Stones later to upgrade it, which is it's not the end of the world. Like, you can absolutely do.
They're going to have enough of those because they've run a couple of these extra keys, and they've also run the raid on all the difficulties, which drops a bunch of Valor Stones.
You got the bags, and
a lot of them are also holding on to the various Valor Stone items that you get from various quests that, you know, it's like, oh, this is a Crimson Valor Stone. Right-click it to gain 250 Valor Stones. They will just hold those in their bags until they ever need it during Race to World First Prog, and if not, we're keeping that until next year.
Yep.
I forgot about that, actually.
Yeah.
You didn't keep them?
I think I sent one or two.
You want to just right-click on it when you get it.
Yeah, I think I just sent it. Oh, dang.
You got to get that little dopamine hit, but that's... THC is still wearing the Shreki Zealot's insignia, though, like you said, Tuttles. That's, that item is still equipped. I believe it's his only remaining item from last tier.
So, but I think a lot of the Liquid Raiders are kind of in a similar spot where it's like one, maybe two pieces are like still from last tier. So they need to just kind of keep slamming a couple of specific dungeons that they're looking for, just that one upgrade, and then if they get it, then then they're pretty much done. Can send all their hero crests and not really think too much of it.
And if it is like jewelry, like necks or rings, you can just do a full. It's basically a full class stack regardless. Like, it's just jewelry drops to everybody, right?
Exactly.
Like, so it isn't actually that hard to acquire unless you're THC. But he did mention to me last night that when it came to Jasper Diamonds, a decent bit of them in their raid are actually warbound, because although it's a rare drop from Gallywix, they killed it 14 times.
Yeah.
On alts. And
on 2 difficulties as well.
Yeah.
So if you get any Warbound Jaster Diamond, even the veteran track ones, right? You can upgrade that to 645 and send it to your main. And of course, if you get one of the champion track ones, that goes up to 658. So you get 14 shots at that. Whichever run it drops on, you can send it to your main. So splits kind of get even more valuable in this Warbound world because Warbound champion track gear is basically as good as hero track gear.
Yeah, I mean, Jasper Diamond's effect is basically, it's like a miniature trinket on a ring, which just you want to have access to that regardless, whether it's veteran, champion, hero is obviously better, but even with it being a rare drop, I would venture to guess probably a third or quarter of the raid has just Warbound Diamonds on, which is, hey, you know, I'll take it, right? Might not be the best, but it's probably the best I'm going to get for now, so.
All right, looks like Impec is looking for boots. Male boots out of this +6 Rookery, because right now he's still got his old 639s on.
If you have a Rookery and you are on the NA realm, please sign up to Impact.
It is interesting though that he's running the 6s instead of the higher keys, right? Because the 6s are going to be faster, but it will drop at that lower item level.
He's trying to get them to be able to be guaranteed traded too.
Yeah, then once he gets them, he can then farm any boots and use it to upgrade the good stat boots here out of the Rookery. So
I have a 9 Rookery. I can go toss it up.
You're not maleware.
That's true. Yeah, they're looking for somebody with the key.
Very true.
And with the ability to trade male boots. So it's a pretty small set of the population. But if that applies to you, if you're out there and you're like, oh, I play Hunter, I got good boots already, and I have a +8 Rookery.
They'll either +2 it or +3 it.
Yeah, log in, lower that a little bit, and get a nice free probably 3 chest out of this keystone.
Yep.
There you go. Ooh, we got a Hunter signing up.
Hold on.
That's what I like to see. Yep. Great work.
We're back.
Oh, serve Hunter, dude.
Yeah.
Just flex the OG.
Actually, hey, if you're a Hunter as well, and you're ever going to Rookery, you probably want to set your loot spec to serve.
Why?
Because there's not a bow or a gun out of this dungeon, but I think there is a polearm. And then you can use it to get the upgrade discount for your bows and guns.
Oh. Does that work, actually?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, I guess it would work theoretically, yeah.
There's a little bit of tech for...
Then it dilutes the loot pool if you wanted something else.
Yeah, you can... I mean, so ideally, if you're, for instance, doing this helper run, what you should do is you should look at the dungeon journal and then find whichever loot spec has the smallest amount of items and go with that one so that you maximize the chances of boots.
Because they don't have the weapon, right?
Yeah, I don't know if they're... Sometimes there's like, oh, there's a ranged trinket or a melee trinket in some of these dungeons as well, so...
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that can't...
I guess my big advice is just always look at the dungeon table, the dungeon loot table, and think about what you want to drop and maximize the chances of that.
Yeah, watch out for yourself. Don't worry about anybody else, what Drynos is saying.
That's true.
Yeah, watch out for yourself. Got it. Team player from Drynos.
You know, unless, obviously, if you're in a nice liquid run, maximize Impact's chances. But if you're out here, you know, playing for yourself, that's the strat. Sometimes an option you can use.
What do you think about this season's dungeon pool, Drynos?
I quite like it, yeah. I've been enjoying... I mean, I did my first Rookery yesterday. It's a cool dungeon. That's some cool bosses. The second boss is pretty fun.
It's easier. I feel like Rookery is one of the easier ones.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
That was just laughing at me. Like,
I thought you were talking about the second boss being easier. I feel like the second boss is the hardest.
Yeah. I think the first boss is like kind of doesn't do anything.
It doesn't do anything, yeah. It telegraphs the mechanics perfectly, and you know exactly at every single point what you should be doing.
Which is great, yeah.
It doesn't either. It just hurts, though. Right?
Like,
you have to, like, dodge stuff while passing this debuff around pretty...
and if you don't pass it correctly, somebody can... Like, somebody dies 100-0... Unless you pass it back to the tank, right? Which is a little bit different. I think the last boss, it's a bit of a coordination check, but assuming that people are in the correct spots and you're just like pinging and typing like where you're supposed to be standing and like what you're supposed to be doing, then it's totally fine. But I think it's like the first time you see it, it's gonna be a little bit tough.
Yeah, because if you don't destroy all of the shards, you get these really nasty.
That happened to us, yeah.
Rookery is pretty easy though. I tend to agree. It doesn't have many casters. Again, I think a lot of the mechanics in this dungeon telegraph really well. Initially, whenever they first pushed this dungeon to the PTR, this first boss trash area, every single pack had like 2 casters in it. They went in, overhauled all of the packs to remove a bunch of the casters, and I think that this makes this dungeon feel a lot better. And they kind of did a similar thing to a lot of the other dungeons where they just reduced or removed the amount of casters that were in pretty much every single dungeon.
Yeah, and they made a lot of the casters just behave a lot more favorably, where it's like, okay, I'll cast once, and then I'll chill for 15 seconds, and like after I cast, I'll run at you. And, that's so much nicer than the like, I spam water bolt at you.
The archers of casters.
Yeah.
It's there's very few kick rotation mobs as well this season, which they're
usually 1 kick per mob will do it. You gotta watch out for this mini boss here because those orbs can you can get hit by all 3 of them if you're in the front of that cone.
You can stand on the roof though of that house as you walk in if you're a ranged DPS and you don't want to move, and so that's optimal. Oh, you gotta click the orb as well. Don't forget to click the orb, otherwise that's gonna be a 15-second time loss.
You mean the bird?
Click the orb to free the bird.
Exactly, the orb to free the bird.
Impact just lost 4 seconds to that.
Kalamazoo doesn't even know the mechanics. Study up.
It wasn't an orb initially. It was just 5 birds. Well, and the bird was bugged and would kill me every time.
No, it drops from the mini boss. Your tank was probably clicking it.
Well, okay, melee mechanics.
That's a different guild.
That's
World First Vexy.
World First Vexy, yeah, exactly, yeah. I handle the range mechanics the hard ones, the tanks to click things, and just they do what they gotta do.
Yeah, my hands look like this, so his can look like that.
Exactly, yeah.
Now you do have to pull all the trash in this room before engaging the boss. Generally,
you don't have to.
Yeah, okay. Any trash you don't pull, you are liable to pull during this boss fight. So,
what I would say about this this area is whenever you have your offensive CDs available, look to pull like one of the Void Riders with the Storm Rooks together, and then use the corner packs as like the cooldown reduction pulls.
You want to; those are the ones that you need kicks for as well. So
exactly.
You can't just like be careful about tagging them from far away because they're just going to stand there and lightning bolt you.
Yeah, I think there's only 2 per pack in both of them, so you can also spam every single stop at it as well. So it's like those are totally fine.
But yeah, now in this +6, they could just go straight into the boss here, and they probably will do that. Oh, nope, they're looping around.
You need all the trash in this area. I think the route in this place is not very... You're not really going to play a custom route in here.
Yeah, usually you kind of just grab all the trash that's obvious. And
the only thing that you skip is like the...
End trash, right? We drop in the hole?
No.
It's right after you drop... Right after this boss, right? You can skip
exactly. You walk around that pack that's to the right with the Crusher and Destroyer. You drag the 3-pat into the pack that's in the hallway with the diffuser and the Crusher. And then, yeah, like you said, you kind of skip some of the stuff at the end. It's not
just
like
the stuff off to the side.
Exactly. It's not like you're...
It's optional, but yeah, I probably would end up pulling it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But most of the stuff at the end you have to pull.
Yeah, you don't want to leave anything in near that boss because
there's no space. There's no custom route that you're playing here, really. It's
kind of just a question of sequencing, right? How you decide to pull through this room. Of course, here at this +6 level with this gear, they're able to sort of cut through it however they want to. But in your own keys, like you said, Tuttles, yeah, you kind of want to think about when your cooldowns are up and fight those birds when you have them.
Exactly.
All right, let me ask you a question, Dranos. It's very important. Would you consider, so the 2 wasps that fly around in Teener Scythe at the end, they're going to the 3rd boss, right?
In Mr. Teener Scythe?
Yeah. Are those considered birds, Dranos? Because they have wings. They fly.
No.
Are those bird settles, or no?
We call them bees.
Yeah, we talked about, okay, you said, but theoretically you would call it a bird if you were on the fly.
Right? For practical purposes, yes, I would probably call it a bird.
If you were a shot caller. Pull the birds.
Pull the birds, yeah.
Pull bird.
I could see myself.
I've never called those birds. Or have I heard anybody call them birds?
Well, Dranos, you're too professional and you use the exact name of every single mob.
That's right, yeah.
Wasps.
Impact. Zap. That's why we play shamans. We got Ankh.
Best defensive in the game.
Pull
Yeah,
the Mist Veil Stingers, Stratnos exclaims as he grabs the
Activate your heroic throw ability on that Mist Veil Stinger.
Pop your defensives now, guys.
Next, you're going to need to kick the Carapace on the.
Use Mind Freeze
Staghorn.
now.
Yeah, use Pummel on the Carapace on the Mistveil Staghorn.
That's good comms.
Definitely comms.
Yes.
It's
something.
Some version of comms, yeah.
Dude, we should cast the TGP like that at some point.
I don't think we should do that.
Just use the full names of every ability.
I bet we could get away with that for like 10 seconds before we get people in our ear being like, you gotta stop that.
Yeah.
Okay, this time the lasers not gonna hit impact. A little bit close, but all good.
It's a +6. You can tank it regardless, right?
Well, he tested that before.
He couldn't take that.
I think he try it again. Pop a defensive. You'd be
Could
okay.
be.
Ankh was off.
Ankh was used, yeah. We used that defensive the last time.
Or as an offensive CD, technically.
True.
As a DPS gain.
Yeah, he was just resetting his cheat death
Yeah,
effects.
forget the actual buff you have on yourself. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, his last resort was on.
Using all our resources at hand.
Dude, I actually miss whenever you could reset last resort with death.
Yeah, and cheat death and stuff as well.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, it was strong, but it did feel like wrong that it doesn't.
Well,
for a while,
you wouldn't do it ever again anymore because now you have to pay 15 seconds of death penalty with the peril after a +12.
At +12s and high. It's so nice that they took that away from the 7s to 11s.
Yeah. I think Blizzard cooked with the change whenever they were moving the affixes around for this season. I think that was a cook super hard.
Also, did you see they took away death timers at all from or like deaths don't increase your timer at all in +2s and +3s?
I think that's okay.
I like that a lot.
It's fine. It's one of those things that I think that the on-ramp to Mythic Plus this season was discussed a lot, at least internally from Blizzard. It's kind of how it appears to me.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that they keep making the dungeons harder and harder every single season. But
also they took away 10 levels of keys that I think were,
exactly.
Those levels of keys were a lot of fun for a lot of people, and so I think it's really important that they make at least 2s and 3s serve that audience again.
Exactly.
In War Within Season 1, I don't think that I think you got into keys and it was already tough even at the +2 level if you were somebody who enjoyed, say, +6s in Dragonflight.
It's kind of like the question of like what level are you supposed to learn dungeons at?
Yeah.
Right? Because realistically, M0s probably don't punish you enough.
I think they have made the M0. They've done some good stuff, and making M0s actually drop champion track gear this season. That's really good.
I agree. I think that the long-term replayability of M0s is definitely being increased, which is a good thing. I think it's more of a question of like moving forward into the system. How do you get more people integrated into it that would otherwise probably be doing delves? And I think that's something that they were probably looking at, where there were these people that were previously in the Mythic Plus ecosystem, and now they are just delve Dannies, the mole people, perhaps.
What you call them, delve Dannies?
Well, we call them mole people.
Who calls them that? You? Okay, all right.
But yeah, the mole people then started no longer engaging in the M+ ecosystem, and it's one of those things that I think that they were probably looking at how to get them back, and I think that obviously champion track gear is one way of doing it, but I think that just making an easier on-ramp when that 2 and that 3 keystone level where you no longer have the death penalty, there's a timer, but it shouldn't be that hard, and it just allows you to learn. I think those are good things.
Right.
And the peril is just... The peril is just too punishing, frankly, for people who are not trying to push like super high level keys.
I don't think there's anything wrong with if you used to play M+ and you find delves more fun and now you play delves
That's
instead.
totally fine.
And I think there are people that's true for, but I think there were also people that enjoyed M+ that then kind of felt like they were pushed out of it by the difficulty of that mode. So I do think it's some good changes that are being done here to make that a little bit more approachable. Although there are Liquid Raiders currently in delves that I can see some players getting those delves in.
I need an energy drink, and I'm not talking about
energy drink.
I'm not talking about an M. I'm talking about the trinket. I need an energy drink.
The Monster Energy trinket this year. It's BIS, just like IRL.
Yeah,
it's BIS for a lot of Raiders.
They have a Monster Energy drink.
So Dranos actually informed me this tier is an item you can buy with undercoins. I think it's 2,000.
Yeah, 2,000 undercoins or off the auction house. The Wave Scrambler 2,000.
Yeah, which will spawn in the
Giga expensive
rare mob and give you your guaranteed map for the week, which is limited to 1, but a higher drop rate that you want to use in a tier 8 delve.
Yep.
Or it's hero gear.
You get hero track gear, yeah. It's hero 1, but it's still hero track. You can get a hero track trinket, and the trinkets it seems like the delve loot pool is kind of biased towards trinkets. Like you will get trinkets at a higher rate than if it was truly fair. So, which is good, right? That's what we most people that are looking for something from a delve are looking for a trinket of some kind or other.
I'm looking for any help at this point. I don't. It doesn't matter to me. Yes, energy drink's very big. There's also the Funhouse lens, which is very good as well. Yep. I think energy drinks.
The Mechano Core amplifier and the Turbo Drain 5000.
How do you know all these items that drop from delves?
They call me Delvin Melvin.
You just wake up every day. You just like your phone's homepage is just like Wowhead, and you start like looking at the items on the loot table of delves.
Yeah, I got a stack of flashcards next to me that just have different item names and then their tooltips on the back. And
I mean, you are hyper optimized. Your computer background is our casting schedule.
Right? That's just good tech.
Yeah, it is good tech. But he's optimized everywhere.
My phone background is our food schedule as well.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding?
I'm not kidding. I don't know. This was a couple days ago. I haven't updated it because I need to like edit it so that I can fit more info on my phone screen. Right now I can only fit 4 days on.
That's great. It's very good. Oh, all right. Yeah.
I'm just saying, if you're not using your phone background screen to give you some kind of useful information, you're not min-maxing.
It's actually true. Should change that.
Oh my god, I can't believe his background's the food schedule and our casting talent schedule. Like, what is going on over there?
He's conserving energy for more Mythic Plus and delves.
Yeah.
Right? It's optimized.
It's just good tech. So this is that second boss we were talking about. For the hardest boss in here, we actually have a player going down. The other Ankh getting used there on the healer in the group. But yeah, this one has that debuff that bounces around, and basically you pass the debuff when it expires to the nearest person. If the same person gets the debuff twice in a cast, they all get murdered.
So what you actually should do is you should actually pass it to your tank twice. So the first person actually gets the debuff.
Or AMS will just remove it once it dumps them. So
okay, well that's a P. Well, AMS
moment
nerfed. But anyways,
dude, have you seen second boss Priory on a DK? You can AMS every single one of the big circles that come out. And just
the sacred flame dots?
You hit AMS, you hit Death's Advance, and you go AD, and you get rid of the whole thing.
Okay, the downside of doing that is because it actually does raid-wide damage.
Not that much. Without any dots out there, it's totally livable. You can do even when there's 5.
That is so
you can
silly.
do all 5, and it doesn't kill anybody.
Dude, okay. Anyways, I don't think it's. Incoming nerf. Stratos has just announced an incoming nerf to
Blood DK moment. Dude, also Blood DK, you can do so much damage as well. You can do so much damage on if you play in Sand Lane and you. It's weird. You have to like proc a big
blood beast.
Yeah, if you proc a blood beast and you hit your like luck of the draw set bonus, and you play like an on-use CD, you can go crazy mode.
Unholy is really good this season. They do some big overall.
Yeah, it's also you're also kind of playing that blood beast lottery, right? Where it's like, that thing procs, you're going crazy.
I saw some illegal overall damage numbers from Unholy DK on the PTR. I think this is actually a pretty good season for Unholy DK. Very rare that they're good, but could be.
Yeah, Unholy typically is like if it's good, it's often like the kind of MDI spec, right? Where it's like, oh, we do huge damage in a very small key.
You probably don't want to eat that.
What happened?
There was a dog and a food moment over here.
Oh, they didn't eat anything though, right?
There was a tongue wandering. Kalamazoo had food on the desk. He was eating it before we came on. And now we have a dog mysteriously standing in the background and slightly less food in Kalamazoo's bowl. What could have come from it?
Look at me! Get the dog! The dog came over! I ain't paying for that. That dog needs to know that's my food. The dog is your dog. It's not mine. It's your dog. It's your dog. Well, it just strengthens the stomach. Look at me. I strengthen my stomach. I'm good to go.
You spoil her. You're in the back.
I didn't spoil anything. She came over and ate it.
Like petting her.
Well, yeah, I like dogs.
Kalamazoo?
Hi. You're back. She's looking for the food.
So, as unofficial third parties, what would you say about this?
I don't think it's anybody's fault. Right. I think these things happen.
Okay.
Thank you.
What can be done?
Do you want to take it? All right. Thank you.
It sounds like we might be going and taking a lunch break here for a little bit. In the meantime, we do have some sponsors to shout out as well. Big shout out to MyBlue. They're going to be doing a giveaway called the Daily Derp. So I'd like to send congratulations to today's winner. Kalamazoo, how would you say that name?
Where is it?
It's I guess you probably can't see that far away, huh?
Well, it's
the all capital letters there on the second line.
How would you say that?
That's
they're the body.
I got it. That's Let's Crawl.
How would you say that one, Dranos?
I think it's probably French. It's probably Le Scroll.
Okay, so Le Scroll.
Yeah, meaning the
You win
scroll.
$50 in Team Liquid store credit. So you can put that towards any of the Team Liquid or Race World First apparel. So you can get like this hoodie, you could get that shirt, you get some of the that's apparels from last year.
We still actually have some of the last tier stuff.
Okay, so you can get
limited
that
supply
apparel
remaining of some of the last tier gear, but you could pick some of that up. I don't know if this is still there because that's the best one.
This is a nice one, yeah.
Yeah.
So here's the situation. We also have community rewards. So where the challenge, as you complete the community rewards, the challenge becomes bigger and better. We ended up spinning a wheel occasionally. I had to spin a wheel at one point.
Yeah.
What did you hit? We hit having to hold a C-sharp note. Which
Yeah. Okay, I was on with you.
Oh, you were on? Okay,
exactly.
yeah.
We were on with
That
the-
was kind of crazy.
C-sharp note.
I had no basis for trying to do that.
There's some IRL loot that you're going to be gaining with the MyBlue stuff. You can actually sign up on tl.gg/bluerwf. And basically, if you're joining the race and you haven't watched Team Liquid's MyBlue event, what are you even doing? You can honestly just win cool prizes just for watching and playing World of Warcraft. So it's got pretty good integration with just Team Liquid, the organization, and the Race World First experience just in general. And you're going to be able to gain cool loot while watching the Race to World First. And I think that's going to conclude our segment here right before lunch break. And we will be right back after this lunch segment. So stay tuned.
Listen, we need to have a conversation about apparel. The fact is, you signed a contract guaranteeing certain concessions. One of those being a spot on this broadcast.
Well, that's where I see things differently. Contract or no, I will not sell out for an impeccably designed and high-quality t-shirt.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but that's basically the nature of the race.
Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but for me, the race doesn't include selling cozy 100% cotton hoodies with graphics specifically designed for this race.
Oh, this is cozy.
Max, you know what I'm talking about, right?
It's like people only do the race to sell t-shirts. And that's just really sad.
You want to see something really cool?
Where else can we go?
This is the Honda Prologue. We can go anywhere we want.
Max, hurry up, they're behind us.
Just a few more tweaks. Hand me that tool.
This better be worth it.
Almost done.
It's beautiful.
We gotta get out of here.
Don't forget the PC.
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. Important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.
Thank you for the roses. You now have a 2-gifter badge. Thank you for all of your donations to twitch.tv/RWF/donate. Let's go Team Liquid. Thank you for the GGs. GG. I hope everyone's enjoying the Race to World First. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the GG. Thank you for the tiny dinosaur. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the girl power. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the W. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the roses. Go Team Liquid. I hope everyone's enjoying the Race to World First. Thank you for the GG. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the... Thank you for the goat. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the GG. Oh no, I dropped my popcorn. I've got another one. Thank you for the ice cream. A user in the chat says, help. Same girl. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the donut. Yum. Thank you for the donut. Yum. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the roses. I hope everyone's enjoying the War Within expansion. Thank you for all of your donations to Team Liquid for our charity goal. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the girl power. Thank you for the roses. I hope everyone's enjoying the Race to World First. Go Liquid. Thank you for the cap. Thank you for all the donations to the Pasadena Humane Society. Let's go Team Liquid. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the lightning bolt. Ah, scary. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the finger heart. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the ice cream. Yum yum. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the finger heart. Thank you for the tiny dinosaur. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the corn. Yum yum. Happy International Women's Day to you too, Chad. Thank you for the dinosaur. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the GG. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the dolphin. I hope everyone's enjoying the War Within expansion. Thank you for the GG. Thank you for the heart puff. Thank you for the goat. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the ice cream cone. Yum yum. Let's go Team Liquid. Good luck in the race to world first. Thank you for the heart puff. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the let 'em cook. Thank you for the GG. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the roses. Let's go Team Liquid. Thank you for the W. Thank you for the lightning bolt. Scary. Thank you for the goat. I think Team Liquid is the goat too. Don't you guys? Alright everyone, I think that's it for me. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure you're donating at twitch.tv/Team Liquid to the Pasadena Humane Society. Bye-bye.
Cringe. Woo-woo. That's cringe. Woo-woo. That's cringe. Woo-woo. That's cringe. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. Mythic Plus, baby.
And welcome back to the Alienware training facility in sunny Santa Monica, California. You are on the Team Liquid Race to World First, and we are going to be going into Mythic. Kalamazoo, are you stoked for this?
I'm excited. I got a full belly. I'm ready to go. I'm not going into Mythic, but I'm so excited.
Yeah, well, the Raiders are going to be going, of course. It's going to be very interesting. What do you expect to see immediately right out of the Stratnos?
Yeah, so what we're expecting is probably Styx Bungchunker, although, of course, you could go to Sprocket Monger as well.
Okay.
We'll see which of those bosses they decide to pull. We've seen Instant Dollars has pulled both of them on stream, so we've got some information there. And I believe Echo has also pulled some Styx Bungchunker on their day, so should be interesting to see. I mean, at this point, I think Liquid they've got a lot of gear from M+. I think they would be disappointed if they can't quickly take out both of these bosses, which, you know, that might or might not be possible. We'll have to actually see what the tuning ends up looking like now that they are really coming in here trying to actually kill those bosses.
What does quickly constitute for you?
I would say before dinner. Like,
okay, that's fine.
We can get both these bosses done in the next few hours, maybe 4 hours.
I think even today is probably.
Yeah, as long as they get them today, I think they'll be. If it's not today, and it's not a case of like they played bad, but just a case of like these bosses are really hard, then we're gonna have to shift our plans around like the pacing of this tier, right? All the decisions that were made about boxes and stuff like that and itemization were probably made under the assumption that this week we would have One Armed Bandit killed and Muggsy probably killed as well. That's probably true. If we don't kill Sprocket Monger today, we are probably gonna have to reassess those plans.
Right.
Okay, so we're going to be going into Mythic momentarily. I have an announcement to make. I would like to shout out Coinbase for being our presenting partner for the Race to World First. If you, the viewer at home, if you want $20, you could head over to tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF and use the code TeamLiquid20 to be able to get $20. Kalamazoo, that sounds like a great deal. How much Taco Bell do you think that would afford you?
Ooh, that'd be like, well, in California, about a taco and a half. Anywhere else in the world, about 15 tacos probably. Ooh. So, you know, but still, it's free food.
A great value indeed.
They have like a $20 meal for two, and you can just...
Or a meal for me.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. That's a big meal for me is what that is.
In other deal news, you can also, whenever you sign up on Coinbase, you will be also entered into some of the giveaways. You can get signed Team Liquid jerseys, which are those jerseys this year are fire. I think that the Cauldron of Carnage white is elite. In addition to that, there's also a grand prize where Coinbase will fly you out to get a VIP look at the next race. This is NA and EU only, and you are able to sign up after you sign up on Coinbase. With, again, the code tl.gg/Coinbase with code TeamLiquid20. You fill out the form on tl.gg/RWFBTS, and then you will be entered to win.
I'll share my bell with you. Taco
Bell.
Bell. Yeah, Taco Bell.
That's a great value.
That's quite an honor.
You might Titan Forge $20 more of Bell alone.
That's remember, you got to be here one of the times that Kalamazoo orders Taco Bell, which there's 3 times per day.
Yeah, every day. Be here someday. Yeah.
Live Moss.
Exactly.
It's been pretty good so far. Today's lunch, though, was very, very good.
Oh, it was
not
so good.
Taco Bell today. It was very exceptionally strong.
We had the chicken with the...
Strong.
There was kind of a kick to that sauce. That was nice.
Yeah, the dog found that out, too, actually.
Yeah.
He stole some of my chicken.
Okay, hold on.
And then the fries, they were nice and crispy.
Not to derail this conversation, I'm looking at our side monitor here.
Yeah, let's
and
get
it looks
into,
like we are standing in front of a very interesting boss arena.
Yeah, Styx Bunk Junker, I think, is where we are going to be heading, which does make sense.
Big Styx.
People were expecting that over Sprocket Monger. And in fact, I was kind of surprised to see some Sprocket Monger pulls coming out from some of the other guilds as well. Now, Styx is something where during PTR testing, there seemed to be quite a lot of difficulty there that was maybe tied to it being a little bit like buggy on PTR. But now that it's been live, at least on the lower difficulties, that hasn't been true. But I've been watching some of ID pulling this boss, and it's just doing a lot of damage. Now we can see the raid comp, they're actually playing 2 Death Knights, which makes a lot of sense for this fight. You really want to be able to control all those ads. Grip the ones in, like the hyenas, all those little things, keep them under the boss.
What are the things that the viewers at home need to know about the major differences between this boss, between Heroic to Mythic Kalamazoo?
So there are these Scrap Mongers, I believe?
Scrap Masters.
Masters, there we go. Yeah, that spawn in, and they have this like 8-second right around there, like a death beam cast, essentially, where to interrupt that death beam cast on a player, which just one-shots them, you have to roll over them with a medium-sized scrap ball.
Right.
If you don't do that, it just one-shots somebody.
Yeah, pretty much like half the timer for one of the bombs to explode is when those casts will go off. So you need to get medium quick and roll over all of the Scrap Masters between all the people that get put on those garbage balls. And then, of course, you still have to continue on to blow up the bombs. Those are still there. There are also some Mythic coils.
Yes, the coils.
That will spawn in. Those provide some extra collision for your balls that you need to watch out for. But they also channel a increasing damage zappy beam into people in your raid. And that is just a healer defensive check.
Are we okay, Tiddles?
Yeah, just the look that you gave me whenever he said that just made me start laughing.
What did he say? I didn't hear.
So one of the major things that you had to watch out for on PTR testing was that there were 3 Scrap Masters in the first phase, and then whenever the boss goes up in the air...
Yeah, it just casually ramps, right?
Yeah, exactly. You actually you get 4 of those trash heaps, but then you also end up getting 4 of the Scrap Masters that have to be ran over by the balls, and that was a bit difficult during PTR testing. I'm kind of interested in seeing if those 4 Scrap Masters end up persisting into that phase 2.
Now on PTR testing as well, in the lower difficulties, you would get 2 kind of casts. 2 sequences out of the boss before it would do that phase 2 intermission thing. But on Mythic, it only did 1 before it did that push on PTR testing. So we'll see how it ends up functioning here. We do have world markers down, so they've divided the room into roughly 4 kind of zones.
Right. Okay.
And I think the idea is going to be to communicate like, I'll go towards X, I'll go towards blue, right? And you sort of call that out once you realize you are being assigned a garbage ball, because the real disaster is 2 people going to the same area, each of them getting a couple of small trash, neither of them getting enough to go medium, and then you wipe often.
Kala, are we expecting any like unique weak auras or any like assignment style stuff that might change how this fight functions?
I mean, I'm not really sure. You might have some kind of like pre-assigned weak aura to say, hey, you're in the green quadrant or red quadrant, but I mean, you're going to have like specific people running those Scrapmasters over. So
yeah.
Maybe there's assignments there comparatively to running the ball into the boss. But I mean, there's very little room for error here.
Yeah, I think it's not really going to be like a assignment weak aura. I think it's going to be reactive.
Right.
I saw on ID's streams that they had a weak aura that like gave you the timer to when the cast went off on the same spot as a bar of how big you were towards medium. So you could sort of see like, oh, I'm ahead or behind the speed that I need to be to actually get medium and large in time to stop these bombs and these casts going off.
Looks like we're running triple Shadow Priest. Anything unique that you're seeing out of this composition, Dratnos?
Yeah, I mean, so the 2 DKs, 2 tank DKs are coming in here, 2 blood DKs. Blood DKs work out really nicely on this fight because, again, you've got A-Bomb Limb, Mass Grip, so you can just manage all the little ads. Sometimes little ads spawn kind of far away. Now, the Scrapmasters themselves aren't grippable, but the little hyenas are. So being able to control those under the boss, I think, is valuable. Yeah. Also, just having the ability to tank the boss while your other tank is on that ball rolling around. One of the things this boss does is that it's going to do a big magic meltdown into your tank while the other tank is rolling the ball. So having AMS and Death Strike for that is going to be better than almost anything any of the other tanks can bring.
You can't grip the Scrapmasters after they get deposited by the trash heap. Okay,
you can't.
But it rolls them into the boss though.
Yeah, so
of course it'll deposit them
you'll be meat grinder-esque, right?
Yeah, you'll have a meat grinder at least where you can have all the hyenas quickly taken care of, because the hyenas are pretty nasty. They'll stack up a disease on people.
Necrotic, right?
Leave them alone. Yeah, so those going on range players, because the range players are going to be making a lot of threat on those ads, right? You've got Shadow Priests that are going to be doing huge damage to them. Of course, they have Fade. You have Goopin on a Moonkin.
Oh, nice.
So again, this fight looks good for that sort of spread cleave, big AoE, not as much of a single target encounter. We're also playing Lip now on the Rat Paladin, who he's sittable when you have a prop Paladin in. He's not when you don't. You need a Paladin for Devo Aura, so... yeah, it's an interesting looking comp that they're.
I was expecting more Moonkins, honestly, in this fight. I mean,
I think the Shadow Priests are filling that role. That yeah.
I think it's a solid alternative. I mean, those they're, what do they call it? The bombs with the clamps, the crabs.
Yeah, I think the chicken is really good.
Yes. Yeah. We didn't even talk about those. The territorial bombshells.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the territorial bombshells, they have to be hit to, I think it's 75 or 80% before they come out of the ground. And Moonkin is probably the best specialization at the game at doing exactly that job. The Shadow Priest probably going to fill a similar role, but they are going to do a lot more single target damage than the Moonkin. So there's a little bit of give and take there, where the Moonkin might be better at killing off the bomb clamp, but a little bit worse on the boss. Ultimately, though, you're going to kind of have to get into this flow state where every single time you do the trash heap run and you spawn the ads, you are able to get that dealt with consistently. It's going to be less about doing damage to the boss, but just making sure that you're never going to fail to any of those potential fail cases.
Right.
All right, here we go. Pull timer coming up. This is going to be our first pull of Mythic Styx Bunk Junker. The real Mythic progression section of the Race to World First starts right now, and we'll see just how deep they're able to get on this fight. It is mostly just the boss HP as well. That there's not some weird phases, shields, anything like that on the boss. So the lower we can go, the better. The best we've seen is around that 75% mark on this boss from the other guilds.
One thing that we didn't necessarily talk about, although the HP of this fight is relatively high, every single time they're able to roll trash into the boss, that does a considerable amount of HP to the boss. I think it was taking around 1.5% off the boss during Heroic.
Yeah, look at that red beam in the back of the room.
Yeah, so THC is going to get killed if his friends can't roll into the Scrapmaster targeting him. Hopefully they managed to do it just in time.
Yeah, so you can bring those balls back into the boss to deposit the masters under melee. And was that a bomb explosion?
That's just a lot of damage. It looks like he was maybe intercepting that beam from one of the coils on somebody, which I think you can do. And that ends up killing THD. He's going to take the res, though. He's the only person to die. The other thing that's a lot of damage there is those red circles around players, which you also don't want to incinerate any trash. You can see they do have one pile of burning trash, which isn't the end of the world, but of course, 0 would be better. And you can see, again, as this incineration comes out, watch those raid frames as everybody is getting dropped quite low. This time it didn't overlap with those mythic pylons doing even more damage. But yeah, just like on PTR, after one cast of the bombs, the boss will enter this second phase. So now we're going to have even more. We're going to have 2 bombs instead of 1. We're going to have infinite Scrap Masters and territorial bombshells to deal with going forward.
So we're going to have one more Scrap Master this wave comparatively to last.
Yes.
Because the boss went in the air already, which is, like you talked about, very, very different.
Very
from far away.
fast-paced.
Yeah, I mean, the boss is at 80% here through one phase. So you can see if that follows suit, you're going to have 5 or 6 almost active possibly into this fight, which is going to be actually just incredibly hard to navigate.
Oh, look at that weak aura in the middle.
Oh, look at that, yeah.
Oh my god, that is...
Ooh.
It's telling THD roughly where he's going to be looking to run over the Scrap Master. And yeah, you see him turn into that medium-sized ball, immediately rolls over that Scrap Master, and the remainder of the group is actually able to get all those Scrap Masters dealt with. So this is way cleaner than all the other attempts we've ever seen on Styx Bunk Junker.
Yeah, boss.
Smacked is down. That's one of their healers, so we are down a Mistweaver. A lot of other players getting low here. THD in some danger. Looks like going to be able to survive this time. They've now got those mythic coils taken care of. The last couple bombshells are in, but something is...
Is that the trash burning? What is doing all that damage?
It was an explosion of some sort, right around where THD was, I believe.
I think the bombshells weren't killed off in time.
Yeah.
Oh, we saw that was the bombshell explosion that took them out, I think, of the few remaining there, because you do have to kill those within 30 seconds.
What was that big raid wide hit that killed off THD? Obviously, he was soaking the coil over, so he wasn't topped, but the
yeah, I think it was just the overlap with that and the
fire circles
and the fire circle on him. Yeah. So
oh, okay.
Just some heavy damage, I think, but I'm not 100% sure.
Dude, it didn't look like anything
Still,
was going on.
That is good enough to move Liquid into world first. Well, to first on our Coinbase leaderboard. I guess not calling it a world first until it's dead is a little inaccurate, but. As of right now, in the lead, Liquid at 69.44% on pull number 1. A nice percentage indeed.
There's a lot going on in this boss. I mean, you've got so much relevant cleave with bombshells that need to be taken off the actual bombs, then killed on their own in the half-minute window. Yeah, I mean, look at...
It's fired up doing.
Well,
I guess, though, if you crash a bomb into the boss, it shows up there. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So that's just a detail's funny. Yeah, you can see damage to boss there. It's actually a Shadow Priest insect, maybe also rolling into the boss, however.
So I did a little bit of research on Warcraft Logs, and Liquid has now upped their item level to 654.3.
Nice.
Okay. Killed Rick Reverb at 651.7 earlier last night.
3 eye levels from M+.
Yeah, so
good.
Well, they also sent some progress. It's not just from
That's true.
Yeah. But yeah, this is cool. I think that those DKs also probably not helping.
Right, those DKs are going to be lower item levels because those aren't mains. Those are just in for this boss. Sort of like Overnax where we saw DKs come in last year.
Scott's DK is actually 650 and Yips's is 653. They might have actually just sent pretty much everything they have.
Yeah, which you do, right? If you've got an alt that's coming in for just one boss, you still will send almost everything you can on it because... Yeah, I mean, you have to be a little bit careful, actually, as the tank, because you don't know if you'll also maybe end up wanting that DK for Gallywix or something, right? So the tanks are ones where it's like a little bit more... You still need to be a little bit careful, even if it's your alt, to not brick it too much for a potential hot swap later.
Right. Yeah, and the actual scrap balls, they do damage to the boss when you roll them into the boss.
Exactly. Yes, they do a bunch, and they show up on details. That's why fired up.
Right, yeah. Do we know how much they do per explosion? It's like 40 million?
It was doing 1.5% during Heroic. I think we need to take a second whenever they're rolling them into the boss and just try to be able to look at that.
Because that was a 2.5-minute pull, and the boss is 70% still.
That's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, not terrible, but if you extrapolate that out using a big word here, you're looking at, what, like an 8-minute boss fight, roughly?
Well, I mean, look at their composition. They are trying to play the long game. They're trying to let those scrap balls do a large portion of their damage just to the boss itself, and they're trying to make sure that they're going to consistently be able to survive a lot of the AoE effects that are going on, but also be able to get all of the trash that is attached to this boss.
Killing off those bombshells is, I mean, that's what wiped them this time, so it makes sense that they would kind of index into being able to kill those more effectively.
Yeah. I think it makes sense. It's the triple Shadow Priest, the Moonkin. Like, these are, this is a lot of AoE damage that you're trying to play for here.
Yeah, you've got Scott on that Blood DK 650 eye levels. A bit of an alt in here. Still see a Sky Terror's Corrosive Organ on his bars there. I don't know if he's actually still got that equipped, though.
We saw his Warrior earlier today. He was 659.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is one of their most geared characters, not currently in the raid.
I mean, eye level on tanks, so not
It's not a
necessarily
big
as
deal.
relevant, right? Yeah, I mean, you're looking
Although
more like
prop
what they bring
warriors are kind of
profile-wise.
an extra DPS.
Sure, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up. I mean, that comp of like one prop warrior X, where prop warriors can do a lot of damage and execute, and have the other tank take those large hits we talked about yesterday, whether like a blood DK, something of those sorts. But at the same time here, like once you said, like mass rip, A-bomb limb, AMZ, like the tank relevance and what they bring for certain fights. You can see here double DK being very, very strong. But eye level not as important necessarily.
Yeah, I'm actually excited to watch the tank perspective. One of the nice things about this fight as a tank as well is that tanks are always selected to be garbage rollers, right? It'll alternate between the two tanks, so you'll get to see a lot of the garbage rolling. We've got Yips also on a tank. we
Wait a second.
The eye level of his bear is currently 603, but looks like he's on his DK, Yip DK here, so not that one.
Dude, what I actually thought, whenever we saw that Weakora pop up as well, that was telling...
The 4 arrows?
Yeah, the 4 arrows of roughly what Scrapmaster you're going to be going to roll over with your trash heap. That is cool. I think that's nice. It's not something that is... It's not an assignment style, right? It's not an assignment style before, but it's giving you like, this is the Scrapmaster you should be at least going towards, and that's more relevant whenever they have 4 of those Scrapmasters up at a time, so you have to know kind of what you should be looking to kill off.
Seems like they're taking quite a bit of time before pulling again, so already learned a lot from that first pull that they're going to be implementing in for this next one.
Maybe pushing a Weakora update potentially as well. Trying to figure out why some of those, like THD going down. I think there might be a little bit of discussion as to like, how can we make this a little bit more consistent? It seemed like their first pull, though, their first real attempt at 6 Monk Junker looked fairly solid.
Yeah, this boss doesn't look too... Because the nice thing about this boss as well is that it does the same thing over and over again, right? You do have increasing damage because you're going to have increasing amounts of those burning garbage piles. Some of it's kind of unavoidable. Like, unless you clear all the garbage, the boss will start incinerating some on his own. So you're going to have some extra room space denial, some extra damage on the whole raid. But for the most part, most of the difficulty of this fight is present on that, even from minutes 1 to 2, after it crashes down that first time. So if you can figure it out once, you just got to put that together a couple times, right? You just got to do the exact same thing over and over again a few times. Now, one potential slowing point for progression is you have 20 people in your raid, and they're not always going to get selected to be on the bombs, right? The tanks are going to get selected every pull, but everybody else is not getting selected to be the garbage roller every pull. So this may be one of those bosses where you sort of need to wait until enough people get some experience with doing that ball rolling, especially if you're not in a Race to World First guild, and a lot of guilds where you didn't do PTR testing, you haven't hyper-planned for this sort of thing. I think that a lot of guilds are going to experience kind of just waiting for the collective understanding of how to do that mechanic to just get some reps in and learn that. But Liquid are hoping to shortcut that and have that already all prepped out.
Yeah, do we know if there's a limit on the number of scrap masters that spawn in past, like...
I think it just
it's only
adds...
4,
yeah,
right?
I think it just adds the one time, and then it doesn't ramp from there.
Okay.
I think that's what we saw during PTR testing, was that it was only 4, but like... Again, I didn't kill this boss during Mythic PTR testing, but that's
I don't think anybody did.
Yeah. I'm thinking to myself, like, there's, what, 4 trash balls per set, essentially, right?
Exactly.
So, I mean, having, like, more than 4 would be a little excessive, obviously. But, so, basically, you hit that max Scrapmaster ramp is it second time in the year or first time?
First time in the year.
Yeah.
There's a beginning 3, and, okay, it goes to 4. Okay, got it. Okay. So it might not be as bad as it may seem initially.
I think that it's just coordination check, and I think that that Weakora that they're using, it's a subtle thing, but it really helps get all the players on the exact same page as to where they're supposed to be going, which Scrapmasters are supposed to be rolling over, just like what they're supposed to be doing. It's whenever you and I were talking about this last night, it's setting up those traffic rules for where you're going to be rolling that trash.
Right.
And it's a little bit it's a bit more complicated than the traffic rules, because it's telling you this is a Scrapmaster you're supposed to be going to, but it's not ever going to leave you in a situation where 2 people should be in the same quadrant of the room with those trash balls.
Right.
This boss patrols even after you reset it, and it ran into them.
That won't last more than 2 weeks.
They keep spamming feign death on it.
Yeah, they failed to do that this time, so they had to pull it out of the room to actually reset it. Ended up pulling some trash.
Yeah, it's okay.
And then they lusted, so now they're gonna have to reset the boss again.
Yeah. I think they're still having like a conversation. What do you think they're talking about here, Darkness?
Yeah, I mean, I suspected it is anything they learned about it from that pull of what the damage looks like. Maybe those mythic pylons, how we want to handle those. The players being kind of zapped into, because there's so much else going on there. Maybe it's also some thinking about how to prioritize those bombshells, who should be hitting them as they spawn. And those sorts of things. I'm not sure though. It seems like I'm not sure what they would have learned from that pull. That they didn't already know from testing and from watching ID pull this a little bit.
There's a lot of moving parts in this fight, though.
That is true.
So I mean, there could be just a handful of discussions going on here as well. How to handle coils. I mean, who's like hard prioing Scrap Masters versus like running in the boss like, a little bit faster or later. Who's handling bombshells. Just a lot of things need to come together. But like we talked about, it sort of is rinse and repeat for the most part. It's just seeing it, and like Dratnos mentioned as well. For me personally, I have to see the trash ball and roll around to know how to fully handle those Scrap Masters and that mechanic as a whole. So.
All right, pull time has been commenced as well. Call your friends, call your family, call your mama. Liquid's pulling the boss again.
All right, pull number 2. Scott taking it over to the edge of the room to start things off. And we can get a little bit of this blood DK perspective. Playing that Sand Lane hero talent as well, just spamming Vampiric Strike here on pull. All is fun.
Yes, we should see this first set of fire circles coming out, and right after this, you're going to have 4 players getting that Trash Master.
Scott's going to be one of them.
Yep, one of the 2 tanks every time here. You should see, new garbage coming out right after this. Lightning Shock ends here as well. And like we talked about, the priority here is grabbing small to medium to large trash piles and getting these Scrap Masters run over and brought into melee to stop that red beam cast you see right there across the room, or it will indeed one-shot a player.
And it looks like nothing too bad over on this side. He's gotten all the trash he needs. Now he's just picking up a little bit extra, rolling into the boss. Bang!
I really like this weak word that's telling them like what size they are, right? It's obviously like a number out of 200, which is, you know, indicating the size. But I think it's something that's easy to look at a glance and just be able to assess, oh, okay, I'm small, I'm medium, I'm large size, and what you actually, then you kind of have to calculate that in your head to know what you can hit and what you can't roll over. But I think it's nice in that regard. So we did see 2 people end up going down. They ended up slamming a battle res. Sang is going to remain dead here for the remainder of this encounter. But I think there's still progression.
Yeah, we can stagger on here and see more things. We need to get everybody acclimated in the raid to the trash mechanic and seeing it on Mythic, even comparatively to Heroic, getting used to the Scrap Masters and things like that. The boss is landing here, so we should indeed see 4 Scrap Masters spawning every single wave now. So you need to run 4 of them over, or they're going to one-shot a player with that large red death beam that they cast.
Yeah, this time around, Scott's going to be the person holding the boss while Yips goes on that bomb-rolling adventure. We can see they've accidentally burned
trash
a
on
little
fire.
Actually, I think the boss auto-burns some of the nearest trash once it does crash down.
So the trash on fire, it pulses AoE damage across the entirety of the raid for each individual trash pile that's on fire, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
And the boss, I think the boss does automatically burn some.
Gotcha.
And you also burn some if you walk near it with your...
There's one death beam. No, we made it. We made it. We just barely made it. Yeah, all 4 were out there, like we talked about coming out of that first mission. We do see the Meltdown cast coming in here as well, with these fire circles overlapping. We do start losing a lot of the raid here, though, unfortunately.
You tell how much HP the...
I can't. I tried to look. He tabbed off the moment I hit the boss.
Maybe we can get a replay of that as well. Hold on. Let me see what I can do.
A little bit of digging here from Turtles, maybe trying to find how much those large bombs do when they come in contact with the boss. We know this boss has a lot of health, around 14 billion, but it's not 14 billion that has to be dealt by the players. The bombs, once you suck up enough trash piles and they become large, you can run into the larger bombshells to destroy them, or you can run into the boss, if that's not needed, to do damage to the boss and eject those mobs that you might have sucked up, the Scrap Masters, the dogs, in melee as well. So not a total 14 billion DPS check here on Styx, but still a
Yeah, they're going to have to do most of it
overcome.
themselves, but they will have a little bit of help from those garbage pile explosions. Easy Scott here looking at Bigwigs. He was mousing over that auto marker for the Scrap Masters. Maybe something they're thinking about changing. How they handle that. Sometimes you can get some confusion when you have something like that, particularly if like multiple people have one turned on.
So this is a good fight where visualizing how you're supposed to deal with these trash mechanic works really well, but also a lot of practice on the PTR, a lot of practice during heroic testing as well can make you feel a little bit more comfortable.